Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome to Morning Business Outlook, your window into the world, the market, and the economy. You're watching Aneke TV Business Outlook here on Aneke TV, coming to you live from Aneke TV in our studio in Enugu. Today we are tracking market movements, hitting economic policy and the top corporate headlines, shaping business landscape this morning. And this is the Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Starting with the Nigerian equities market, where the Nigerian Pulse capped off the week on a positive note, extending its upward trajectory as blue chip buying kept the bulls in control. The Osha index as at Friday gained 364.26 points to close at 245,573.60 basis points. Market capitalization expanded by 235.12 billion naira, closing at 158.51 trillion naira. Turnover surged significantly. Total volume jumped 186% day on day to 1.52 billion shares traded across 42,517 deals, valued at 26.65 billion naira. Market breadth closed slightly negative, recording 26 gainers against 28 decliners. And quickly top gainer, UPDC led the gainers chart, advancing a positive 9.23% to close at 3 naira 55 kobo. Key advancers CMFC and CWG added 8% and 6.56 positive respectively. And then when we take a look at the losers chart, we saw top loser Resta Express pays the decline, shading a negative 10% bearish adjustment to close at 18 naira. Now volume leader FDG Insurance, activity with 824.46 million shares traded, and then you see Access Holding leading in terms of value and total transaction throughout the section. And quickly taking a look at sectorial performance, speaking to banking and consumer goods, which outperformed the broader market index, gaining a positive 1.53% on a strong institutional demand. And quickly, that brings us to our market projection for today. Looking ahead to today's opening bell, bullish momentum in the banking, which is at a positive 2.33% weekly, and consumer goods sector is expected to provide support as indicators show early signs of sustained rally. Investors are likely to position in fundamentally sound names following last week's slight profit taken in industrial goods, oil and gas stocks. Expect cautiously optimistic mixed trading, with market direction heavily dictated by institutional rebalancing and liquidity flows across tier 1 banking equities. And then moving on to the forex market, where the local currency maintained a relatively stable posture as of Friday, August the 7th, supported by sustained liquidity management by monetary authorities and steady crude oil revenue flows. Naira as at Friday closed at 1,365 naira 21 kobo to the US dollar, representing a slight marginal depreciation of a 0.12% compared to Thursday's session. And the intraday trading range saw a high of 1,367 naira 76 kobo and a low of 1,361 naira 38 kobo per dollar before settling at market close. And quickly moving on to the parallel market, yes, the dollar traded steadily at approximately 1,400 naira against the US dollar. The gap between the official and unofficial rates remained compressed at a narrow 34 naira 79 kobo premium, signaling minimized arbitrage opportunities. And quickly to our markets projection. Looking ahead to today's business day, analysts expect naira to trade within 1,360 naira to 1,370 naira against the US dollar band in the official market, as the Central Bank of Nigeria maintains strategic dollar injections. Inflows from recent oil production gains and steady foreign portfolio participation are expected to keep domestic forex, the forex demand well matched. Traders will closely monitor CBN policy guidance, local market turnover, and international energy commodity movements for further directional cues as the week begins. And then quickly moving on to the global crude oil benchmark, where Brent as of Friday's trading, saw a higher movement, recovering lost ground as geopolitical friction in key maritime shipping corridors injected renewed risk premiums into the market. Brent crude futures climbed a positive 99 cents, that's a positive 1.20%, to settle at $83.55 per barrel. Brent traded within a wide band, opening near $80.50 before testing intraday highs near $85 per barrel. West Texas Intermediate followed suit, rising to 85 cents, that's a positive 1.10%, to settle at $78.84 per barrel. The primary drivers here is the bullish pressure was fueled by heightened concerns regarding transit restriction through the Strait of Hormuz, overriding short-term inventory builds and easing supply shock fears. And now quickly taking a look at the Brent crude performance this morning. The global energy markets are surging back into positive territory this morning, with crude oil bouncing over 1% following last week's sharp sell-offs. Traders are re-engineering markets with cautious eyes as talks surrounding the Strait of Hormuz hit critical diplomatic friction. Brent crude front month futures are trading up 91 cents, hovering near the $84.28 mark after hitting an intraday high of $84.97. Over in New York, West Texas Intermediate is following suit, up 61% to trade at $78.79 per barrel. That maintains the Brent premium at roughly $5.49. Now quickly to our market outlook. As trading resumes today, market participants will be monitoring several critical catalysts. Immediate resistance for Brent stands at $85 psychological barrier. Technical support is anchored between $81.70 and $83.70. Another factor that may determine the direction of the market, which market traders are looking keenly onto, is the geopolitical headlines. Price action will remain hypersensitive to shipping security updates and diplomatic talks surrounding Middle Eastern maritime routes. Another factor here is the supply-demand balance, where traders are weighing in steady demand against OPEC Plus production quota compliance and U.S. commercial inventory reports. Expect volatile, range-bound trading at the Monday open, with upside risk revealing if transit disruptions linger. Now quickly, here is our market advice, especially for our Nigerian investors today. As we look towards this morning trading section, domestic macro indicators, including a steady monetary policy rate at 26.5% and stabilizing inflation, present clear strategic positioning opportunities across asset classes. On equities, we urge you to maintain a biased weight towards tier 1 banking equities and consumer goods names with strong balance sheets, with liquidity flowing back into blue chip stocks. Focus on low beta, high dividend yield stocks to edge short-term index pullback. On fixed income, high real rates offer attractive capital preservation. Position strategically in short to medium tenure Nigeria Treasury bills, that's NTB, is currently yielding 16.3%, and high-grade corporate bonds to lock in yields before potential rate cuts later in the year. On foreign exchange and currency management, with the official forex rate stabilizing near 1,365 naira against the US dollar and the parent market spread narrowed to under 3%, avoid panic dollar hedging. Utilize authorized windows for capital requirements and focus on dollar-denominated domestic mutual funds for synthetic forex exposure. On commodities and real assets, we urge you to allocate partial portfolio weight to energy-linked counters and gold-backed instruments to shield against geopolitical flare-ups in global oil transit routes. But here is a quick reminder before you trade. While we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and always let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching the Aneke TV market update to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, Where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world. It's a beautiful morning. It's a Monday morning, the beginning day of the week, and we're here on this edition of Aneke TV Sports to bring you what's happening around the world of sports. I am Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle, and today promises to be interesting while we go into the world of the women's West African football competition. That's the WAFCON, and also while we're still looking at the pros and the cons that has been resulting from the FIFA controversy that's talking about Gianni Infantino and the rest of them. Well, I'll also let you know that we're going to take a little dive into the world of Premier League and also in the world of European football, European competition, where a lot of good news will be coming out, and then the friendlies that happened over the weekend. It's a beautiful morning, it's a pleasant morning, and I'm not here alone. I am with our one and only, the most meekest man on the earth. Yes, Wizzy.
This one that you
it's
have
a wonderful
attached,
morning.
You have attached a meek to my name.
No, because you always say you are humble. So
I'm only humble. You know, attaching the meek.
No, I have to attach it because
it's looking good. It's a good one. It's a new one for this morning.
I like your shirt.
Thank you very much.
It looks good.
No.
Let me rush the compliment.
Good morning to our lovely people.
Yeah,
good morning to the
everyone.
viewers. Good morning worldwide. I hope you guys enjoyed your weekend. Well, I can't say I enjoyed my weekend, but in terms of football, I didn't enjoy my weekend because it was almost like I should be sharing tears, because from left, from right, from center, they were dealing with me, they were dealing with Nigeria. I don't know what's happening in the world of football, especially football. You know, we lost out in the basketball, but coming back to football, we still lost out talking about the women's WAFCON, where we were, defeated 1-0 by the Cameroon side. Then, I was hoping for the under-20 side, who we are also playing against Burkina Faso, only for me to see 4-1, defeat, and it was like there was no joy coming from anywhere. You wanted to use this one to console yourself. You are being trashed here. You want to use this one to console yourself. You are being trashed. So the weekend was sad. You know, I was almost shedding tears. If not that, okay, I'm a grown person. I'm not supposed to be doing this at this age. But I can tell you that the weekend was very painful for me. You know, it was all pains. You know, they were beating me left and right, and I couldn't go. You know, my country was just doing me. They did me sad.
Well,
this time around.
I like the fact that you are a nationalist. You are having your country at heart. I have my country at heart, but I will never feel bad.
No, this weekend I was feeling.
Let me tell you why.
It's not feeling bad. I was pained.
Everything. I will never. And I'm going to tell you why. We are having a body that is in charge of football.
Yeah.
That does not represent the structures well. Well, I mean, if we start talking about this today, we may not go from this show.
We will still have to chip in small light to it
because when you look at
election is by the corner.
That's September.
Yeah,
that's the NFF election.
Yeah.
Before they would think it's federal government election. NFF election. But what is really happening? That's the question I'm asking a lot of people. What is really happening? What is going on in our, in our confederation as a national body of sports? What is really going on with NFF? What is also going on? Of course, you would see that it was just the help of power athletes that had to get us some gold medals
in the Commonwealth
Games that was concluded last week. So what is actually happening? These are the questions that we need to ask our audience, and we really would seek this to know the answer, because when you look at the body, how they are playing, the way they have been moving, it's been suspicious. Just that we have not been able to really identify where it is suspicious. But then we may not have a lot of things to say about that.
It is really suspicious. You know, we are hoping to see or get a direct contact with someone that can really tell us what's happening to NFF, because it's really sad. Look at the men's national team, talking about our Super Eagles. We did not qualify for the World Cup, just concluded World Cup. We are already talking about 2030. Look at the saga with Chile before he finally became the country's manager. We had to go front, go back, go front before we had to decide on what we are going to be paying him at the end of the month. Then look at the females team now that are already out of the the competition. The promises that we have made, it took them to realize that they were supposed to deliver on the promises they made to these people last 4 years, how many years ago, after they lost their first match. Look at the under 20. They already beat Burkina Faso, are trashing us 4-1, and it's like everything concerning football is just going to the west side.
Why we want to we can't start the day with the news of Nigeria, being knocked out of the WAFCON. We can't start that. We can't start the day with that, because I know all the audience, they need to be pumped into action. Pump action. All right, let's just give you just what's happening. Malawi had to qualify for the next round of the semi-final. Malawi that just debuted in the WAFCON. They won Nigeria just 3-2, and they have qualified for the next round in the WAFCON. That means they have automatically qualified for the Women's World Cup that's coming up. Also, while we're talking about that, we have to give a big congratulations to Malawi. They really fought, they really did their best to see the height which they have been, the height which they are right now. It is so interesting to have that, to see that Malawi can be where they are right now. And I must say, I give it up to the coach and the team for that pressure into success. It's a wonderful time to have the Malawians rejoice and celebrate something, at least maybe once or twice in their life in the world of football. Yes, of course,
once or twice. And this, just like you have said, they are debuting for their first time.
It's what we have been talking about.
We are supposed to even be shouting congratulations.
And also, it's sad that South Africa, Ghana, and Nigeria are out of the
Imagine the big names.
South Africa, Ghana, and Nigeria are
the defending champion.
The defending champion.
Is it
No. If you say the defending champion,
they are the current defending champion. You want to attach all those 10 times and every other thing.
10 times
we agree to that.
But
defending champion, look at us. We are already out.
The 10 times defending champion, they are
my brother. If you want to add 20 to it, add 20 to it.
The 10 time defending.
Look at where we. You know, this was supposed to be an automatic qualification for, just like you have said, for the World Cup. Just winning that match yesterday, entering to the semi-final, you have qualified for the World Cup. Now we are out. So we now have to go through the rigorous process of, you know, having to play intercontinental matches, trying to qualify for the World Cup. You know what that's going to. We are going to also play this South Africa that went out, you know, yesterday. We are also going to play them. We are going to meet them at a stage where we are going to play to see if we can qualify for the World Cup. And it's just like we're going through the hard process. We are not going to take it through the hard process. Nigeria are already out. South Africa are out. Ghana. Congratulations once again to Malawi. You know, this Chawinga.
I thought about congratulate them.
I have to say it again. Coming for your first time and, you know, getting to the semi-final. Now you're already in the World Cup. You have to tell these people congratulations. Chawinga again. Chawinga was on the score sheet yesterday, and, you know, Ghana had to take the lead. First of all, we have to recognize that Ghana took the lead. These people came back from, you know, as at 7 minutes, Ghanaian side we are leading. Then in the 12th minute, Chawinga had to score. They're entering the second half, 79 minutes. They had to get another goal. So it's a good one for the Malawian side, and I can't just talk about this without talking about Nigeria. Now we have lost that on the privilege or the opportunity to go into for the World Cup. The men did not go for the World Cup. Now the women will have to struggle to qualify for the next one, and it still boils down back to the body, the governing body at the end of the day. So just like you have said, let's not just go back and forth on what's going on with NFF and the rest of them. They know what to do. When they want to do what's right, they will do what's right. September here, they will do their election. If they still want to look at everything that we have missed out. We have failed to qualify for the World Cup. The Super Falcons have missed automatic World Cup ticket. Now the Fly Eagles also out of the AFCON and the World Cup. Then we can't even land sponsors on TV, right? This is all that is happening right now with our country. And we are having elections September. Are they still going to voting? I think it's time for change. We are tired of all these theatrics and the things that are happening with the national team, both the men and the women. In fact, the men, the women, and the youth, everybody is suffering from it. So I think it's time for change. Let the right people lead the NFF, especially talking about the NFF, because if we are not having good people in position, that are making good policies, that are bringing out the funds necessary, to cater for these people that are playing the football, how are we not going to succeed? Just missing out on the World Cup alone, you are seeing the negativity of it. You have seen that people are not even being signed. The grassroots footballers we are supposed to be showcased, in the international scene. Nobody saw them, so there are no signings coming in. So these people now have to return back to the leagues they are playing and continue what they are doing. So it was an opportunity missed out for me, and to take another 4 years before these people will eventually have to showcase their talent. Imagine someone that is 19 that was supposed to play the World Cup at 19 or 20, waiting for another 4 years, probably is going to be 23, 24. How long? Do you know football? You don't play football all the days of your life. By 35, you're already almost away from football. 35, 36. If you are lucky, that's when you see getting to 40. So the time is no more on your side, waiting for another 4 years to showcase your talent in the World Cup, because this is where they are going to see you. You are playing for a league that, just like we have seen, does not even have the viewership. How many people are going to be viewing you playing for this our league that we play for here? You don't have that viewership. TV rights, how many times do you see Nigerian Premier League being broadcasted live? How many channels will carry it? So it's something that we have missed out, and I can tell you it's a painful one. It's just, sorry to our viewers, it's mostly football that we are going to talk about this morning, because if you come to the world of boxing, there is not much update. We have already talked about Anthony Joshua, who probably there is no date yet for the fight. And if you look at the world of Formula 1, there is no much update. So we are going to basically be focusing on football this morning. There are a lot of transfers, a lot of friendlies came during the weekend where we saw so many teams. In fact, let's not just go there yet. Let's just see, focus on our national team. Hope that what we are preaching or what we are saying, and the bodies in charge are listening and are putting in efforts. Just this coming September, elections are going to come up. I hope the right people will take positions and lead us to the path that we are supposed to be doing, and let's go away from what negativities that we are seeing.
Do you know, the question is, who are the right people?
You cannot say that there are no right people there.
Who are those who you think?
I think it's time for change.
Right, it's time for change.
The ones that are there,
obviously,
let them allow another people.
Obviously, it's time for change. But there are things that we do as a nation that is affecting everything. It is how it is. Let's just take a look at the Punch Sports
Extra. Are we going to continue how it is?
Let's take a look at the Punch Sports Extra. You know why? If we stay on this matter, it may explode. It will really explode. So let's just control the crowd.
All right.
Let's take a look at the Punch Sports Extra, where we have Doomsday, like we were talking about, the indomitable Lionesses, dumb 10-time champion Falcons out of WAFCON, talking about the Cameroonian indomitable Lionesses. 10 times,
just like you are emphasizing on that. 10 times.
You see why I was emphasizing on that? You would see just Aroko Dare bags assist on Eredivisie's debut. Yes, talking about the Ajax latest signing, the striker Aroko Dare, Nigerian-born descent, is now an assist holder in the Eredivisie. That's talking about who played their game just yesterday against the team.
They won 2 goals to nothing.
Yeah, they won two goals. Then you have Heartbroken Uche set to undergo knee surgery. This game, actually, this Uche guy, he had a rough tackle. Chrysanthus Uche, the way he tackled that ball, I don't know whether he was playing the Champions League final, but he's out of the season. That's
2026, 2027 is not going to fail.
Yeah, but you know that's an estimation.
Probably even if not going even beyond, because it's like a multiple broken bones.
Yeah, it's actually
torn some ligaments, broke some bones.
It's actually an estimation.
So
just like what happened,
an estimation,
just like what happened to Victor Boniface, our Nigerian boy.
Boniface was his own injury is not as severe as this.
Yeah, his own injury was not as severe.
And you know how long Boniface was. He had to go out of the. So this one, I can tell you that 2026, 2027 probably, even in that estimation, is correct, because he might not feature Santos in this coming season.
All right, now we have Okoye reset focus for new season. That's talking about the Super Eagles.
Maduka Okoye.
Yes, Maduka Okoye. He has a reset focus for new season, who's playing and having a wonderful time in his team. I will tell you for a fact, it's amazing to see Maduka Okoye after all the rumors and the things that was said about him and the pop star, the rapper. You know what I'm talking about?
When they were attaching him to Cardi B.
Yeah, of course. And now he is out of the holiday, and he's about to go into the next round of his game. Of course, talking about his salary, he earns 900,000 euros every year, so it's about approximately 1.7 billion naira. That's the Udinese current goalkeeper. I was just trying to make sure that it was in Udinese that he plays. Now you have ex-coach bags Uzun Osimhen partnership at Galatasaray. Yes, Osimhen is the man of the moment. They have names that are coming into the team, and you could also go down where you have United Hand Rashford, number 14 JC. United Hand Rashford. I don't want us to talk about Rashford now. We're going to talk about Rashford later. I have a lot of things to say about Marcus Rashford, and I'm so happy, like every other Manchester United fan, that we have someone like Marcus Rashford back in our team. I mean, back in their team, and we're going to see what happens, because
just like you have said, we'll get to Rashford.
Yeah, we'll get to Rashford, because Manchester United fans are
they are eager about this news.
They are eager about this news. Then Chelsea fans are also eager about their own news.
Chelsea have been having a lot of news.
A lot of news, and they are eager about their players, about guys who they have actually signed. Because I had to see the preseason game against AC Milan.
Against AC Milan and against the other team that they played. They won. AC Milan, they had to win a trophy.
Yeah,
that was for a trophy.
Yeah, that was
congratulations to them also.
Now they played. The AC Milan game was actually what I saw.
Yeah,
and Ruben Amorim is yet to win a match.
He's
yet to win a preseason game.
It's just funny that he has not won a match so far.
If I go over to Ruben Amorim's AC Milan,
we would not have to start talking about all the preseason. Let's finish with this.
But now Galatasaray, their fans. I think the Turkey guys, Turkish, and their league, their Super League, they are they're really doing well, the fans and everyone there. So in case any of my viewers are fans of these people, you guys are making progress, and it's so good to see you guys out there.
You saw the way they welcomed Mohamed Salah.
Yeah, Mohamed Salah is still the talk of the town, even though we are still seeing much more welcoming, and we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Then we also have just Dan Stallion deny Flying Eagles on the 20 AFCON ticket.
That was the 4-1 trashing.
Yeah, 4-1 trashing. It was not a good one, but I don't want us to have a negative energy this morning. We have Villa hold Hendrick talks. That's Aston Villa hold Hendrick talks.
Manchester United actually
is said to have linked to this Hendrick. Actually, well, we're going to see if Villa is going to really take over the talks and then sign Hendrick. But let's just take a look down. Arsenal tell Chelsea to pay 90 million euros for Zubimendi. That's what Arsenal told Chelsea to play. And Arsenal is a very funny team. Arsenal and Chelsea, they are just doing. I'm sure their fans are really.
Everybody is just hyping their players this time around. Zubimendi 90 million euros. This is Arsenal that signed Guimaraes for about 75 million euros. Now you are placing 90. So you just see that people just want to hype and make money this season. That's what I'm just saying. Because how can you be telling me Zubimendi 90 million, but you bought Guimaraes for 75 million euros? So if we want to do the comparison, are you now saying in terms of the Premier League that Zubimendi is worth more than Guimaraes? But anyway, let's continue.
They say Barcelona ready to raise Alvarez offer. Barcelona is ready to raise Alvarez offer, and I don't know, but I think Barcelona, they are really ready right now. And we're going to see the offer.
Ferran Torres is probably going to Paris Saint-Germain. So now they are almost without any striker. So I think this is just the best for them to do, get Alvarez to the team.
Yeah, earlier I was thinking that, of course, I had not updated my documents to understand Paris Saint-Germain's Goncalo Ramos. Sorry. Yeah. Now the Portuguese. I was surprised seeing him at AC Milan. I was like, really? Are you in AC Milan?
Yes.
What are you doing there? And then, let's not talk about that.
Yes,
we have a time we're going to talk about them. China beats the Tigers 69-65 ahead World Cup. That's China beat the Tigers basketball side of the female.
They're beating us. Don't worry.
They're just
this weekend. They're beating us.
It's just beating. IGP salutes Commonwealth Games champ Nathaniel. IGP salutes Commonwealth Games champs Nathaniel. Now we have Ihanacho scores, assists on Buster Sport debut. Ihanacho scores and do what? Say it. Ihanacho does what?
He has scored.
He did what?
Assisted.
He scored and he did what? He assisted in what? Buster Sport debut. See, Buster Sport debut.
I saw it.
Now, I think we really have to just delve right into what's going on right now, because we're having to understand this fact that Real Madrid are also looking at Zubimendi. They are looking at Martin Zubimendi, and the contract is really taking shape. Even though Arsenal are demanding 90 million euros from Chelsea and from Real Madrid. So we're going to see if that is going to happen, if that transfer is going to really happen. While we're still talking about transfers, we just have to talk about Rashford coming back to Manchester United, and the pros and the cons that comes with Rashford returning to Manchester United. Like I said earlier, Manchester United fans are very excited.
Yeah.
While some of them are criticizing the move, why would Rashford come back? Well, it is obvious that there's no team in Europe that can actually pay Rashford. That values, not that they cannot pay, but that has the that has the willingness. That's what they lack, the willingness to pay Rashford, that did not deem him fit for their service,
especially for that value, that salary.
325,000.
That's just the problem.
They're 325,000 pounds every week. So
who is going to offer to pay that?
Yeah, who's going to offer? And if you're offering it in euros, it's either it gets higher, or you do a calculation of what it is. But right now we're seeing Marcus Rashford coming back to Manchester United, and Manchester United fans are happy. Some comments I read on X were bitter, even though some of them were kind of suiting to some to some of the situations that are surrounding his return. I mean, when you look at Manchester United as a team, you're going to see the squad depth, you're going to see how players are being reintegrated into the team, even though there's a need for some adjustment in the right back, in the left back, also in the defense, and also in the midfield. We have seen that these 3 sports, or could say 4 sports, need urgent attention. Also, while we're talking about that, we saw over the weekend that Manchester United had to hold the current Champions League holders, title holders, Paris Saint-Germain, to a draw. That's a back-to-back Champions League winners to a draw. Luis Eric has come out to say that it was not what he expected from Michael Carrick. That when you watch Manchester United now, you're seeing a blueprint, you're seeing what the idea, there's a method, there's a way they want to play. And I didn't see the game because it was a crucial time of an activity I had in my life. I didn't see much of it because it was actually a crucial time and I needed to catch up with many other details. But right now I could tell you that if someone would watch that game and they are not just Manchester United fans, but they are sports lovers, they are football lovers, you could see that Manchester United has a blueprint. Now, integrating Rashford back to the team would mean that Marcus Rashford will take up the place of either a striker or a winger. So it means that we're going to see someone who has toured Europe, someone who was rejected in Barcelona. Of course, rejected, because that was rejection. No, you don't. No one should tell me that was not a rejection.
Let's
even though
probably it might not be rejection. Barcelona does not want to pay that. Just that salary, that same salary.
But this guy has offered his services.
That's the issue.
That's the issue.
People criticize Barcelona for not. You went to go and buy gold. Saying he's lesser. In terms of salary.
Now look at what's going on. Ferran Torres has departed.
Almost departed because he
has
not been signed.
Let's use the word almost departed. They don't have a striker. Marcus Rashford would have been a better option.
He will have served as a good number 9.
And while we're talking about that, I had to go online to watch some videos, some clips of Marcus Rashford goals in Barcelona, because I hope you know that the clips you see on internet, like you see very fast. When you talk about, that's why you say English Premier League are one of the top, is the one on the top flight leagues, because you don't struggle to watch. Even Dundee United, you don't struggle to watch.
No, once you
Dundee United is in Scotland, of course. But
if you just go to YouTube now, of course, the first highlight you'll be seeing will be coming from the Premier League. Before you will now be seeing maybe Barcelona's highlights. They played the pre-season where they. What's it called? Udinese had to win that pre-season. It was three teams, them, Nottingham Forest and Udinese. In fact, it was 45 minutes match. It was not even 90 minutes.
Yes,
you play 45 minutes. You go and relax. The other people will play their own. So Nottingham Forest had to play Udinese. Then Barcelona won Nottingham Forest. Then Udinese came to win Barcelona. So the tournament was just kind of funny where you have to just play 45 minutes. But still talking about Rashford, I think Manchester United fans should be happy. Those criticizing. Anyway, there's nothing you will do in this life that they will not even criticize you. So let's say criticism will always come, but you have more people being happy, because this is going to put more on the squad depth, where you're having Cunha, you're having Rashford, you're having Mason Mount. All these people can play from the from the left wing. So for me, don't forget that Marcus Rashford was very, very vital for Manchester United before he even went to Barcelona. When we were having Rashford, Lingard, these people were very, very. I don't want to mention Garnacho because he was part of Manchester United, but those days you see that Rashford was very important. That was when they were calling him Dr. Rashford, this and that. He was very, very. In fact, he was a good player for Manchester United. He had his bad moments, where he fell out and he had to move to Barcelona and did his bit. Then coming back, I think Manchester United should be happy that this person is back, and you know what he brings. He can play as a winger, he can play as an attacker. That's talking about as the number 9. So you can use him in both ways. He can play in the midfield he can play 10. So this player is a good addition for them. It's not. I don't think this is the time to be criticizing.
Yeah,
it's not the time to be criticizing. This is a good person that has come back to be reintegrated into the team. See him going back to number 14 jersey. You know, you are not expecting him to come back and wear the jersey number he used to wear before. Someone has taken that jersey number 10. You can't come and take away Kunwa's jersey number to give him.
You know, when Cavani was in Manchester United, he was wearing number 7. Now Cristiano Ronaldo had to come back. Then he had to give up his place, the number of the jersey to, you know, Cavani, to Cristiano Ronaldo. It was something that now had to spark a lot of debate.
That those things will really bring issues.
Yeah. Now let's not forget that it's just so sad. While we're talking about this sad, not this sad Monday, but it's actually, you know, a sad event that happened over the weekend where one of the GOATs, the greatest of all time, Lionel Messi, lost his father at the age of 68. It's so sad to see that, you know, Lionel Messi is no longer, you know, he is mourning right now, and he does not have a dad now. And from what he said, from his comments, he said that his dad has been with him all his life, and he has no day has this man spanked him or used harsh words on him, that he always would love to go home and meet him and be with him. He would always love to be in his warm embrace. But right now he has lost his father, and it's so sad to you know, have this kind of news. I mean, we have to observe a minute silence for the greatest of all times. I mean, the dad, because of the, you know, this bad you know, event that happened. Now you see that in the game just on Saturday, you would see that tributes had to pour in from fans of, including Lionel Messi's teammates. That's talking about the
Barcelona had to, you know, put up a 1 minute silence.
Yeah, it was a game that really was not a. It was a moment that people never expected. After, you know, being there for your son, now you are no more to, even if it's to enjoy what he actually has, you know, made available. And from what we saw, the man had to, he has worked all his life. He will leave home very early and come back by 9 in the night just to have his dinner. And it's just the sacrifices that matters right now, and we are relishing the moments that he lived here on earth. And we could, of course, observe a minute silence.
Yeah, of course we should do that for the great man. You know, this man has been battling. You know, there are some things that money cannot just solve. You know, from what we are having, he has been ill for a very long time. It's not even something that just started, you know, that we are just getting to know about.
It's so sad. When I saw the news, I was so sad. I was sad because apart from the rivalry, apart from the disagreements that football fans, of course, has who's the GOAT, we're now talking about someone who has given us the, you know, the reason to watch football,
to start doing the banter and everything,
you know, to stand the banter. And we're talking about one of the best in the generation, you know, someone who is a professional, you know, curator in words, has to say that right now you would not have a generation like Lionel Messi. It's just one generation that you have such footballers. You know, talking about, we can put him in the likes of Pelé, can put him in the likes of Diego Maradona. You see, they existed in their generations, and we're having Lionel Messi in his own generation, and we're seeing someone who has defeated the gravity and the odds. He has to beat the odds of football. So let's just observe a minute silence for the dad of Lionel Messi. All right, may he so rest in peace. Amen. Yeah. So we also had to just check a little on the other sporting events that happened over the week. Of course, we have talked about Manchester United with PSG, but we're going to take a short break. When we return, we are going to delve right more into this update. Stay with us. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now let's take a look at the updates we're having from the NFF, where they have released a statement saying there was no way or any time in this world that they had to protest that Gianni Infantino, the former president, should step down from his role, that it's actually a rumor and such information should be disregarded. Now it has raised a lot of other questions: why and what happened, why the statement was released. It was released because some people have claimed that that NFF had to make some demand on FIFA to let their president to step down. That's talking about Gianni Infantino. Gianni Infantino, who has been on the timeline of the news just in the sports, has been creating a lot of controversy with his proposal for the 20% selling of stakes in the FIFA World Cup to private individuals, which would entail that he would, that would attract other financial benefits so that the World Cup could expand to 64 teams. While we're still talking about how important that is so that more teams can participate in the World Cup, we are still talking about what it will make, what it will happen in the world of football, what it will cost, and the issues that it will bring. It will now mean that the minority stake will be controlled not by countries but actually by individuals, or maybe by private firms, or because there was no government intervention we are seeing right now. So it will take football a little bit away from the original plan of teams, bringing in their support and the rest of them. Now, as the NFF has come out to say, such a thing did not happen, and they have disregarded the statement.
This statement that NFF has just put out, I can tell you that it's just standing in the middle, because this statement is not even encompassing. It's not a wholesome statement. Come outside and tell us where you stand. They asked you 1 + 1, you are dancing, you are rigmaroling in the middle. What's this statement you have come out to say? We have never asked and are not asking for FIFA President Mr. Gianni Infantino to step down as FIFA President. This is not even the issue. The issue was what he has proposed, the 20% stake, and where are you standing? Are you supporting him or are you not supporting him? The UEFA, you saw UEFA coming out to say they are not in support, in fact almost doing everything trying to kick out this man. Now, NFF, where are you standing? This is not the issue. So come outside and tell us where you guys are standing. Nobody has accused you of, trying to say the FIFA president should step down. Are you guys in support? The African continent talking about CAF. Are you guys in support of Infantino progressing with what he has proposed, or not in support? So this is just trying to be, in fact, this is a political statement trying to just settle in the middle so that no one will hold you by the neck and say, okay, this is where you are. You are not supporting him. You are saying the man should not go on with his proposal, or you are supporting him. You are saying the man should. So for me, this is just trying to put something out there for people to just hold on to, but it's not actually encompassing for me.
It's not actually encompassing for the want of time. We could also see that the issue on the selling of the minority stakes has resulted to some divisions in the 211 bodies representing FIFA. It has given that division where we are seeing some are backing Gianni Infantino, while some are not backing him. Like UEFA has told, has broken the stakes, and they have made it obvious that they are not going to back this man. They are not going to back him. In fact, they have lost their faith. They have really lost their faith in him becoming the FIFA president for the next tenure that is coming. We're going to see this that is going to bring a lot of controversies more. But I really believe that countries and teams and confederations are working on their own proposal to bring a new
dimension to sports and to football. But for me, if the reason why he wants to take the sell the World Cup stakes, 20% of it, if you want to sell it for teams to come in, the only thing they are criticizing much more is the lack of time and chance. I don't know if you understand.
Like, this thing was not it was not properly communicated.
It was not really about communication. It was more about the timing. It was more about the timing. No timing for deliberation. No time for understanding.
If you have not given them time to deliberate, you didn't communicate properly. You didn't inform these people. You didn't, sought for their own opinion. You just brought out. It's just like a one-man show that you are trying to play on them. And I don't know if possible or how possible it is that you are going to. We are just going to see what's going to happen at the end of the day, because last week we were on this issue. This week we are still on it, and we have not seen the end of it. If likely it's not even going to go on with this issue, because when the the important people or the important body are not supporting you, how are you going to proceed with your decision? So let's just move forward to the transfers that we are having. We have seen so much transfers this weekend. We saw some people moving. We have seen the Guimaraes who has moved to Arsenal, but someone that is on the transfer rumors right now is Romelu Lukaku, the great man that has featured for Everton, played for Manchester United. Romelu Lukaku is being rumored to go or wanting to go to Fenerbahce. The Turkish side are also coming. In fact, the Turkish league, they are doing so much this season. They have signed Mohamed Salah. We have our great Nigerians there, talking about Paul Onachu, talking about Victor Osimhen, who also plays for Galatasaray. Now we are seeing the big striker Romelu Lukaku, who has featured for so many Premier League clubs, going to Fenerbahce. We are going to see what it's not a done deal yet, or he has not been approved, but we are going to see. Romelu Lukaku, of course, he had played for Napoli earlier, and we are going to see what's going to happen within this week. Also, in the transfer news, we are having to see talking about Mika Götze, a player for Ajax, who is also linked to Paris Saint-Germain, but it's not a done deal. Like I said, these are all deals that are yet to get to the final stage. And of course, he was not fit to play for the opening match, talking about Ajax that played during the weekend. They won 2 goals to nothing, and we are going to see if this is also going to progress to the later stage, talking about him moving to Paris Saint-Germain. And also, still on the transfer news, we have talked about Guimaraes, who is 100% confirmed as a player for Arsenal. So we are going to see Guimaraes featuring for the Arsenal side. Then, of course, Samu Costa is also on the news today. We are talking about Samu Costa, who is moving to Al Nassr. That's talking about Cristiano Ronaldo's side. Costa is going to be featured in Al Nassr. He's coming from Mallorca. Also, still on the transfer news, we are having Digne. That's Lucas Digne, who played for Aston Villa. We are going to see him featuring for Paris Saint-Germain this season. He has signed a contract till 2029. That's Lucas Digne on your screen there. He has signed for Paris Saint-Germain for a fee of 7 million euros, and we are going to see him move to Paris Saint-Germain. Of course, he's a defender. He plays the right wing. He's very, we saw him in the World Cup playing for France, and he is going to feature for Paris Saint-Germain till 2029. That's 2 years contract. This is 2026. Sorry, 3 years contract. He's going to be there to 2029. So these are all that we have for you on the transfer news, and we are going to move straight into the friendlies that was played during the weekend. We saw a lot of them. Arsenal had to play their own friendlies. Real Madrid played their own friendlies. Liverpool played. Chelsea played. Bayern Munich played. Aston Villa played. There was a lot. Manchester City, Inter Milan, name them. We saw so many of them. But let's start from somewhere. Let's start from the Liverpool match, who played against AS Monaco. That match ended 3-2. And why is this of importance? Because we saw similarity in this match, and we are talking about Liverpool this time around, who also played last week against Leeds. They lost that game 4-2. And why is of particular concern is that these people took the lead. In fact, they were 2 goals up against Leeds the last time they played, and they had to lose that 2 goals up coming down into the second half. They lost that match 4-2. Now, similar action came up against Monaco yesterday, where they were also leading 2 goals up in the first half. Goals from Isak and Florian Wirtz. Coming back into the match, a side that was already 2 goals up, coming down to lose that match 3-2 is something that is of particular interest, because though we tend to call it friendly matches, but it shows your preparation, getting into the Premier League, which is already around the corner. 2 weeks to go. We are going to see the Premier League coming up.
Sorry,
and you are losing 2 goals up 2 matches consecutively. I don't know how prepared Liverpool is.
You see, when I say some things, people think I just want to banter. I don't want to banter. I'm being very real, how real I could be. Liverpool is not ready for the Premier League. Let's just state the obvious fact. It's not about the one-time champion that nobody will use and hear word again. No, it's about preparation. If Liverpool face teams like PSG, they will be flogged. I'm saying this. If they face teams like Real Madrid, they're in trouble. Let's talk about this and let's take away sentiment, because now there's no sentiment. Even Bradley Bacola deal, PSG has come out to say they're going to only deal with 150 million euros. If it's not 150 million euros, Liverpool should back off. I understand how tedious transfer is now currently, because the market is overbloated, overhyped. Yeah. Right now, we're still having Liverpool not being able to lay their hands on a tangible quality player. I'm not saying they have not signed quality players. They have, but currently they have not signed quality players.
If you're not going to sign Bacola, I think you should just let go of Bacola, right, and look for somebody else to sign. Since 150 million euros is quite, it's not what you want to pay for Bacola. It's time to let him go and move. Yeah, the transfer window will not be open forever. We are talking about September 1st and it will be closed. The Premier League is about to start. Look at your results in the in the friendly match that you have played so far. You have managed to win. You won Sunderland the other day. You won Wrexham. Now you have played Leeds and Monaco. We can't say that you have played a top elite club yet. Manchester City have played more stronger teams than even Liverpool. They had to play Atletico Madrid by the weekend, which you also saw the way they won that match. They were 1 goal down, came back from 1 goal and won the match 3-1. Manchester United played Paris Saint-Germain. They had a draw. Arsenal has played. Arsenal also had a bad result where they lost 3-2 to Borussia Dortmund. They have also lost 3-1 to Betis. They won their previous match 4-1. But this side, particular concern Liverpool, they are not really showing, apart from losing the matches, what are you doing in terms of transfer? Okay, you guys brought in Ronaldo Araujo from Barcelona for a loan, with an option to buy. Now you have, will I say, you have fortified your defense. You have a Virgil van Dijk, you have a Araujo, Virgil van Dijk and Araujo. Then you have Kekes by the left. You have the Frimpong by the other side. And we are not really particular about the defense. It's the midfield to the attack that is the problem. Now you have Isak, who is going to feature. What about the wingers?
I will tell you, they actually have wonderful midfield.
They have, they have great midfield.
Having
McAllister, they have weights. Gravenberch is still there.
Gravenberch is still there. The thing is, I'm saying Liverpool needs to wake up. Sometimes their fans feel like I'm attacking them. Well,
it's not attacking. You are seeing it by yourself.
Like, Gakpo is going to leave.
Are you sure? I'm not sure they will let Gakpo leave.
If they don't let Gakpo go, there's a need to reinforce the team.
At the end of the day, what I'm just saying is that they might not even get Bacola, because you can't let Gakpo go and you are not willing to pay 150 million. So you just have to do with Gakpo that you have and talk about replacement for that right wing where Salah left, and another person in the attack, because you are not going to usually Isak in the attack. Probably Ekitike will not come unless we are getting to the tail end of the year. That's when you are going to see Ekitike, or probably next year he's injured and is out. So you are going to reinforce your reinforcement now should be coming in the attack, in the right wing, in the front, and where Gakpo is playing. So the midfield is already quite, there are a lot of people there. Endo is still there. Don't forget that the Wutaro Endo is still there, and we have mentioned the names in the midfield. I think that's quite okay for that midfield. If they are still going to add 1 or 2, Jones was not featured because of the scale of injury. You still have Elliott, who is still going to feature. I don't know if they are going to loan him out this time around. He was just coming back from loan spell this season, so if they are still wanting to loan him out, we are going to see. But let's talk about don't forget, this is a new coach, Iraola, who has come into the team. We expected to see changes. Don't forget they got Munoz and Jacquet, but what they are playing so far, I don't know if it's still kind of what we saw with Slot, that kind of pattern of football. I have not seen so much changes from the Liverpool side who have gotten.
No, because what I'm saying is that I'm going to bring an outsider and sit them down in this seat, and they're going to tell me what they. And I'll play Liverpool match.
They watch. You cannot tell me they know what the match. They
watch the match, and then they will tell me.
I think they need to explain to us what
from an unbiased point of view.
What's going on? Are they going to now? I don't want anybody to say it's a friendly match.
The stats.
That's not what I want to hear.
They have really played a good game. They have dominated in their games.
They have dominated in the first half.
In the first half,
because that's what they have been doing.
Yes, in the first half they have dominated. Okay, let's say they have dominated, because domination is domination. They have dominated. At least they have played a good possessive football. They have handled the ball. When you look at Liverpool, you are just seeing that sharpness for some period of time, but they look like a defensive team.
You will be sharp in the first, probably in the first half. You just play good. Football is 90 minutes. It's not 45 minutes. So you cannot just come outside from first half and you assume you have won the game. Then in the second half you start conceding goals. How can Leeds score you 4 goals in the second half? Then Monaco having to score about 2 goals in the second half. So that defense, that's to tell you that defense is not yet there. It's not yet there for you to be conceding 2 goals, 3 goals in the second half. That defense is not yet complete. You have to work on that defense, despite the fact that Arrojo did not play that much. And are you going to tell me if Arrojo had played, it would have been better? Because you had the Jacquet, you have a Munoz. Is it the Arrojo that will have made it better? So for me, I think they have a lot to do. Let's leave Liverpool aside. Let's move to Arsenal, who also lost.
The way you say let's leave Liverpool, let's go to their brother. That's what you would have told me. Let's go to their brother, to their nest of kin. Those guys this is their nest of kin.
They are the defending champions. Don't forget you are the defending champions. You cannot just come outside and lose 3-2 against Borussia Dortmund and you want to say it's a friendly match. It's not a friendly match for Borussia Dortmund also. Why you know?
Okay, all the people that lost their game, that thing they used to say is a friendly match. So all the people that are losing their game now,
friendly match, it now gives you the avenue to be losing your match.
Is that the avenue? No, it's a friendly match. So let them keep losing.
What of Manchester City that won their
game? Oh no, it's not a friendly match now.
Was that a league match or was it Champions League that they played? But they won their own 3.
You know what makes me laugh a lot of times when you see people saying it's a friendly match. You think that other people that are playing it are taking it as
they are so serious with the match.
Yes. Now the question is, friendlies, I said it earlier, I say it again, friendlies are what you used to weigh a team. Now, when you weigh a team with friendlies, you weigh players too with friendlies. Like you saw Bruno Fernandes and Yuri Tillemans, how both of them just had to ignite. Immediately they came back. It was a beautiful play that they had. Of course, Manchester United was not able to score the next goal that they tried. Immediately, PSG scored. Manchester United pressured PSG to the extent that Kvaratskhelia was going to run away for his life, because that's how you play. That's how you play friendlies. Okay, have you not seen someone sent off in a friendly?
Yeah.
Chelsea have committed a red card offense in a friendly.
It's supposed to be a friendly.
Is it not supposed to be a friendly? Why are they giving yellow card in a friendly?
It's just for
it's
me.
Football.
You are not yet prepared. You are not prepared for the season ahead. Real Madrid also played friendly. They won their own friendly.
Why
has Real Madrid played Aston Villa? They won 2 goals to 1.
Why are they winning?
It's supposed to be a friendly match.
The question is, why are they winning their friendlies? And other people are saying it's just friendly.
You cannot just take it and say it's just friendly.
People that are doing nest of kin in this Premier League, they should really know what because that's the question I used to ask. I know Arsenal is good. I know they have signed one of the best midfielders in the world. Bruno Guimaraes, one of the best midfielders in the world. Yeah. They have really, invested a lot in their team. They have reshuffled. I mean, Arsenal is actually an elite team. Of course, Manchester City is an elite team too, and we're seeing other teams rising. But you can't tell me it's just a friendly.
It's not just a friend. When you lose, just take it that you have lost. And the leagues is about 2 weeks to come, and you start, and you are going to go in with this mentality. What are you going to? How are you going to prove to your fans that you are going to win the league when you are losing friendly match to AS Monaco, you are losing friendly match to Leeds, and you are telling me that it's a friendly. It's not something that you should start the season with. We expect Chelsea also played AC Milan. Is that not a friendly, despite a cup was attached to it? They won 3 goals to nothing. AC Milan could not get 1 goal. They won. Is that not a friendly match? So if Chelsea could come outside and win, and you tell me it's a friendly, why are they now winning 3 goals to nothing? Why didn't they just maybe play 1-1 or even lose the match? So it just shows your own level of preparation.
What do you think about Ruben Amorim?
He's doing poorly. I don't know where you are going to start from, because this is the avenue. This is where you are supposed to start before you get into the league, before you get into the major competitions. This is where you are supposed to start, and you are losing. About how many friendlies have you played now? 3 or 4. You are losing all of them. The next one is against Manchester United.
Next one is against Manchester United.
He's having Manchester, and he's still going to play against. So if I don't know, Ruben Amorim.
I'm sorry for. Why I'm sorry for him is not because that he may not win Manchester United. It's just that what we are seeing in Manchester United.
From what you have,
once you score Manchester
what
United,
you have played so far, is it? Let's just look at the possibilities from what you have played so far. We have played so far. Chelsea won you 3 goals to nothing. You lost the other day, and you are coming to play Manchester United, who are not even looking likely to even lose that match.
Okay, wait. I think I have to really find out the day this game is. Okay, is it their last game? Because
it's going to be the last game.
The last game. So
we are getting to the
Manchester United is playing against AC Milan as the last game of the preseason when everybody will play. Oh, I'm sorry for Ruben Amorim.
In fact,
everybody will play.
Let him not get.
Mateus Cunha will play.
I'm just
Sheshko will play.
He should not lose that job so soon. He should not lose that job so soon, because this is similar. I don't think they will give you that leverage of allowing you to play for long.
AC Milan is not even the way they play their game. Like watching their game against Chelsea, I was not happy. Sincerely, with the team, they were not playing like people who had, intentions of winning something. I was not happy.
That's now, the familiarity with Amorim. It does not change pattern.
Rafael Leao.
It does not change pattern.
Rafael
Leao wants to leave this club. He wants to go. He already
because I don't even understand what he's doing.
He will not give you that 100% anymore. That's one thing with players. It's just like Alvarez now, who has said he will not even train with Atletico Madrid again. He does not want to train. So this person will not give you that 100%. You have to let some people just go. Or if you are going to keep him on the bench, if he's not within, if at the end of the day he does not go to Barcelona, you will know he will just sit down on the bench all through, because this person will not be willing to give you that 100%. So Ruben Amorim should be ready to change tactics. Alonso and Amorim plays the same tactics, but you saw that Alonso changed his own tactics. Yeah. So you are adamant on that your tactics, that this thing is what you are going to use, and if it's not favoring, are you not going to change? That's one of the things that kicked him out of Manchester United. Now you are an AC Milan, you are repeating the same thing. Probably if they kick you out, you will now find yourself in French League 3 or one league that you don't know. Then you have to go and start again. You coming from Sporting. Well, I hope he in fact he does something different this time around.
Well, it's a wonderful morning already, and this is where we're calling to wrap on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. Thank you very much for watching. It always has been a pleasure. I am Good Hope Chukuma, the Sports Oracle.
And I remain your humble host, worldwide, saying good morning and enjoy your weekdays. This is just Monday, and we have already kick-started the week, so just enjoy your week and have a lovely Monday. Bye-bye.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars, Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud, and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine, for in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic: cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge, not as isolated experts, but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort, but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I am Anthony Wike. Glad to have you join us. The headlines. Organized Labour demands 500,000 naira national monthly minimum wage. Northern community leaders in Anambra refute demolition and discrimination claims against Peterobi. Extradited Kinahan cartel leader appears in Dublin court on organized crime charges. Customs intercepts interdicted shipment of assembly rifles at Tinken Island port. Cameroon eliminates Nigerians Super Falcons in the Women's African Cup of Nations quarter-final.
Now the news in details. The Nigerian Labour Congress has reopened minimum wage talks with the federal government, demanding a 500,000 naira monthly pay floor during a workers' summit in Benin, Kebbi. Union leaders stated that the 70,000 naira wage is inadequate due to severe inflation and living costs. The Trade Union Congress and civil society partners supported the demand, warning that falling purchasing power threatens economic stability. Kebbi State Governor Nasser Idris promised to advocate for higher wages within the Nigerian Governors Forum to protect worker welfare. Labour has directed state councils to mobilize workers nationwide ahead of the formal negotiations with the Tripartite Committee on National Minimum Wage. President Bola Tinubu has called on religious leaders across Nigeria to intensify public advocacy against terrorism, kidnapping, banditry, and the exploitation of faith for violent ends. The President delivered the charge through the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, during the Grand Maulud Assembly of the Tijaniya Islamic Movement in Kano, Kano State. The President emphasized that no religious doctrine justifies the destruction of human life or the disruption of public order. He urged Islamic scholars and spiritual networks to expand peace education, guide youth away from radical ideologies, and champion social justice through community engagement. Addressing global security challenges, President Tinubu noted that rising regional instability underlines the necessity of proactive grassroots building. He stated that religious institutions possess the moral authority required to counter extremist narratives and foster civic responsibility among young citizens. The administration reaffirmed its commitment to collaborating with traditional and religious institutions to strengthen national security operations. Leaders of the northern and Hausa communities in Anambra State have refuted allegations that former Governor Peterobi ordered the demolition of a mosque or implemented discriminatory policies against non-indigents during his tenure. The community executives addressed newsmen at a press conference in Awka, describing the claims as political fabrications aimed at misinforming the public ahead of the 2027 presidential election. The Secretary of the Northern Community in Anambra and Delta States, Mahmood Ibrahim, clarified that the mosque in question was destroyed during sectarian clashes in February 2006, prior to Obi assuming office in March of that year. Ibrahim stated that the former governor subsequently visited displaced residents at the military barracks in Onitsha and provided financial support to rebuild the place of worship. The chairman of the Northern Community in Anambra State, Alhaji Gaidado Siddiqui, along with the traditional leader of the Hausa community in Awka, Alhaji Garba Haruna, confirmed that northern residents benefited from state programs, including free basic education, agricultural credit schemes, and state-sponsored Hajj pilgrimages. They added that the identification cards issued during that era were an internal community initiative rather than a state-mandated requirement. The leadership stated that non-indigents enjoyed peaceful coexistence and equal business opportunities throughout Obi's administration. The community executives pledged continued engagement with political stakeholders while urging political actors to refrain from using religious or ethnic fabrications for public campaign purposes. Adeniyi Adeyemi, self-proclaimed head of the unapproved Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, has refused to testify before a House panel without a public hearing, lawyers and media present. The parliamentary committee had planned a closed-door inquiry to investigate how the entity secured Abuja offices and a 1.32 billion naira budget allocation. Adeyemi's legal team and civil society groups filed petitions demanding an open hearing to ensure full administrative transparency. The House ad hoc panel adjourned to review the legal filings, promising to uncover how the fake entity breached statutory budget processes. The Osun State Governor, Senator Ademola Adeleke, has accused the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Mr. Adegboyega Oyitola, of attempting to undermine electoral integrity ahead of the upcoming Osun State governorship election. The accusation was issued through a statement by the governor's chief press secretary in Osogbo following public remarks made by the minister regarding opposition campaign plans. The state government characterized the minister's statements as an attempt to leverage federal influence to interfere with the democratic process in the state. The administration asserted that local electoral support remains firmly with the incumbent government due to ongoing infrastructure and socio-economic development projects across the state's 3 senatorial districts. In response, political representatives of the minister stated that the comments reflected standard political mobilization intended to prepare opposition structures for the upcoming poll. The opposition maintained that its campaign strategy complies with the statutory electoral guidelines and democratic practices. The Osun State government reiterated its call on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and security agencies to maintain neutrality throughout the electoral cycle. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has issued an open letter demanding that 19 presidential candidates, including President Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, and Peterobi, publicly declare their assets. SERAP requested full disclosure of personal wealth, corporate shares, and family property to ensure public integrity and prevent conflicts of interest. The organization also asked candidates to sign a binding pledge condemning vote buying and the misuse of state resources. Candidates were given 7 days to comply, with SERAP threatening legal action under the Freedom of Information Act upon non-compliance. German immigration authorities have deported over 137 Nigerian nationals in 5 separate chartered flight operations conducted between February and June this year. The enforcement actions were coordinated through joint European Union return frameworks operating out of major transit hubs in Germany to Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos. Diplomatic sources confirmed that the returnees included individuals whose asylum applications were formally rejected, persons with expired residence permits, and individuals subject to judicial deportation orders. The operations involved diplomatic processing and security escorts provided by European border management agencies. Human rights organizations and migration advocacy groups in Europe and Nigeria have raised concerns regarding the frequency of mass deportation flights. Advocates stated that several deportees had established long-term residency, employment, and family structures in Germany, calling for enhanced legal representation prior to final removal enforcement. The Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Nigerian Immigration Service received the returnees at the Lagos airport for civil documentation and reintegration processing. Nigerian authorities reiterated their commitment to ensuring that international return protocols strictly respect human dignity and consular rights. The Nigerian Immigration Service has deployed a special passport intervention team to the United Kingdom to resolve processing delays and clear application backlogs, ordered by Interior Minister Dr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo and led by CG Kemi Nandap. The team set up mobile centers in London and major UK cities. The task force is handling fresh passport requests, routine renewals and document corrections for Nigerian residents. Immigration authorities confirmed that the UK exercise serves as a model for similar interventions planned across other international locations. The federal government has launched a specialized security unit, the Coastal Highway Guards, to protect infrastructure along the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Works Minister David Umahi commissioned the initial 40-officer squad. Led by retired Major General Adekunle Shodunke, the unit will work alongside the police and military using patrol vehicles and surveillance gear. The guards are tasked with preventing vandalism, removing illegal structures and enforcing right-of-way regulations along the highway corridor. The Ministry of Works emphasized that dedicated security is critical to protecting national infrastructure, investments, and ensuring commuter safety. You're watching news around the globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Organized labor demands 500,000 naira national monthly minimum wage. Northern community leaders in Anambra refute demolition and discrimination claims against Peterobi. Coming up shortly. On the foreign scene, extradited Kinahan cartel leaders appears in Dublin court on organized crime charges. And on business, customs intercept interdicted shipment of assembly rifles at Tinken Island port.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Sokani County authorities lifted evacuation orders after 1,705 flighters successfully contained multiple wildfires in Washington state. The blazes destroyed over 900 homes and burned 10,000 acres, forcing nearly 64,000 residents to evacuate during the emergency. While major transit roads have reopened, assessment units remain deployed to clear hazardous debris and restore utilities. Officials confirmed 0 fatalities, while a 37-year-old local man remains in police custody, facing arson charges. Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim has been admitted to a Kuala Lumpur hospital for medical examinations and will remain under observation for 48 hours. Official press briefings confirmed the 79-year-old leader is stable and continuing administrative duties from his hospital suite. The Prime Minister has a medical history of spinal issues, though doctors gave him a clean bill of health earlier this year. Cabinet officials confirmed that deputy prime ministers will manage routine executive engagements during his brief stay. A Houthi drone and missile strike targeted military positions and port infrastructure in the Yemeni city of Mocha, leaving 7 dead and 30 injured. Yemeni air defense systems intercepted 11 incoming drones, though failing fragments and direct hits damaged port facilities and nearby homes. Houthi military spokesman claimed responsibility, stating the operation targeted military bases and weapons storage facilities. The Yemeni Ministry of Defense condemned the strike as an attack on civil infrastructure, prompting updated Red Sea navigation warnings. Alleged Irish crime boss Daniel Kinahan appeared before Dublin Special Criminal Court following his formal extradition from the United Arab Emirates. Kinahan was charged with directing a transnational criminal organization between 2015 and 2026 following an international law enforcement operation. Judges ordered Kinahan held without bail at Petlawase prison pending formal pre-trial legal motions. Irish law enforcement hailed the extradition as a major milestone in dismantling international drug trafficking networks. And on business, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has confirmed that a vandalized bridge section along the Lagos-Badagry Expressway at Vin Niger in Amuwo Odofin remains structurally safe following an engineering assessment. The governor conducted an on-site inspection alongside state structural engineers and transport infrastructure officials to evaluate damage caused by metal thieves. Engineers established that while unauthorized persons removed steel structural supports, expansion joints and protective railings, the core concrete load-bearing piers remain sound. Governor Sanwo-Olu announced a security crackdown targeting illicit scrap metal dealers, warning that individuals found purchasing stolen public infrastructure components will face prosecution as co-conspirators to economic sabotage. The state government directed security agencies to increase patrols along major highway bridges and transport corridors. The Lagos State Ministry of Transportation appealed to community leaders and residents to monitor public utilities within their neighborhoods and utilize state emergency hotlines to report unauthorized construction or salvage activities. Structural repair operations on the bridge are scheduled for completion within 14 days. The Nigeria Customs Service intercepted 399 assembled Joseph assault rifles and firearm components at the Tinkan Island port in Lagos. Customs CJ Adewale Adeniyi revealed that the weapons were hidden inside modified industrial machinery imported from Turkey. 3 clearing agents were arrested in connection with the shipment as investigators worked to identify the main corporate buyers. The seized weapons were transferred to the National Center for the Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons for forensic tracking. President Bola Tinubu confirmed that property owners affected by the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway service lanes will receive full government compensation. Lagos Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu announced that out of 147 impacted properties, only 5 will undergo full demolition following route adjustments. Valuation teams have finalized financial packages for land acquisition, business displacement, and structural alterations. The stakeholder meeting also marked the official start of repair works on the Eko Bridge, Marine Bridge and Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. And on to sports. Nigeria's Super Falcons were eliminated from the Women's Africa Cup of Nations after a 1-0 quarter-final loss to Cameroon in Casablanca. Cameroon's Miriam Wamen scored the match's only goal in the 19th minute with a long-range strike past Chiamaka Nnadozie. Despite intense second-half pressure from Nigeria's attack, Cameroon's defense held firm to secure the victory. The defeat ends Nigeria's title defense, while Cameroon advances to the semi-finals and qualifies for the 2027 Women's World Cup. And on to entertainment. Nollywood actor Yomi Fabiyi has urged the family of late actress Temitope Osoba to delay her funeral pending a formal police investigation and autopsy. Fabiyi stated that a post-mortem examination is necessary to confirm the exact cause of death and avoid potential body exhumations later. Conflicting reports surround her death, with her fiancé claiming she died at a police station, while others point to a medical emergency. The Nigerian police force confirmed receipt of petitions requesting an official inquiry into the circumstances of her passing. And now, to the end of the news, the main points again. Organized labor demands 500,000 naira national monthly minimum wage. Northern community leaders in Anambra refute demolition and discrimination claims against Peterobi. Extradited Kinahan cartel leader appears in Dublin court on organized crime charges. And that concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Anthony Wike. Good morning.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Hello everyone, we are here again. As we understand, it's the holiday season for school children. Now today we are asking a pertinent question. Should students be allowed to just enjoy the public holiday period, or should they be enrolled, into school skill acquisition classes or school holiday lessons organized by schools? We're asking teachers, parents, traders on what they think is the best fit for students during the holiday season.
The best thing I propose for them is that lesson is okay, because what they are teaching now is what they will meet in first term scheme of work, but the teaching will not take time. Their holidays lesson is just from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, so it takes them time to learn what they're supposed to meet the next term. It is good. After that 12 o'clock, they will go home and rest. It's okay.
I'm again, how's the can go? Can you see another one? You gotta go. Now steady. On a head chicken. I'm on our recording. Okay, Shibuna. Oh, my, now more like our finish and no other child, or one like a Ghana, gonna go school. Now I'm at the same time. I have been where is me? Where is me? Brainy, I'm a chocolate on now.
Just like the popular saying, An idle mind is a devil workshop. So I wouldn't want any child to stay at home. It's better you engage them, especially those that are working in a firm, like those that are working in a radio station or a teacher. It's better you engage your child so that the person will know whether I am to continue with what my parents are doing or I'm to choose my career.
Holiday for me, it is for them to rest, but at the same time, at least if they have other things, that can keep them busy, that will not much stress them on, or just like the time that they're studying. There's something that is going to be make them lesser stress. If they will be engaging in such a thing, it will be good.
I suggest we're not getting on holidays. Eje chọrọ ha obere ọrụ aka. Ụfọdụ bụ ndị na-amụ ịkwa akwa, ụfọdụ bụ ndị salon, ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke na-amụkwa ihe furniture, ụfọdụ na-amụ alụmako. Kama ịnọwa nkịtị onye ahụ chifo ọpụta nwee ihe ọ na-amụta ya wụọ nwee ka akwụkwọ si gụchaa akwụkwọ ịma na o nwegwa aka ọrụ karịa ịnọwa nkịtị n'ụlọ maka ọ nọrọ nkịtị ọ na-anyị nọ nkịta n'ahịa bifo ị naruo asị gị na ọkwụwa mmadụ isi ma onye asị gị na ya na-achọ ọkụkọ ya ma na ya na-achọ ewu ya mana onye ahụ pụtara anyị na-apụta ọpụta chi na-eji ọnata bifo ọ na-amụ ihe na-emenụ ọ na-aba na mkpụrụ ụra.
Holidays na-adịkwa ma in a way mana holidays time bụ oge ụmụaka ji enyere parents aka. Sometimes dịka anyị nwa nọ na shop o nwere onye nke gbagote tukwuru ọ bịakwa join na the business ka ọ fụkwa ebe esi eweta the ego eji akwụrụ ụgwọ school. Also holidays dịkwa mma oge ndị nwere chance ji eji amụ ọrụ mụtata ọrụ maka na ọrụ bụ knowledge ga-adị ya n'ime ọ gachagoro school ọ ga-enye dị ka ọrụ.
Everybody should enroll his or her child to skill, even if it's fashion, hairdressing, anything, but let it be skill. It mustn't be education all the time. Yes, education is very good. It's very good. Already they are into education, but they need skill because it pays now.
I want my children to go holidays for village, for my mother's house, is because let them know their village. There are peoples in the village because children were there for township supposed to know their village. They're supposed to know, no be only me born them. I get mama who born me before I born the children.
Vacation, long vacation. This is really enough time for them to have a rest and a review of actually what they have studied all these years. During our own time as a student, we close by 2 o'clock and we rush home to do other things. But these days, hardly do pupil or student close by 2 o'clock. You find out they close by 4 o'clock. Why? Some of them have lessons ongoing. This long vacation, it is a time that children need to rest, at least a little bit. It is true that hence all the schools, and mostly the private schools, clamor for private lessons during this holiday. It don't supposed to be so. It don't supposed to be so. Because what are they really teaching? Is it what they have taught them before now? Or are they teaching them what they had to know before? Are they teaching them different things from what the school curriculum contains? I don't really know. And this should also be the time that parents should relate more. Parents should look into the children and find out actually what is happening. Has this teacher been able to train my child in the way I want them to go? This is the time to even look at their spiritual life because things are happening these days. They call themselves Gen Zs. Gen Zs in what angle? Gen Zs into crime. Parents should not leave the training of their children only to the hand of their teachers. You don't know the character of the teacher. You don't know how the teacher was brought up.
If a vox pop proves anything, it only highlights that humans have varying opinions to different subjects of conversation. And as we've listened to parents, some have said, oh, they need to engage in holiday lessons so as not to forget what they've been taught. Some have said they need not engage in holiday lessons. Whatever the divide is, we understand one thing, that parents and guardians want what's best for children, be it to learn trade or to gain quality education. It's all in the best interest of their children and their wards. In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You are tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with love, delightfulness, and purpose. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy, I am Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I am Princess Ken Ochoma. It's a beautiful morning. It's a brand new week. You're welcome.
Good morning to you, our global audience, and thank you for joining us this morning. It's a bright new week. I am Uche Osai.
It's a wonderful morning, and we're all seated and suited, except Ochoma, who is not suited, but she is in her regalia. And I wanted to start with Ms. Tucci. Ms. Tucci, your weekend was amazing. I could see from your disposition this morning.
My disposition is always the same. I was in office here yesterday till that was around 6 in the evening before going home. So it's pretty the same. Okay,
pretty the same. And I'm sure Ochoma too, who has been on a Jollof event over the weekend, would still doubt the fact that we're having that she had a wonderful weekend, because she's about to say no, there was no good weekend for her, even though she could feel the heat of the moment. But she's all smiles. So how was your weekend?
The weekend was okay. It was fine. It was eventful. Had a lot of activities to get sorted, a lot of emotions to get sorted out, but It was a good week. It was a good weekend.
Yeah. I hope they will tell us what the emotions that they are sorting out is, but whichever way it is, we'll just be setting our stipends for Ashebi when the time comes.
I mean, this Ashebi thing has been on Mr. Che's mind, and I'm wondering who has that Ashebi,
he has been telling us that he still has one more event.
Yes, one more event.
That doesn't stop. He
has been saying that he has one more event.
That doesn't stop those who have not taken their first dance to.
While we are waiting for ourselves.
I mean, you don't need to.
I just remember because
gentlemen, don't let me expose you on national television. What I'm saying is that we are ready for the party when the time comes. So the Ashebi will be ready. Even if he gets to the range of what's that guy's name? Pella, right?
Pella. Yeah.
Jarvis and Pella.
Yeah.
Alan, it was up to 500 million.
Yeah.
For Ashebi?
500,000.
It was 250,000.
Okay.
For the trial. I don't know how much they sold for
this. Yeah, we could say where they should be. Yeah.
Give us the numbers. We'll start saving for it. But just give us.
all I can say, it is well.
It is well, yeah, it is well. And we're going over to the inspiration segment this morning here on Aneke TV, Sunrise, where we're bringing you what today should be for you in the side of motivation if you are out there and you're starting your day. And we have a beautiful quote from former president of Nigeria, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, who said, "Do not make enemies for yourself because of politics. Politics will come and go, but human relationships remain." He said, "Do not make enemies for yourself because of politics. Politics will really come and go. Then what will last is the human relationships." That's wonderful, wonderful to read this from the former president, who is said to already have a peace. One of the men you could say in Nigeria who when you talk about peace, you can relate it with him, who said that his ambition is not worth the blood of any Nigerian. And he had to stay with that statement. It was a difficult moment, but a man of his words and a man of that caliber has come out to motivate us today that it is all politics and it will come and go, but human relationships is what will last. So this morning, you know what it is, wherever you are, that politics, whatever you do, however you do it, it will come and go, but your relationship with your fellow, workers, your relationship with those who you stay around you, how you treat people would matter after politics.
This quote this morning is quite apt because one who has failed at a relationship has failed at one of the greatest, institutions of life. Politics is a phase. Human relationships, human friendships are institutions that will often stand the test of time. Now, some persons, delude themselves to thinking that politics is for life, and then they trample on relationships, they ruin people's integrity, they tarnish people's images just because they want to aspire or climb a certain political ladder. But this morning, the former president in his quote is reminding us that politics come and goes, but human relationship stands the test of time. Now, there's a flip side to this. One of the most, stable or politicians who have, stood test of time are persons who have valued relationships, persons who have valued human relationships over time. And then you see them excelling, not just in politics, but in every aspect of their lives. So as much as we aspire power, we desire authority, one of the fundamental greatest achievements of a human life is building, sustaining human relationships.
All right, yeah. On the grounds of sustaining human relationships, this quote this morning, like you rightly pointed out, is quite apt. And we are in that season again, and this coming at this time where we are told, do not make enemies for yourself because of politics. Politics will come and go, but human relationships will remain. Credited to the former President Goodluck Jonathan, even though I'm not excited that he's not come out to publicly make comments on the manner his name is being used going to 2027 election. We don't know if he's running or not, but on the ground of the quote, this is quite interesting and timely as we begin the process of campaigning and working towards re-electing our leaders in 2027. We are being reminded that after the election, the relationships will continue. And let me tell you one thing: at the top, there's no enmity. These politicians are not enemies to each other. At the top, they are all friends. You see them, they meet in occasions. You see them give each other a bear hug. You see them shake hands. You see them interact. Let me tell you, between the obedience and the APC members or the Emilokon movement in 2023, there are people who have refused to, shake hands, fraternize, become friends again as a result of the 2023. But you saw Mr. President and peterobi, you saw them shaking hands in Rome. You saw them having a little chit-chat in Rome. That's how it is at the, at the top. There's no enemy. There's no permanent enemy. At the top is all friendship, yes. And we should imbibe similar culture, similar attitude. Yes, while we go to elect the people we want, afterwards, it doesn't mean that we hate the other party. No, but life continues after that. That's what we're being reminded. And in that line, remember, the same man, Goodluck Jonathan, did tell us that his ambition is not worth the blood of any Nigerian. And on that note, we should equally remind our politicians, remind supporters that it's not worth the blood of any individual. And beyond that, the relationship would live beyond the politics of 2027 as well.
All right, we go on a short break. When we return, we bring you the weather updates. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today.
Welcome back. Now we take a look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today, from the Daily Sun, Daily Trust, Vanguard, The Nation, and The Guardian. Now we take a look at the Daily Sun headline, which says 2027 European Union rejects observer role. Now on the Guardian headline, we have insecurity, low return on investments drag 18 states from digital access connectivity. Now on the Daily Trust, we have 187,000 naira, 187,200 to 3.25 million naira, military's new pay scale. Now on the Punch, we have Presidency Atiku in fresh war of words over killings. Presidency Atiku in fresh war of words over killings.
And joining us with deeper insight and analysis on these news issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Emeka Udom. Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How was your weekend, and did anything change in the way Nigeria is treating you?
Well, I'm somebody, like I always say, I look forward to new things every day, and I'm never ever disappointed as long as God lives.
You embrace the realities on ground and move on.
Yes, and do hope that every new day is a new chapter and new hope, new expectations, and new blessings as well from the Almighty. So even if every other person fails, God will not fail.
All right, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise, and we look forward to the deep analysis that will follow suit.
Thank you so much, as always.
All right, on the Daily Sun, we have 2027 European Union rejects observer role. The European Union has reportedly declined to deploy a formal election observation mission for Nigeria's 2027 general elections, citing concerns over stagnant reforms struck by the European Extension Action Service. This choice marks a sharp departure from the expansive 2023 deployment and has triggered intense debate between advocates for international transparency and insiders prioritizing national sovereignty. Without the European Union presence, the responsibility for maintaining electoral credibility shifts heavily onto domestic watchdogs and the Independent National Electoral Commission.
Yeah, this is for me, this, as long as I'm concerned, this is a very worrisome development. And yes, somebody somewhere may say, what is our own? Whether they observe our election, they don't observe our election. Whether they monitor, they don't monitor. It doesn't, make the election. After all, do we also monitor theirs? These are some of the arguments I've heard, people make. But we forget the fact that Nigeria is a developing country, and as a developing country, we can only help ourselves by learning from those who have, gone through the track that we are attempting to track now, to go through now. That is not to say we must, accept everything hook, line, and sinker, because democracy on itself is one that the principles are there. So all you now have to do is to develop an application that is suitable to your own ecosystem. But be that as it may, let's also remember that a lot of these international organizations, they are classified as development partners, and there's a reason why they are called development partners. They assist, they assist you along the line of development, not just in terms of advice and in terms of technical expertise. Many times they also, provide their resources, their money, and so when an international partner, a development partner like the European Union, European Union is huge. I must tell you, they are quite huge. So when they say we are not coming to monitor elections, I think that it's not one that we should just bluff over it and said okay. I believe that the authorities must engage with them more to know, because some of them, I tried to read in that story, and some of the issues there, each time they come here, every election cycle they come here, they monitor the elections, observe our elections, and they don't just leave. They leave behind series of recommendations. Remember, most times they always address a press conference at the end of the exercise, and they offer an advice, make some recommendations. It is only expected that some of these advice that they offer, we'll look into it, know what we can do with it, and wherever places that we can make, make reforms, implement them Let that be reformed so that the elections can get better by every cycle. It's not every cycle they come here, they meet the same thing. It's like it's a cyclical movement. Nothing improves. Nothing, whether you don't know whether you're going forward or you're going backwards. In 2023, these guys were here, you know, and our INEC at that time made a lot of promises. So they even went to Chatham House. The INEC chairman went to Chatham House, made all kinds of promises and things like that. Now the question is, after that, during the election, I'm not sure many of us saw a lot of those, you know, promises that were made being implemented. And after the election, what happened? Well, we came up to say there was what have you done? You know, so these are some of the things that sometimes maybe they look at the whole thing and say, look, there's really no need of, you know, going there to waste our time and things like that. But ultimately, I expect the government, I expect the INEC, the civil society, let them engage them more and possibly woo them back. Let them come here. And when they sometimes when they also observe these elections, there are reports. You know, if they give election a pass mark, is a good one. Is a certificate of credibility. And so I don't think, you know, this is a good development. I think we should go beyond this point and find out why. Of course, I don't even want to talk about insecurity because we can say, okay, well, insecurity is something that most people cannot help for now. The truth of the matter is that even if your house has been reputed to, you know, most people that come there, they get beaten by a snake, right? So you can fumigate your house 10 times a day. You can bring those who charm snake or whatever anti-measures you think you can put in your house to convince people that look, snake don't bite any longer. In fact, you won't even see snake anymore. But for somebody who has already developed that mindset that look, who has a phobia he may decide not to come. So there's nothing you can preach except if he sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people come and nothing happens, then his confidence will be better. So that's why I don't want to talk about insecurity. Maybe these guys think when they come here. So I remember when they come, they're not just going to remain in Nigeria, in Abuja or in Lagos. You understand? They are going to go to the hinterlands and observe how the elections are also, you know, conducted at the hinterlands. And most of these insecurity cases we are talking about, many of them will take place in outside of the federal capital. So let's leave that. But there are ones that we must be far more concerned about. You know, issues of what have you done to improve our elections over the years. That is the issue. The monies that some of these people give to us, are we justifying them? These are some of the issues.
Okay, Mr. Meka, I think you just x-rayed the whole issue. But one of the issues they pointed out was the way they were treated when they presented the, you know, reforms, you know, the conclusion of what they observed, what they had to observe from the election, the protests that erupted within the, you know, European Union Observation House. That was one of the reasons that they cited, apart from insecurity. You
no, who the protests? Who protested? Who treated them? When you say within the European, were there fellow Europeans that treated them or protested?
No, from what they were talking about.
No, I think there was, there was after the 2023 election, there was a protest before the observations.
I understand.
Office in Abuja. Where some people were talking about interference.
I live in Nigeria. I was an observer in the 2023 general elections. I monitored the election right here in Enugu here. I did, and I was, of course, as a member of Public Affairs, Guild of Public Affairs Advocates of Nigeria, and as a journalist, I monitor. In fact, I've been monitoring elections since 2007. Now, what I'm trying to say now is this. This is a very important point, right? That is why we need to be very careful in this country. When we don't just ask international partners, please beckon on them, come and assist us, because when we say assist, what are we looking at? Their money. It's not just their money. When they give you the money, they come here, and at the end of the day, they are going to leave behind an advice or recommendations. How you receive those recommendations, how you appreciate it, the only way you can prove to them that, look, that you appreciate their coming, appreciate their input, appreciate their assistance, is to look at some of the recommendations they have given to you, to evaluate them, to know whether there's any one of them you can implement. And even if there's anything you don't agree there or you don't understand, you engage them again to say, look, we have seen your recommendation, and there are 1 or 2 things that you said we should do here. But you see, we feel that you didn't quite understand, our own system, and that's why I have made this recommendation. Or what do you mean here? Can you please explain? And that is how societies grow. Let me tell you the danger of what we are dealing with now. Like I said, the European Union is a very huge development partner. Watch out. Who knows? Because these international guys, they also have a network. We have the National Democratic Institute in America, who also, come here to monitor and observe elections. You have the various other agencies. I don't even want to talk about the African one, because the African one, even if everybody, you know the way we do it in Africa. Africans sometimes with our own agencies here, we are never honest to ourselves. Even when you see a man who is almost 100 years contest election and is being assisted to walk to go and vote, not on account of any major illness, but on account of old age, and it's so obvious that this man, the best advice you can give to him is to say, Baba, please step down and let younger ones. The African leaders in Africa will support him, right? And once they support him, the various unions there will also come here and tell you that no matter how the election was rigged, they'll come and say it was a fair election. This is what they do to themselves in Africa. So, but these other guys outside of Africa, let's not stand the risk of, from now to election, hearing that many of them are saying that they won't come. That won't be good for us.
Well, what I would like to say is, now we've learned that the EU isn't coming to observe. I mean, according to what they said, there will be no long-term observers deployed to states, no short-term observers on the election day, and no chief observer. I think this is the time that INEC decides to sit up, because we've had so many incidents where Nigerians have referred to the EU body to come and interfere or to come and mediate in situations. INEC needs to get their acts together, because the supposed reliance they had on the supreme body has been withdrawn, and these getting of their acts together needs to start from the off-cycle election that is to hold in Osun State on Saturday, and this would further help put their names back into the good graces, in quotes, of the EU body, because they also cited insecurity as one of the reasons, and then of course the irregularities with all the elections as to what is the new development you've had, what adjustments have you made in your elections that you want us to come and observing. So if INEC and the electorate, not just the INEC as it stands, both the voters and persons to be voted for need to get their acts together. So when the next election comes and there is need for a foreign body observer, then we can present our cases. Oh, this is how we've modernized. These are the adjustments and improvements we've made in our elections. Then we can have a conversation.
All right. Let me just quickly chip in something. I don't know if you've taken note that during our elections, once the campaign starts, the insecurity in Nigeria seems to take back burner. There seems to be a reduction on the scale of insecurity in Nigeria.
So that the politicians can go and campaign.
Move about another. I don't know if any other person has observed that. I just needed to put that on front burner as we talk about this issue, because the EU quite obviously cited security concerns, and these things are not far-fetched. We are Nigerians who know the situation. I bet the fact that we cannot move about freely, and I keep speaking to the fact that most Nigerians now, before they embark on, let's say, 4 hours journey, they go to church and then get anointed and then fast for 3 days before embarking on such journeys. I bet the fact we're expecting foreigners to come and come into the difficult terrains, security-wise. However, I am as well somehow not, unhappy with the fact that they've not said they are withdrawing the little donations they make towards seeing that to help the electoral process in Nigeria. But the obvious fact remains that for us, we must take cognizance of where things started going wrong. When we track back to the 2023 election, and I'm happy and I keep waiting and citing your research and pray that comes out quickly before 2027 election. The rhetorics to 2027 election, I don't think we've had it so bad compared to any other time in our electioneering processes since 1999. We know there were moments when there were violence, where people, they go carry ballot boxes, they kill people and all that. One may say that in 2023 there were no politically motivated assassination, but the rhetoric towards 2023 election was so intense. You remember the issue about money bags. Observers were threatened that whoever comes and then would go back in body bag, So when you look at the rhetoric building up to that,
I think that was 2015 or thereabouts.
Repeated in 2023 as well by Erufai. Go back and check by Erufai about speaking to interferences and rhetoric to that election. So you see, these international observers, they continue to, when you think they are not taking record, they take record. They have records of all these happenings, and in lieu to that effect, you wouldn't expect them not to show concern. More or less, like you rightly pointed out, their observations, have we dealt with them? The things they pointed out, the flaws in our electoral system, has they been dealt with? A number of times for us, we want the international observers as a way of giving credibility stamp to the abnormalities the charades will carry out during election process, to say that we've had a free, fair and credible election, for them to rubber stamp whatever we've done. And when they don't give you that, then we begin to, resort into name callings and then some other threats, to let people discourage their credibility. You remember in this nation, Jimmy Carter once came to observe election, and after his observation and recommendation, he said he's not stepping foot into Nigeria again. When you look at what he said, have we made corrections in that regard? Over time, we'll continue to do whatever is necessary to see that we sustain ourselves in power. I don't know if you've seen the video making round. You will see where they, in an African setting, where they are citing Nigerian situation, as a terrible scene or terrible case of where you have a lack of free, fair and credible election. And we are soon doing the same process. Can we say that an outcome from a process that is not free, fair and credible will bring a positive outcome? Mr. Wikodom, I'm at loss at what's happening. But so far, I'm somehow, not alarmed, because the EU are now still saying that they will have, they will scale down the number of observers they will leave in Nigeria. But if things could go worse than this, you don't know what other observers would say if they are staying off, like you rightly pointed out. It will be a very terrible situation, because we are in a moment where there is no lack of faith and trust in institutions in Nigeria. And if you go back to the report they sent, you will see that they cited the administrative weakness,
of course,
leading to the weak elections that we have. Why they didn't come out publicly to say that what we had was a charity? There were no better ways. They were charitable in outlining areas where we needed to modernize in our processes and our election. And it's quite unfortunate if INEC as a body doesn't take note of these things and ensure, beyond collecting the stipends they give us to help the process, and not implement the recommendation, it becomes quite bad.
Yeah, but I will also add, quite apt, you just captured this very apt. And there are two things there which I want to emphasize is that, number one, you see, this whole idea of when a critic is presented, we seem to embrace and accept the side that favors us, or whenever it favors us. And the moment the same critic tries to bring to the fore to say, look, we need to do better in so and so areas, we become hostile to it. I don't think it helps matters, and our leaders should take note. Then secondly is that a lot of times I sympathize with INEC, and which I've also always tried to emphasize. Let nobody be fooled by the I that is in the acronym independence. How independent really is the Independent National Electoral Commission? It's the question to ask. How independent is really? Because see, I keep making reference to the Uwais panel that former President Yaradua of Blessed Memory set up. That panel was a child of necessity, because after the 2007 general elections, which many people in Nigeria cried out, including international observers, that look, something is wrong with this election, and President Yaradua, upon assumption of office, set up that panel headed by former Supreme Court Judge Mohammed Owais, and they came up with very serious recommendations. It was the same recommendations that Jega, who himself was an ANEC chairman, recommended and asked this current 10th National Assembly at the workshop, at the pre-inauguration workshop they had in Akwa Ibom, say, please look into the Electoral Act. Let this man's recommendations be like a reference point to you. Now the question is, for you to have, I sympathize with INEC, for you to have the kind of INEC that we all look for, perhaps we need to ask, what is the level of sincerity, honesty, and interest of the political leadership in the land to ensure that our electoral system is made better? That is a question that we need to ask. We need to answer. Until we answer that question, we will continue to belabor and be calling on INEC. But in reality, can they really go beyond the limit that is drawn for them? That is the question.
All right. In lieu of that, we call on all stakeholders, security agencies, INEC, to ensure that the process that leads to these elections are free, fair, and credible, such that even international observers would want to give credence to the process. And above that, we call on the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to continue to work hard and ensure that there is security in Nigeria.
We now move to the next story on the Punch newspaper. The Punch headline reads, Presidency Atiku in fresh war of words over killings. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar criticized President Bola Tinubu's administration, condemning a reported 5,091 violent deaths over a 3-month period as a failure of governance driven by fiscal indiscipline. In response, the president dismissed these remarks as the politics of despair, in quote, noting that security forces had neutralized over 13,000 terrorists and rescued more than 10,000 citizens in the same window. This sharp disagreement underscores intense political polarization surrounding national security performance, resource management, and operational transparency.
Well, I don't really think that matters of this nature should actually become a controversial issue. If not, that sometimes the same issue we're talking about, people not being very receptive, to criticism. Under normal circumstances, when we say the government should improve on its profile or on its record, we are not saying that the government has completely done nothing. I don't think anybody will be fair enough, to come and say, I don't think anybody will be that disingenuous to come and say the government hasn't done anything, right? But all we're saying is that, look, this is where we're heading to. Do everything possible to get there. And Atiku Abubakar is an opposition party member, and so when he says, when he flares the government and says, look, so number of people, to have been killed through these circumstances, extrajudicial means, and not in the sense of being now killed by a security agent, but by non-state actors and things like that, through violence, and that the government needs to do better. See, the truth is that even if you are, yes, the government of the day has a responsibility to reply to these criticisms, but it shouldn't be all. There are ones you should allow to pass. It's not everything you reply. You understand? So, because that is really what we wish. What Atiku Abubakar said is what everybody wish. Even Mr. President himself, the people in his party, even the people in his household, everybody will wish that we come to that point where we won't even be counting these figures any longer. So it's not. I don't think it should be a matter of bantering words. That's very unnecessary. The truth of the matter is that government should please work harder. The security agencies should work harder. They are trying. Whatever thing they are doing now, I believe that if extra effort, like for instance the security agencies, if probably more political will is dispensed to them, more resources dispensed, more motivation, everything that they need now to work, if more of it is provided, I believe that we have not exhausted their installed capacity, to hit the mark. I believe they can still do it. So that is where we are. So when we say, look, maybe in the last 3 months 1,000 people have been killed through violence, and then we say no, this is not a good record today. I don't think it's something we should come and start defending. So okay, we'll try and do better. It's as simple as that.
Well, we have seen this, happening where the opposition, they had to lash on the current, government about certain figures, certain research that was published about certain issues regarding, the government policies, and also we are now seeing it happening in this particular, recent, research that was published by the SPM, Research Institute. It's really what we see when oppositions, attack the current government. We see this happening over time. But from my own end, I would also state categorically that while we are still dealing with, seeing the wrongs, we can also see the rights too. I mean, it could not be in the place of the opposition to see the rights, because that's part of the way they create their own, campaign. That's the part of the way they are there to criticize the government and make sure and ensure that the government plays their role properly. But it is also pertinent to understand that they have to see from the light that this is what we're having from the reports. Not citing anybody generally, but the reports are there and it is verified. So if it is verified, then
yes, I agree with you that certainly opposition, I mean, when the government has done well, you must recognize and applaud them when they have done well, and when they have not done well, you must also say so. But again, also, it's not everything opposition says that you must reply, because if you do that, what the government or opposition will enter into is a matter of fire and defense, and at the end of the day, everything will now be sacrificed on the altar of politics.
And to add to that, I feel like sometimes this, I hope that genuinely when this opposition speak, they're speaking from a place of concern for the system and not in a bid to antagonize the ruling party in all that they're doing, which is often what we see sometimes. So as much as, like you've mentioned, the ruling or the sitting power or the sitting government should take critics as they come and make adjustment, they should also know how to filter, to know when it's coming from whether it's coming from a place of concern or just an attack on its governance. And then, because it puts in perspective what the opposition would, it begs the question, what would the opposition do different if they were in that position? Is their complaints stemming from, oh, I wish I was there to have done differently, or I just want you to go out so I can come in and do, something different?
One of the problems we have is that that's the reality. This government that is in power now, the current APC government, when they were in opposition, they criticize so much that they built up a whole lot of hope and expectation on the people. Now they are in government, they are not matching up with the promises that they made. And so some of those things they said are now turning around. People are now using it, to lash back at them. And of course, like some people have said, in this part of the world, we are not very receptive to opposition here. That's it.
Anyway, the point remains that he who must give criticism must be able to accept criticism as well.
Exactly.
Yes, like you rightly pointed out, the APC offered Nigerians a glimpse of what opposition should be. They kept the government at the time on their toes, and they should be able to equally, take the same measure that they dished out. However, my question remains, while one understands that security is a general concern for everyone and all hands should be on deck, I would ask the former vice president, I beg the fact that he pointed out, to what data states, 5,091 persons, killed, speaking to the death tolls. But the question remains that I would ask him, because I see what we experience has been as a result of cumulative negligence of governments over time. What did the administration he served in, what did they do differently to stem the tide, to ensure that we wouldn't degenerate to this very stage situation that we are in Nigeria? Reports are available show that the government he served in, they were well informed about the building processes and the activities of then Boko Haram, but which they somehow ignored and thinking it will fizzle away. But having stated that, the point remains that yes, even every government in place should be able to accept criticism and realize that the buck stops on their table. That does not mean that we do not accept or give credence to what has been stated, what the government is doing, the government efforts. Yes, the data available shows us that over 13 to 20,000 terrorists has been decimated, and we know the other day that about 308 persons were rescued from Niger State, and then a number of over up to 10,000 and above persons has been rescued through the efforts of security agencies and intelligence network. But they should realize that at the end of the day, that the life of every Nigerian is quite important. We shouldn't even make noise or talk when a life of a Nigerian is at stake. So, but
there's something that we need to point out there, because let's also, because it's in the records. Yes, I of course I hold no brief, for Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. I'm an independent man. I'm a public affairs analyst, and I'm a journalist and a social person. The thing is this: you cannot compare when Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, the regime he served as vice president, which is Chief Olusegun Obasanjo's regime. The security situation and that and now are not on the same platform. That's number one. Number two, if you recall, sometime in 1999, soon after Chief Obasanjo became president, the issue of banditry, came up in the northeast, some parts of northeast and northwest. Obasanjo rose very squarely and dealt with it, because I remember very well that as a youth corps member in Katsina, then I served with the 35 motorized infantry battalion, Nasita Barracks in Katsina. We were very close to the commander then in Katsina, or then the operation. It was called Operation Zaman Lafayette. They were the ones in charge, and all over almost all the states, along the borderline. Obasanjo rose very squarely, dealt with it, and within a very short time, that issue of banditry was completely quelled. So and people have said it. We just have to give credence to whom credence is due to. I tell you that since 1999, I don't think we have enjoyed the kind of peace that we enjoyed during Obasanjo period. Then people could travel to any part of Nigeria. I had to. I went to several places at night journeys. So maybe that is it.
Considering to what the fact you're raising up, that the government he served in Nigeria was relatively peaceful. But while I appreciate the fact that you were around the security networks, there are other intelligence reports that have indicted the situation we are suffering today as cumulative negligence of government. While I'm not at liberty to reveal a lot of things to that effect, one understands, yes, banditry and cattle rustling in Nigeria was dealt with in 1999. We could travel peacefully, but what the point remains that the security situation that we are seeing today didn't get to this climax as at this day. There were cumulative negligence from the past. There were things that needed to have been dealt with, which the government assumed wouldn't skyrocket us, snowball into this level of insecurity in Nigeria. And I am on record asking the former vice president his input, because he sat in some security meetings. What was his input to ensure that those things were nipped at the bud? Mr. Emeka, I agree that government was quite decisive. There were a lot of things they did, even security situations, ones that have gotten to a level where we want to report that administration to the humanitarian agencies to answer some questions, especially when you look at issues in OD and the likes of it. But the point remains that this situation did not just get to this point, in one night. However, the point remains.
What we expect government to do,
Mr. Meka.
Yeah, see, I know. Let me make this point. What we expect government to do. No society is entirely crime free all over the world.
Granted.
But see, what we expect government to do is, yes, I agree with you that some of the things that happen in Nigeria now is as a result of cumulative failure of governance over time. That is very clear. But when you talk about governance, you begin to dissect them to know what aspects of governance are those things. Like if you talk about a total neglect, because for instance, security has been if you look at security from the humanity perspective, you know that it includes even social welfare, right? which is the major determinant factor there. And over time, most governments have completely failed in this aspect, and this aspect has ended up, propelling a lot of insecurity in Nigeria. Yes, if you look at it from that perspective, we are not going at that. And if you look at that, it doesn't even stop in 1999. But what we are saying is, a government that has a political will to deal with some of these physical security issues when they arise over time. That is just where I limit it. Of course, I don't think we are here to exonerate any Nigerian leader. We have all expressed disappointment in many of them, and as a result, this is where our society, is today.
All right. So on that note, we'll call on the government to stand up, accept criticism that every government in the nation or in the world, it is their responsibility to secure the life and property of their citizens. At the end of the day, the buck stops on their table. It doesn't matter if it started in their time. It is their responsibility to stay the tide.
We take a short break. When we return, we bring you more updates. Stay with us.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome back. Now let's take a look at the story on the Vanguard headline, which says only 6 banks pay 1.27 trillion naira dividend despite huge profits. For the 2025 financial year, only 6 major listed banks in Nigeria distributed a combined 1.27 trillion naira in dividends to shareholders. Concurrently, 5 other profitable lenders were restricted from making payouts due to stringent capital retention policies and prudential requirements enforced by the Central Bank of Nigeria. This strict regulatory approach aims to safeguard balance sheets and ensure long-term sector stability over immediate shareholder gratification.
Yes, I must give it to Cardoso. Mr. Cardoso is doing a lot of things to stabilize the fiscal, part of our economy, and the monetary part of our economy, and so he's doing a good job. However, one thing that's very important here is that if you're encouraging people to, invest by, buy shares in banks and make long-term investments, you should also, not, stifle the process of allowing them to receive their dividends, because the truth is that over time, when a bank puts its audited report, and assuming you are a shareholder in that bank, you see the audited report of the bank, and the bank says that, look, this is how much profit we made this year. Naturally, you'll be expecting a lot of dividend to be paid. And so if somewhere along the line of finally no dividend comes to you, I don't think we'll be encouraged to go and buy any share anywhere else again. So we should also bear in mind, the people who own these banks. That's in terms of the ordinary shareholders. So all the policies and factor them into consideration.
Yeah, very well said. But we need to point out that even the banks that were unable to pay out dividends isn't because they are not doing well, but I think there were a lot of exposure to non-performing loans, that the Apex body wanted cleared off instead of going to pay dividends and all that. So, like you rightly pointed out, I think one thing that this administration under the central bank under Cardoso has done very well is in terms of the monetary management aspect, and then one must give kudos to the managers of the Nigerian Stock Exchange as well. We'll see that with the recapitalization, Nigerian banks are becoming quite stronger than they used to be, and we expect that most of the banks, yes, while we encourage everyone to do get their fundamentals right, pay dividends as at when due to customers who have bought into these companies. But it's quite important that we see that these banks are very healthy moving forward, not to continue to cook the books, and not recognize these very factors that pull financial institutions down. So to that, I give them kudos, for the strength of the Nigerian banking sector. We saw the amount that was paid out as dividend, and some banks paid up to above 12 naira per share, and it's quite encouraging to see that coming from the financial institutions.
Exactly.
It used to be the consumer goods sectors that like the
fast food
like Nestles and
yes.
the likes of the Guinness, and then you talk about the oil majors who are able to pay, and MTN and the likes who are able to pay higher dividends. But we are seeing the banking sector coming up as well.
All right, moving on to the next story on the Daily Trust. This is another trending story. This says ADC lawyers fault ICPC report on Phantom Council. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, and other critics have rejected the ICPC interim report on the fake Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council as inadequate damage control. The opposition highlighted that the report failed to explain how a supposedly fictitious body secured Federal Secretariat office space, deployed civil servants, and obtained 1.3 billion naira budget without high-level complicity. They argue that the circumstances surrounding the alleged fake agency raise questions beyond simple administrative negligence, saying the ability of the organization to secure government facilities and personnel suggested that more people ought to be investigated, and they are demanding a comprehensive, independent investigation rather than limiting accountability to the prosecution of a single suspect.
I really don't know how, sometimes I wonder, I don't know how the administration wants to convince, Nigerians. I know that a lot of people don't think the way I do. Maybe it's only me that is thinking this way. But the truth of the matter is that if you ask me, even the ICPC reports, if for anything, it has only reinforced my hypothetical belief that this case is not ordinary. It's not just an ordinary case, and it's not just a case of administrative negligence. The report of the ICPC has gone a long way for me to prove the fact that a lot of cover-up is being done. That is what this report has succeeded in doing, as long as I'm concerned, the way I see it. I don't know how this administration, plans to convince Nigerians that this case, that Mr. Adeyemi acted alone. I don't know how they intend to convince Nigerians on that issue, that Mr. Adeyemi, the so-called Adeyemi man, acted alone. You see, because the government must accept, and these are the things we are talking about. The government must be very, matured, bold, and honest enough to come clean to say, look, a lot of things went wrong here, and we are prepared to, penalize everyone whose hand is in this case. Because as far as I'm concerned, this is a network syndicate. You cannot tell me, was it Mr. Adeyemi that put the budget in the proposal in the budget? Does Mr. Adeyemi sit in council? The budget itself that went to National Assembly, which copy? Where did he emanate from? Whose document is that in? That thing called budget proposal. Who is the owner of the document?
Mr. Wike, I can understand you. I can understand your anger.
You see, when people come, it's not really an anger. It's not really an anger. But thank God that the truth of the matter is that the university, I'm sure a lot of people have had access to university education in Nigeria. So there's really, little you can come and, in quote, boo-boo the people.
All right.
That's it. To say, I think that they should stop, all this, for me, all this cock and bull story. And if they're not interested in telling us what happened, let's take it as a usual Nigerian, story.
Let's equally point out the fact that Adeyemi continues to insist on speaking publicly and before his lawyer. I understand that the House of Rep are still wanting to interrogate him on the issue, and all agencies, the least government could do is to offer that man a fair hearing.
How can they be wanting to? That is the National Assembly. Can they order that he should be presented?
In all, they should, at the end of the day, like we always say, he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. Let it not be seen that the man is intimidated to accept, to become the fall guy for this whole sorry situation.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we bring you more updates. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world. Welcome back now on the trending stories. We have lack of electricity makes the population double in Nigeria by Fayose. On Friday, August 7th, 2026, Rural Electrification Agency Chairman Ayodele Fayose, speaking after assuming new office, controversially claimed that Nigeria's lack of electricity drives population growth by forcing rural residents into early bedtimes and increased intimacy.
All right, before we have this conversation, before we go into the conversation proper, let's listen to the man himself, Fayose.
Don't address this issue of electricity. The people at that level have no alternative attraction. Nothing else matters to them. After 7 o'clock, it gets dark, everybody is engaging their wives. And the population simply becomes double. The simple problem is because there's lack of electricity. People go to bed early. Their mind is simply prepared that, well, if this is the only available recreation, let me remain here. But when we address this electricity, there will be a nightlife. There will be recreation outside your wife.
Mr. Let's talk about this issue, really. The relationship between lack of electricity and the population overshooting. And then, are we really blaming the masses for, doing their legitimate duties? Or should we rather blame the satellite on the failures of government to provide electricity for the people?
Our dear former governor had just been appointed as the chairman of Rural Electrification Agency. So, I guess he's probably meeting the press or holding an official meeting for the first time. So definitely he must have something to say. But beyond all that, on a lighter note, the truth is that the issue of population in Nigeria is a concern. We must not lose track of that. I mean, lately there was an agent, there's an organization that was that came up with a report. We find out that the population is growing, but the economy is not moving at a proportionate level, right? And you begin to ask, all the children that are being born now, as much as we appreciate and look forward to, expansion, that is the desire of man, but adequate plans has to be made. Because if you move at the rate of 10 million children without corresponding economy expanding to accommodate them, somebody says if you have 10 million children, you have zero job creation. Where are these children going to work? Another person said perhaps in Sambisa forest. The truth is that Nigeria must take very seriously, issues of population control. We must. I understand that it's a very sensitive thing in this part of the world, you know. But coming to their former governor, well, now that he knows that when the light is off, but the former governor should realize that, you know, that, whether there's light or there's no light, that a man will always get close to his wife. That's the ultimate purpose, you know. But now that he knows that there's no light in Nigeria, let him please, and he has been saddled the responsibility of ensuring that different villages in Nigeria, you know, get hooked up to the national grid. Let him please try and ensure that, you know, he makes a great impact within the period that he's going to be in charge.
Well, for me, I would say conversations like this or statements like this are one of the things that make outsiders not often take Nigeria serious. Because how can you come out, you know, as part of your welcome speech telling us on national television that the reason why we don't have adequate light is because the population of the country is growing? I mean, it doesn't make sense. It really does not make sense. But regardless,
no, I don't think that was exactly what he was talked about. He said that the consequences of lack of electricity is contributing to the growth in population. And how he tried to justify it by saying that, assuming now, this is an example, I'm just giving an example, you know, assuming now Good Hope has paid the dowry of
Choma, Princess Ochoma,
that the moment light goes off, that Good Hope will now, even if it's 7 o'clock, that Good Hope will now grab his wife,
one can agree. One
can agree to his logic. You understand? One can agree to his logic. People want to go to bed immediately. There is no light, you know, and when you check the cost of running a generator, you just realize out. You understand? So it could be because he has called for more research. He has called for more research. But the angle I'm coming from is this: while he was speaking, he makes it look as if it is the fault of those who are the lower part of the ladder in Nigeria, who are seeing children, you know, giving birth to children who take advantage of the darkness to go to bed. But a lot of our politicians have multiple children. Many of them don't even know where they've had children. They must have had children, you know, places, because we've seen videos how they enjoy themselves, some on air and places. So we can't really say.
No, it's a fact. What you are saying is a fact. But it's also a fact that I'm speaking from the point of research, not just from the point of talking. Those, you know, people in the lower
give birth more.
Yes.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is this: you know, when we look at this issue, he's speaking to the consequences of lack of electricity.
Yes.
But I'm making the fact that it's not even only in Nigeria. The people who are this class who equally increase the population. We've seen in National Assembly when a certain senator who is representing, an honorable representing some federal constituency from Edda Kano, somewhere, who brought his wives to the National Assembly. He has about 24 children. He is not at the lower cadre of the society. He doesn't. He has access to electricity. He is not suffering the fate of other Nigerians.
Yes.
And so when you look at
that could be one. No, that could be one out of so many. You see, I sometime in was it in 1999, early 2000. You know, I had the privilege of speaking to Alhaji Dr. Hamzat, you know, then he was a Waziri Katsina at that time, you know. So we went to greet him in his house. Somebody came from somewhere to come and greet him. A middle-aged man came to greet him, and after greeting him, so he was not talking to us. Then we were youth corps members. He was talking to us, you know, And he said something. He said he was talking to us how people in the lower cadre of the society see sex as the only recreation available, and once they do that, the wife becomes the available partner in it, and at the end of the day you see a whole lot of procreation taking place, and this is pressuring the population of the country, and it's a reality. There's nothing we can do about it.
We agree to this.
So so that is, and he was giving an example that he himself, of course, he was a member of the upper cala. He had only about 5 children, and all those 5 children, they were all university educated, not just at the preliminary. So, but he made reference to his younger brother who had 29 children, and in fact he said he had told almost all the village heads that any man that allows or gives out his daughter to this younger brother, that he will take it up against that person. And the younger brother we were talking about was a headmaster.
Mr. Mika, you see, we agree to these situations, and there are obvious facts to support the fact that those who are this lower class, do this recreation a lot. But the point I'm making here is this: we shouldn't blame them for the situation that the next could solve.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's
I would think these are too extreme. Because if he said lack of electricity maybe has led to increase in crime, or maybe non-development, I can understand. But saying that lack of electricity has made
at the end of the day you can't write him off.
Just like he always say. Let me speak like Fayoshe now. I just pray and I hope that by the time he's done, in that position, yes, I will have improved electricity at least 23 hours.
So the only thing is that he was trying to do the correlation. When he said it, he was trying to do the correlation. Maybe because he didn't have enough time to do so. It calls for additional research. Let us know how many couples that are willing to go to bed by 7 p.m. just because and even if they go to bed by 7 p.m. you don't go to just
cultural visitor.
Yeah, because
let's
someone was
like the crime that go on when there is no light. Because I'm shocked that the only
somebody on Twitter replied him. Somebody replied him.
There's been a lot of replies.
Yeah, somebody replied him on S. I say, Oga Haba, go to bed by 7 p.m. And with all the heat,
exactly because there's no light. That's why
a lot of persons will start. A lot of persons in the midst of the a lot of persons will start side-tying rapper, and it may give easy access to this.
We are outside. We're outside trying to get fresh air.
And there are also people. Remember, there are also people. Heat or no heat,
there was a
exactly like.
But the point we are making here is that but this population should have been a blessing to this nation if we are living up to expectation.
Yeah,
even the landmass of Nigeria, God has so blessed this nation richly that even at the rate of over 250 million. I don't think that we'll have a population that is equivalent to the landmass.
Let me ask you, Mr. Uche. Mr. Sai, let me ask you, what actually makes a nation great? Where does the greatness of a nation lie? Is it in the large population? Is it in the sparse landmass? Is it what exactly makes a nation great?
The ability of a nation to care and provide opportunity for his people. That's what makes a nation great.
I know. What I'm saying is that what is that element that when we say a nation should strive, this nation is great or this nation is striving at, if they don't have it, you say, I really doubt if people can be great because this thing is lacking. Yeah. No, you made reference. I asked this question. Yes. You made reference to our large population. It should have been yes, which I have no reason to doubt you. But the question is, even if we were 50 million Nigerians today, can we still be great? And even if our country is not as expansive as it is today, even if only Lagos State were to be the country, can we still be great? That is the issue.
These are relative. We may we may or we may not, but at the end of the day, you see, I always run to take cover in the words of Chinua Achebe when he says that the problem with Nigeria is clearly the way he was talking about the trouble with Nigeria is clearly the problem of leadership. And I beg the population that if Nigeria gets its leadership right, that this nation has the potential to.
The truth of the matter is that Nigeria must control its population.
Yeah. No, there has to be. No, see, these are two different things.
Anybody that comes to make the argument.
These are two different things. We're arguing on the basis of what ought to be. At least do the basics, and then you begin to talk about control. China today, I understand, can talk about birth control and the likes of it. But at the end of the day, you will see that there is an intent to give the people a meaningful life, provide basic amenities. Have the Nigerian state provided the needed basic amenities?
Anyway, that's all the time we have this morning on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for sitting with us. Till we come here again same time tomorrow, I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching.
Mr. Mekodom, thanks for this energy this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
And I'm Uche Osai saying thank you for watching. And keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Hello everyone, we are here again. As we understand, it's the holiday season for school children. Now today we are asking a pertinent question. Should students be allowed to just enjoy the public holiday period, or should they be enrolled, into school skill acquisition classes or school holiday lessons organized by schools? We're asking teachers, parents, traders on what they think is the best fit for students during the holiday season.
The best thing I propose for them is that lesson is okay, because what they are teaching now is what they will meet in first term scheme of work. But the teaching will not take time. Their holidays lesson is just from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. So it takes them time to learn what they're supposed to meet the next term. It is good. After that 12 o'clock, they will go home and rest. It's okay.
I'm again, how's the can go? Can you see another one? Makana na lo steady on a head jika. I'm on our record. oge ye nsogbu na ụmụazị na amụọla aka ọ finish ya nunu ọgụcha akwụkwọ o wee mụọ ya bụla aka gaa na-agụ school na-amụkwala aka at the same time.
Just like the popular saying, an idle mind is a devil workshop. So I wouldn't want any child to stay at home. It's better you engage them, especially those that are working in a firm, like those that are working in a radio station or a teacher. It's better you engage your child so the person will know whether I am to continue with what my parents are doing or I'm to choose my career.
Holiday for me, it is for them to rest, but at the same time, at least if they have other things, that can keep them busy, that will not much stress them on, or just like the time that they're studying. There's something that is going to be make them lesser stress. If they will be engaging in such a thing, it will be good.
I suggest when I get on holidays, eje chọrọ ha obere ọrụ aka. Ụfọdụ bụ ndị na-amụ ịkwa akwa, ụfọdụ bụ ndị salon, ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke na-amụkwa ihe furniture, ụfọdụ na-amụ alụmako. Kama ịnọba nkịtị onye ahụ chifo ọpụta nwee ihe ọ na-amụta ya wụọ nwee ka akwụkwọ si gụchaa akwụkwọ ịma na onwegwa aka ọrụ karịa ịnọba nkịtị n'ụlọ maka ọ nọrọ nkịtị onye anyị nọ kịta n'ahịa before ị naruo asị gị na ọkwụwa mmadụ isi ma onye asị gị na ya na-achọ ọkụkọ ya ma ọ na ya na-achọ ewu ya mana onye ahụ pụtara ị na-apụta ọpụta chi na-eji ọnata before ọ na-amụ ihe na-emenụ ọ na-aba na mkpu ụra.
Holidays na-adịkwa ma in a way mana holidays time bụ oge ụmụaka ji enyere parents aka. Sometimes dịka anyị nwa nọ na shop o nwere onye nke gbagote tukuru ọ bịakwa join na the business ka ọfụkwa ebe si eweta the ego eji akwụrụ ụgwọ school. Also holidays dịkwa mma oge ndị nwere chance ji eji amụ ọrụ mụtata ọrụ maka na ọrụ bụ knowledge ga-adị ya n'ime ọ gachagoro school ọ ga-enye dị ka ọrụ.
Everybody should enroll his or her child to skill, even if it's fashion, hairdressing, anything, but let it be skill. It mustn't be education all the time. Yes, education is very good. It's very good. Already they are into education, but they need skill because it pays now.
I want my children to go holidays for village, for my mother's house, is because let them know their village. There are peoples in the village because children were there for township supposed to know their village. They're supposed to know, no be only me born them. I get mama who born me before I born the children.
Vacation, long vacation. This is really enough time for them to have a rest and a review of actually what they have studied all these years. During our own time as a student, we close by 2 o'clock and we rush home to do other things. But these days, hardly do people or students close by 2 o'clock. You find that they close by 4 o'clock. Why? Some of them have lessons ongoing. This long vacation, it is a time that children need to rest, at least a little bit. It is true that hence all the schools, and mostly the private schools, clamor for private lessons during this holiday. It don't supposed to be so. It don't supposed to be so. Because what are they really teaching? Is it what they have taught them before now? Or are they teaching them what they had to know before? Are they teaching them different things from what the curriculum, the school curriculum contains? I don't really know. And this should also be the time that parents should relate more. Parents should look into the children and find out actually what is happening. Has this teacher been able to train my child in the way I want them to go? This is the time to even look at their spiritual life because things are happening these days. They call themselves Gen Zs. Gen Zs in what angle? Gen Zs into crime. Parents should not leave the training of their children only to the hand of their teachers. You don't know the character of the teacher. You don't know how the teacher was brought up.
If a vox pop proves anything, it only highlights that humans have varying opinions to different subjects of conversation. And as we've listened to parents, some have said, oh, they need to engage in holiday lessons so as not to forget what they've been taught. Some have said they need not engage in holiday lessons. Whatever the divide is, we understand one thing, that parents and guardians want what's best for children, be it to learn trade or to gain quality education. It's all in the best interest of their children and their wards. In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Patrick Lumumba stands as one of the most defining and debated figures in modern African political thought. His legacy, rooted in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, extends far beyond his brief time in office. It speaks to a deeper philosophical struggle, how to translate moral conviction into political reality in a world shaped by power, fragmentation, and external influence. At independence in 1960, Lumumba confronted the official narrative of empire presented by King Boswell of Belgium. In place of ceremonial praise, he offered historical truth centered on suffering, resistance, and dignity. His intervention was not only political, it was epistemological. He challenged who has the authority to define history itself. This commitment to truth defined his political philosophy. Lumumba believed that freedom without dignity was incomplete, and that independence without control over national destiny was an illusion. His vision was anchored in three core values: unity, sovereignty, and human dignity. In his conception, a nation was not merely a territorial state, but a moral project requiring collective consciousness. Yet, his leadership unfolded in a context shaped by the Cold War, where newly independent states became arenas of competing global interests. Internal divisions and external pressures quickly destabilized his government. Figures such as Mobutu Sese Seko would later reshape the political order that emerged from his instability. Lumumba's removal from power and subsequent killing in 1961 transformed him from a political leader into a symbolic figure of post-colonial consciousness. His legacy is not defined by longevity in office, but by intensity of vision. Lumumba belongs to a tradition of moral realism in politics, the belief that truth must be spoken even when it is politically costly. His life reflects a recurring tension in governments. the gap between ethical clarity and institutional capacity. He articulated a vision of African self-determination that was intellectually coherent but structurally vulnerable. From his legacy, several enduring principles emerged. First is the principle of moral integrity in leadership, that authority loses legitimacy when it abandons truth for convenience. Second is the necessity of institutional strength. Ideals requires systems capable of sustaining them beyond individual leaders. Third is the centrality of unity, not as rhetoric, but as a practical foundation for stability and development. Fourth is strategic sovereignty. Independence must be reinforced economically and institutionally, not only politically. Lumumba also exposes a deeper philosophical insight that leadership is not only the pursuit of power, but the management of vulnerability. His downfall illustrates how fragile vision becomes when it outpaces structure. Yet his legacy resists reduction to tragedy. It continues to function as a moral reference point in African and global political discourse. It represents a form of leadership that prioritizes conscience over convenience, even at a great personal cost. In contemporary terms, Lumumba's relevance lies in the questions he leaves unreserved. How can states preserve integrity within a competitive global system? How can leaders maintain principle without losing stability? And how can nations transform independence into genuine self-determination? More than 6 decades later, Patrice Lumumba remains not only a historical figure, but a philosophical challenge to modern governance, a reminder that the measure of leadership is not only survival and power, but fidelity to the values that justify power itself. Echoes of the past.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Enugu. What's poppin'? Today is Monday. I call it my Music Monday, where we tell you what's going on in the industry. Best of entertainment show every day by 12:30, all at Aneke TV. watches live. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called social lawyer, aka red pepper, black pepper, all kinds of pepper. Today I came spicy with a lot of gist and good for you, and a lot of updates on what is going on in the entertainment industry. And I'm not here alone. I'm with my manners man, my co-host, and the Minister of Commissioner of Entertainment himself, Commissioner of Enjoyment, Commissioner of what else again?
Well, Commissioner of Enjoyment, Commissioner for Enjoyment, Commissioner of Good Life, Good Things, and everything. Well, they already see I'm on my regalia to dispense. So in case you lack, you just have to give me a beep. I'm going to do something for you. What do you want? In my constituency, I share a lot of rice, a lot of beans, a lot of drinks, a lot of weight too, in case you want to, get yourself back to track, that's what we do. And today there's an interesting time here on Aneke TV. We are live here on Aneke TV to bring you the entertainment gist. Don't mind the way I'm dressed, of course, okay?
I don't know why you're...
Gift is actually like, why am I looking this way? Am I now going to look like a like, should I wear chain? Am I Tupac? I'm not Tupac, I won't be with Tupac. I won't California.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to, and that smile was so heavenly. Beautiful smile she just gave now. So guys, in my constituency we have beautiful ladies, and that's she's one of them, and then she's an amazing person. Yeah.
So
let me say your market. No, it's not like you're an amazing person. Let me just say your market so that people can buy.
Some people need to cry, but I'm gonna claim their tears. Well, anyway,
anything you want to say.
Today happens to be our Music Monday.
Yeah, Music Monday.
Music. So I'm gonna talk about some famous music artists who changed their name, their stage name, to another name. So I'm gonna start with Wizkid.
Starboy, Starboy Entertainment and Corporate.
Yeah.
So what was his name before? Starboy.
Yeah.
Starboy. So, he has not escaped his reality. From boy to kid.
Wizkid. From Wizkid to Starboy.
No, from Wizkid to Starboy. Then he's still boys. He's still around your. I know the concept is cool.
Wizdayo, his Instagram handle is now Wizdayo.
Because it's not Wizkid. So what's Dayo? Dayo is rejoice. I'm kidding, but Ayo is joy, Abi. If you add this Dayo, that's rejoiced, joyed.
Okay, so let's talk about Buju. He started off like Buju, and now he's Benson BNN6.
BNN6. Of course, there was a time that name was an issue. Someone had to, take him to court for some litigation because of the name. But he definitely had to find his way around the name he has now.
Okay.
And it's really amazing seeing Benson, Buju, and BNXN. Yes, not Buju now, but it's BNX, Benson, BNXN. And his songs are really nice. When you are talking about Afro soul, talking about Gwagwalada, and the Gwagwalada featuring, what's his name? The Almighty She Vibes.
Okay.
And then you talk about, our fairness. Well, that kind of song that we, everyone in the country jammed many years ago. Now songs don't even trend. The only songs that could be on the street could be, how many times please, I'm on my knees, I beg. You know the song?
No, actually.
Okay, you don't know the song. It's actually one of the Davido's Orea Day album, one of the songs. How many times please, I'm on my knees, I beg. I think that song
looks like you want to, tease a girl.
No, Davido is a very wise guy. There's something he did on the song, especially on the song, and that album is really kind of, it spans across many genres of music. You have Afro, you have Afro dancehall, you have him featuring names, people who has some influence. I would tell you, not a lot of influence, because the only person that he featured that we're seeing going so big and
is who?
Is he featured Fola.
Yeah. I think I remember that.
He sung with Fola. He sung with Fola. He sung with Fola and this guy, they're on the same page. They were on the same page of the feature. They were actually on the same page of the feature. So Fola and Mayokun, yes, because I was trying to remember Mayokun. They were on the same page of the feature, but it was a nice rhythm that they were bringing out. It's just like a rhythm, Makula, yo, something like that. Yeah.
Now that sounds nice. No, let's talk about Kiss Daniel to Kiss Daniel.
Earlier he was young. He had to be doing it.
Kiss.
He has to be. Yeah, that his name is very, very.
And now he's Kiss Daniel.
Kiss Daniel. So it's nice because of the litigations that came from that. Him and his those who signed him, they had some litigations. Flana, his Flyboy Incorporate, because of the issues that had to come, and right now he's Kiss Daniel. Of course, this rebranded Kiss Daniel is not so different from Kiss Daniel.
Okay.
You understand? Because you see him still, after he became Kiss Daniel, he started singing more. That's when he released Cough. You remember Cough?
Yeah, Cough.
You remember?
Twe.
You remember?
Which other song? Aside from Twe.
There's this song, Buga. Remember Buga? Buga was a national anthem. Yeah, it was a national, and even till tomorrow.
Let me see you. I want to be a musician like this. I'm feeling myself.
Yeah, you should be yourself. Well, it was a good song that he had. And I must tell you that Buga was just a song of the year. In fact, that year was my brother's wedding.
So, Buga
in fact, that was in 2022. That was my brother's wedding day.
Okay.
So he actually played that song, and the whole world was like, Buga. I say, guys, don't Buga me because I'm gonna leave here. I was the MC at that wedding, and it was a wonderful occasion over there, just somewhere in the east. Yeah, it was a good event.
I hope you turned up some girls up.
No. I actually had to be professional because I'm a commissioner for enjoyment in my constituency. So I shared some rights from, I have to help people to organize the sectoral reforms that we do. I know you don't like this, but don't worry.
So let's talk about from Two-Face to Two-Face Idibia and to Baba.
Good. That transition was actually needed because this guy has gone through life. He has gone through every sensation you could think of, everything that it means to become a global star. Two-Face has actually become. I saw it start today that as of 2004, yes, around 2004, 2005, Two-Face was paid $200,000 for his song, African Queen, to be used in one of the movies then, Fat Family, something like that. It was a good movie, PHAT Family kind of movie. It was an all-girls movie with an African Queen. It was the song that was used. So it was something that the lady who paid, she had to be the African Queen, and it was sang. It was sang over to her. Now you are going to still see Two-Face transitioning from Two Baba to Two Mama.
So like I'm still going to talk about this Two-Face. Maybe I want to make my list of countdown because a lot of things have been trending recently about Two-Face.
Yes.
So let's not talk about let's talk about Po to Ladipo.
Po to Ladipo, that's talking about Ladipo. Ladipo, who was signed to Marvin Record. Marvin Record, that's the Marvin Record, Ladipo. Yeah, I would say yes, Ladipo. But then he says Ladipo. Okay, Po, that has shot you. Po, you are dead. But now this guy, he's very sensational. He has not had a really awesome break into the world of rappers and people who make Afro rap. Okay, that's what he actually does. He does Afro rap. I remember sometime last year I listened to one of his songs, one of his new releases that he had to bring out. It was an amazing song. Of course, it was a song that had to change the section of Nigeria's music, even though he did not break in, and people struggle to know who he is, unlike other names like BNXN, people unlike Whiskey Davido, people struggle to know who he is, like to recognize him, but he's very good. This guy should be checked out. Now my fans, our audience, you guys should check out Ladipo. Yes, Ladipo, so that you can just stay glued and stay
Let's
down.
talk about the trending Cynthia Morgan to Madrina.
Oh, Madrina. Cynthia Morgan. I remember. I'm trying to remember any of Cynthia Morgan's song, but
yeah,
I remember that. Yes, she was
the German juice. The German juice. Hey,
all the song.
The German juice.
and she has just fattened, just like gift here. She is just everywhere. Beautiful words, just like the social lawyer too. And both of them have some cognizance. It looks like she's your elder sister. Is she someone around your house?
I don't know, but maybe.
Okay, Cynthia Morgan. That's from Cynthia Morgan to Madrina. Nice thing you go to Madrid, Real Madrid. That's where your next destination should be.
So I think there will be another boxing match going to, if possible, because so the music producer has initiated to give 500 million naira to petermbah if they could step into the ring.
That's rubbish for me. That's so
money again.
Money na waste, because you see what's happening. I was
just forgetting the last match between
Portable and Charles Okocha. But let me tell you something. You see, when people start to make content, like we were talking about last week, when people start to make content about issues of families that was made public, you see why I told you such a thing doesn't need to go public. They should settle, or even if you make it public, they should control it. They should control the narrative. One person should be, giving out information, or two. That's enough. And now everybody's coming out to say, everybody's coming out to make their claims of what may not be true. However, you're seeing Sobrikon, right? Sobrikon, right? The guy that wedded last week that flew celebrities to Delta State in a private jet and gave them a 5-star presidential treatment. You see, this is what we see in a country that seems to not have entertainment laws.
Money misroad.
Actually, that does not have entertainment laws. Now, entertainment laws would mean that there are things that are not for content. If this goes into your content and it's not critically analyzed, it has to be penalized. Now, you have to shake me for that.
Yeah, and I think this is the point where EFCC should come in and question some certain things, but they won't.
No. Talking about EFCC coming to question some certain things, it could also mean that it is needed to do some investigations, because EFCC doesn't just jump into matters.
Yeah, I know, but that is, I just said investigation. Investigation about it.
Someone can say, I'm going to give you, like me, what have I not done for my community? What have I not done for
Fela was gifted a 400 million
What have I
house.
not done for you?
You have not done anything. Like
house. I've given you a
which house?
In my father's house, there are many mansions. I've given you mansion. Babe, I've given you cars. I've given you lots in my community. Have I not done well?
You have done well.
Would you say I did not take care of you?
No, you did not take care of me.
I carry out my my official duties, my official responsibilities. Don't come here and be. So,
are you trying to say that the P Square clash match, boxing match, should not go on?
No, it's not. It's not right. It's just
since that the family has come out to entertain the public, they should finish it up.
No.
The entertainment is something that should be around.
That's not entertainment. That's not entertainment.
What is it entertainment?
That's not entertainment.
What is
my
it?
Books. I have a book.
No, in your own books.
My books.
In my own books, it is.
If we start
because Peter has come to entertain us with a lot of gist.
Good.
Jude has come.
No.
Mary has come.
I want to.
We're waiting for Paul and the rest, and they're just giving subtle feedback on the internet.
I want to tell you something from a point of view that we could say is a global acclaimed point of view, from not just from Commissioner of Enjoyment, but also from Commissioners of Enjoyment. I will tell you for a fact that seems to be a juiced up mockery. Now I'm switching to a mental mechanic. You should be ready for that. It has a juiced up mockery. It doesn't add to the concept that has been shared.
Anyway,
right?
before we talk about the rest and open up this, we're going on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to the best of best entertainment show live on Aneke TV. Back to our conversation about the ring box, where the music producer So has initiated a fight between the two twin brothers who has been in a controversial, race of who will take the mullah. And back to it. For me, I have my own opinion because this thing, I feel like is a content now. I think if you go to if you go to Peter's page, you see that he has brought down some videos. After where you see the very dark man has countered his opinion. Well, is this still for the context, or is it just?
Well, I want to take this thing to where some people could not. If you're a goalkeeper, you can't even dive to that place. Okay. I would say that we are having a national entertainment issue, but right now we are having Jude's their elder brother coming out, someone that should have coordinated the family, coming out to voice his opinion on Jude, what Jude actually did. That Jude is not a nice person, just very bold and making it like, why this man should be able to coordinate the family, handle the family, the
see, let me tell you,
he has added more fire. That's what said.
Let me tell you something. Adding more fire is to the point that we just have to set some people straight. Do you understand? There are some people where you behind the scene, you're trying to cover them, you're trying to, try to make them, try to be a nice person, you keep talking to them. Now, things when you see, have you ever had an outburst? Have you ever experienced it before? I think this is just an outburst where you keep harboring things, where you keep trying to make someone, you try to tell the person, you're matching, you are getting on my nerve. Please stop doing this, please stop doing this. At some point, you just need to speak out. So that you will be little, like, I feel like he spoke out of the grievances of what the family is feeling.
Can I speak out?
Yeah, you can actually speak out, spoke out.
I want to speak out.
Spoken out.
What I'm saying about this matter is that there should be some, as an elder, there should be some decorum
and tranquility at that point.
To help manage, say the truth, and manage the truth. They say, sell the truth and buy it not. Buy the truth and sell it not. Of course, the first one was not right. The second one was right. Buy the truth. Sell it not. He's saying the truth. Now, he should sell that truth he bought and then buy it not.
But let's go deep into this issue, because this issue...
You really want to go deep into this? I want to come out because this issue now is actually a problem of an African home. And I'm going to explain.
Why?
Yes. An African elder brother sees himself as
the alpha,
the god in the family. Now, if the younger brothers are making money, he sees himself that he has a bigger share. That's a mentality,
and it should be corrected.
It should be corrected. So how do
I think people speaking up is a means of correcting this African naive mentality,
because it does not make sense. And you could see Gabriel and Folayan coming out to say that P-Square story that I know dated back to 2005 in the Get Squared album, trying to make a choice of who gets majority of the songs in the album and who gets majority of the verses in the songs. I understand this. It is part of life. But then we are now talking about these are twins, and they are not same individual. They are different. Now, we are talking about an elder brother who seems to have an upper hand. Do you get, when that's the same question, the same things we talk about when people, of course, wealth is good. When people eventually make it in life, there are systems that they don't set properly that could ruin them, and this is one of it. And it's an African mentality. Oh, your other brother, my other brother, he should, even if he's managing me, and so I pay him how much he should pay. If he doesn't want to manage me, someone else can come in, with all due respect.
And you don't know that at this point, when you know that you are causing a lot of damage at this point, you should step back. But you know what, the money we are talking about is running in millions.
In millions.
And you see, the greediness to, I don't want to give up, I just want to be there, I just want to be the more. But I'm just against the fact that you are not the one making the music. Why will you collect 40% of the share?
That's
dementia.
That's because I think now. Let me give you another view from of this.
Yeah.
Have you? I know my constituency. I've given you a lot of good millions of wishes.
Yeah.
You won't say I've not given you millions. You won't say have I not given you millions?
You have.
I've shared millions now. I've shared millions of good wishes, and I've really done well for the people. Now there's a place where you come in life. There's this joy that comes with money, that you tell him anything he wants to make. Oh, we are not making this before. That's why it's good to set the wealth so that your children can grow up in it. Do you get? So that when they grow up, in case you are no more, what will you do? What you will do is simple. Let them grow up in wealth. It's just like Dangote now. Dangote children coming out, or Todola children coming out
to fight.
To fight for what? Because they already have a base. Now these people, let me tell you the truth. P Square jammed money. They jammed wealth. Of course, they are very good.
Yeah.
Many years ago, even till today, people are still doing busybody.
Yeah.
It's not just busybody. People are still gossiping. That's busybody.
Yeah, busybody.
Yeah. Busybody. Till today, that's a jam, and nobody in Nigeria has actually remixed it. Has actually done something with it to tell you that it is still in its purest form. Now the question remains: they met this wealth, and it was like boom. All of a sudden, $100,000. They don't know what to do with it. They had to invite somebody. They are making music in the studio. The elder brother had to step in. And then, being an elder brother that, I'm not saying he's greedy, but being an elder brother, we could see that he set out with good intentions. But our intentions may not have taken him to the next level now. Because when they jam money, they are happy. Everybody's happy. Oh, you can take 40% now. You can take 40% now. Not be us. Not be our family. That's what happened. Because these are the things you say. For instance, if you build the wealth, if people build wealth intentionally, what happens? They get to, induct the next generation.
Okay, I have a question for you now. Is it necessary? Because we see the likes of the confirmers coming out to tell us that the worst mistake a man can ever do is to involve his family in his business. Do you actually think so?
Nope.
That your family can become someone's greatest weak point and greatest enemy.
Now he has balanced it. You see, every side has a balance.
Yeah.
He said your greatest mistake you can make is to involve your family.
Yeah.
Wrong. Now he balanced it. That's what we are looking for. Balance is everything. Everything in life is what? Balance. Say balance. Balance. Good.
but at this point, let's be factual.
Let's be factual.
Family, see, I think there's an Igbo adage. At this point.
Yes, let me tell you.
So actually, bringing your family into.
How many of Onyemagi has killed you?
No, a lot.
Can you? Well, yes, of course.
See,
right. But
I feel like you're missing the point here.
Can I tell you something?
I feel like you're missing the point here.
Okay, can I tell you something?
Okay, tell me. Go ahead.
See how this thing is. Family is good.
Yeah.
Bring them into your entertainment business. To bring them into your business. But there's a limit. There's a limit. I prefer, like I'm saying it to tomorrow, my family will not be in charge of my business. I'm saying it on a national television.
Okay.
Now I know. Yes, I said it. Yes, so I said they will not be in charge, but they will not that they will not be part of. They will not be in charge. There's a reason. My family cannot be in charge when I know that tomorrow I will have a nest of kin.
Oh yeah, okay.
Are you getting it? You see the balance?
But you know we're talking about family. It can be your own inborn family.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know, because
the one that will be in charge.
Have you not seen a situation where a man marries a woman and introduces her to his business, and you see the woman trying all means to connive and do a lot of things?
You married somebody.
Yeah.
The person now is doing her best to walk you down, to kill you.
Yeah.
Anyway, it happens.
It's still family. Do you understand? At this point,
I'm talking about
a wife. You shouldn't trust her because they say two is one. Yes. Two is one.
No, you understand.
Two is one. And the author they tell you two is one.
Now, the family I'm talking about is my family, not my own family.
So what's the difference between your own personal family and your own family?
My brothers, they are my family, right?
Yeah.
Good. That's the people I'm talking about.
Okay. Then what?
Not my wife and my kids. They are part of. They can, if they want to manage it on. Well, all these things, we're going to get to that, of course.
No. Let's be frank, because
of Lola.
Can you entrust your wife with 100% of your wealth?
Yep.
You can actually entrust your wife with 100%.
Everything I have, she's going to manage it.
She's going to manage it.
Yes, it's just because of. Yes. Now, what do you mean? Everything I have.
Have you ever considered that this woman can actually also do for you?
Well,
because with the high rate of divorce these days, we used to think the same thing with the high rate of divorce these days. Because let's look from a different perspective.
Can I ask you?
Yeah, okay. You can do that.
Will your husband entrust you with 100% of his wealth?
If he so wishes.
If he so wishes.
Yeah, if he shows.
What if he does?
If he does, I'll manage the divorce I can.
Good, all right?
Yeah.
I like that answer. That's the same thing. We trust people.
No, but everybody cannot be gifts.
Everybody cannot be whiffed.
Everybody cannot be gifts. So at this point, you just have to be. Will I say? Okay. What's the now? You know, the English people always introduce prenom and postnom. So with the introduction of prenom and postnom, what do you think is because of the disadvantage that comes with entrusting an internal immediate family with your 100% share of wealth?
Okay, now let me get it straight.
Yeah, okay.
We are still talking about. I hope we are going towards Lola.
Yeah, somehow
we are heading towards Lola.
Yeah.
If now you gift be man, they make you leave Lola. You go leave Lola.
Considering something, I'll have to check something. I don't think I can marry someone that is way older than me. Lola is 8 years older than Peter.
Gift.
Yeah.
Gift. Look at Lola and swear that you go leave Lola. That kind of beautiful woman. No.
Beauty is not everything. We never chop beauty. We never chop beauty at this point.
Product of Lola.
Yeah, I actually did.
Are you not seeing beauty?
That beauty will go chop.
No, you don't understand. Lola's parents are not even poor.
I know, very well.
Very wealthy. Who do you think was kind of somehow supporting P Square as Mr. Peter, right?
Lola,
right?
Yeah.
It is the kind of women that existed in that generation. This generation, everybody. Let me not talk, but we have amazing people now. But what we're saying is that for that kind of connection to happen again, it will take external forces, supernatural forces, because they were telling him to leave Lola because they were old, and then Lola was pregnant of the son. Now you see what's going on now. They too have the lady was pregnant, and you are telling the family came out to advise him to leave Lola. On what basis? Maybe Lola is not the same Lola that is now, that is then. But you know, there's something about seeing future in people. That's what it means. Seeing the future in people. Oh, this person is 8 years older than me. There's a reason why they had to. Of course, it was a. Let me not say it was a mistake, because obviously they planned it. Let me not say they planned it.
Let's be factual now. Lola was actually pregnant already with their first son, when Peter had no choice than to bring her in to the picture.
Good, yes.
Now there was pregnancy per se, but if the pregnancy was not an offshoot it was a push force to the union. Can you just believe me that the pregnancy
was actually
yes. But without that, you remember there was a saying that P Square was actually dating a Nigerian beauty queen actually at the time where they had issues.
That's Peter.
Yeah, so actually he actually left because Lola was pregnant at this point. But if actually Lola wasn't pregnant, I think this baby mama thing could actually, absorb, and they push already, and my first son, first child, I think emotions came in.
Emotions came in, and that's the most important thing. He had to own up to the matter. He had to own up to the pregnancy, and when he owned up to the pregnancy, what happened next? It was really the moment, the thing that was needed. Now, Lola and Peter, they are really good. Now, they are good now.
Yeah.
So,
and I think you see that their marriage even lasted
more
more than even the other twin.
Yes.
Who married, you know, because another issue that was presented was tribal difference.
Yeah, because she's Yoruba.
Yeah.
And then he's Igbo.
Yeah.
Of course, both of them still found they
a way to manage themselves.
And that was good. You know, Lola, that woman, I saw a post on X where people were saying, if na me, I not go leave this. They were giving they showed her pictures with the children.
Okay, can we compare Lola somehow now with Jarvis and Pella kind of situation now?
Well, I know we are linking to that, but Lola and Jarvis and Pella cannot be the same because
check the age difference.
Well, how old is Jarvis?
Jarvis is 25, Pella is 21.
Yes, but then Jarvis, in fact, Pella needs someone that will help him.
Why did you say so?
You guys, I don't know. I'm not married though. I'm not married. But there's this ancient wisdom I have.
I speak.
I have an ancient. This wisdom is ancient. You can't find it on the plains.
Okay.
In fact, Jarvis, from what I'm seeing, could be a traditional woman.
Okay.
There's something we call traditional women, and these things we are doing in this generation about girls trying to, you know, just hanging. Now, what will make Jarvis to agree for Pella? Let's not talk about wealth.
Okay.
Both of them are influential.
Okay.
Pella has his audience. Jarvis has his audience. Her audience, sorry. Now, what we call the traditional woman could be Jarvis, because when you allow somebody to pay your bride price, to convince to marry you, to pay your bride price, to do this kind of wedding for you, you know, I know Jarvis could be telling Pella, slow down. Pella will say, no, it's the wedding. Let's do it once and for a time. Now, I'm not saying there will not be an issue of litigation sometime where they could have issue. It happens. They are not the first.
Yeah, they're not.
Neither will there be the second if it happens. And I'm not praying for that.
Okay.
I really love their union. I'm saying it categorically. I love their union. It's one of the weddings and the talk of the town. That's how to do it.
Okay.
After the OBO, who else wedding would you tell me that there was such amount of guests, even foreign guests too? There's been rumored of some things which I will not say here. But now, tell me, celebrities, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peter came. Sorry, which of them came? I think Mr. Paul.
Yeah, Paul.
Mr. Paul. When they sang "Beautiful Olunya," he was there. You know, he ate like it was not a fake wedding. It was not a fake wedding. You saw Pella getting in gifts. You saw that. That's actually how it is done. He is a responsible guy.
Okay.
I'm telling you, Pella is responsible. People will say, no, Pella.
No, he actually said he married his first love.
That is how it should be. Now, Jarvis, on the same hand, could be a traditional woman. What I mean by traditional woman could be that she is not a Gen Z kind of trainer in the home.
Okay.
She may have other means, like she may have, like she'll come down to what it means to be a woman.
Okay, let's talk about this trending issue now that Mr. P used his family crisis to promote his album. He's released music, you know, now it has skyrocketed on Spotify, all the platforms. So,
Mr. P is Peter, right? Beautiful. Well, it's what happens in Nigeria when people talk about issues, talk about trending issues. People get to go and listen to the songs, get to go and, you know, feature to know what, you know. Now I can tell you, I can listen to Beautiful Onyinye while I don't even have a I will not give it.
So let's talk about this young man. His name is Ajay Ax. He happens to be the senior brother to the Peace Quest, and now he has sold about 100 pieces of his art during this crisis. What do you think about this? Everybody's just
I want to sell. Can I say now? But look at it. It's just how this life is. You know, when Pella, I go back to Pella. When Pella was being dragged, Pella made over 500 million naira or 100 million naira. That thing he spent on his wedding. He got the gift times 20. I hope you guys.
Okay, someone actually, anonymous, someone actually gave him a fully funded 1 month honeymoon in Maldives.
Maldives. Maldives. Yeah. Maldives. In Maldives. Or how they are pronouncing it a lot of ways.
But Actually, let's talk about the 400 million naira house and the fully funded vacation.
Yeah, fully funded vacation. This is all about these things are bait. I hope you know.
Okay, yeah.
They are real, but they are still bait to the rating. Now, Ochacho came out to say that he has made over 15 billion naira since. You see, I'm mentioning figures.
But there's this thing that has to do with this house, because people there has been
power of attorney, right?
Yeah. The house is not actually,
it's not Pela's house. Listen, this is what happens in business, and this is a gift. Listen, this is a gift. The only thing I would have told Pela to do, because I really love everything about the wedding, I really love everything about Pela. I really love this guy. I'm not hating on him. He's an amazing young man who made his money legitimately. He's one of the people that blew up the regiment of let's just put it in a way that people have been struggling, and they have been struggling to shoot, and they're in the barracks, and someone will come into the regiment and break even the course. That is to tell you that Pela, he started streaming 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Until now, he has been relevant, and he made his money legitimately.
He said he spent over 300 million naira for this wedding.
So he has made his money, and he should spend his money.
Hey, 300 naira. 300
That's not 300 naira. This lady. Now, see what I'm saying. This house. See, the only thing I would have told him to do, because that what we know is what they came out on the camera to say. Pela and Ochacho gave Pela house. Since he gave Pela that house, we have not heard, his name has not dropped from entertainment mouth. Now Pela actually gave the son, free
recognition,
free marketing.
Yeah.
And the son has been getting recognition. I mean, people are forcing down things on our throats. But then the thing is
that was harsh.
Yes. Now what do you mean? So forcing down things on our throats.
But the other was just
what is this thing now?
The most funny thing here is that Bella is happy that he got the house, but the man made an exclusion there. There's a clause there that when his son's of age.
When will his son be of age? That's the question. If his son is 8 now, let's say when he's 16,
he's about to have a family, get married, the house will be reverted back.
But then it's their business; they should settle it. Because I'm not sure 400 million naira will be a problem to Pela.
Yeah, but
Pela is big. He can get more than this. 400 million naira cannot be a problem to Pela.
Yeah.
He's somebody that I know that, in fact, he told when he was thanking Mr. Ochacho for the gift, he told Ochacho that there was no place in Ikoyi, in Lagos, you could find a house of 200 million naira. He wanted to buy for surprise the wife, Chavis. You see,
so
that means this 400 million naira house, I'm sure that he has 200 million naira now. Guys, see million naira. I'm just calling million naira. I'm just calling million.
The funny thing is that Pela made sure that no blogger came into the wedding. He streamed it directly on his page.
Good. That's also what we call censorship. And you won't see anything outside there that is not him.
Yeah.
You go to his life and check and get the video if you want to get it.
Yeah.
Or some people will get it. That's amazing. That's how I told you that guy is brilliant.
Very brilliant.
Even though he acts ras.
Yeah.
The kind of guidance he has now, if many of us had that kind of guidance, maybe we will not be where we are right now. But we're not. It's not like we are not grateful where we are. But I mean, we would have been better off in what we are doing. But you see, he has a lot of guidance. I really give it up to him.
So okay, let's talk about the actress who actually opened her own church now, and she has been on a rouse fire right now. And you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, but you can tell our audience.
Our King Tonto actually. King Tonto actually has opened the church officially created by her, called New Wine Prophetic Tabernacle. So she actually opened the church, but people around her, has come into her DM to, under fire her to the point that they said, oh, you were actually just with Pastor Jerry just to get the fame. You actually deceived him. You actually you had an ulterior motive. You just wanted to suck up your own money, get up some of his crowd, and then, you open your own church business. At this point, let's talk about this.
My problem is when people talk about church business, church as a business. If someone has repented, that person has repented. You should leave Tonto Dike alone. If Tonto Dike has repented, she has repented. I really celebrate her a lot. I will tell you. But saying that she was with Pastor Jerry for some publicity and all that, where would she have been since? You know, it doesn't make sense. People criticize what they know they will do too, and you don't know their agreement. And I don't even want her to answer her critics. Beautiful woman. I don't really want her to even come out and answer her critics because there's no point. Okay. She was led to do this. Let her continue. See, we're too small to judge. Listen, you see this life. Is it because it's about Christianity, or are you just speaking from your from my opinion, and then from Christianity, basically? I tell you, we are too small to judge. The judgment is not within the parameters of Listen, people can criticize. People can. There's nobody in this world that does not have a critic. But interestingly, let's be factual here, because she actually graded her church in the midst of. How long is she in her discipleship? You just announced that she was in her discipleship class. Me, she's done. And now she's done. She's done. People should leave her. She's done. All of you that are watching me, she's done with her discipleship. She's done. She presented the certificate. It's on X, verified. She's done. She's done. Yes, she's done with that. It's like you're a member. I'm done. I'm beginning to suspect you. It's not about membership. Listen, anything that will propagate a cause, I am for it. But anything that will propagate it in a way that should not be propagated, then I'm against it. Okay. See, Tonto Dike did not do anything to anybody. Let's say the truth. Forget that, oh, maybe she lived her life, she did a lot of things which she came out to say. If she don't say it, will you know? No. Like, why are we now trying to be judged? Why are we now? In fact, this is her way of expressing herself. Many people have not even expressed themselves of what they are doing. And Tonto Dike has no problem. I'm not saying this because maybe she opened a new ministry and I'm her pastor. Or I'm going to pastor. Yeah, very done at this point. I think I was going to call her a short boy because at this point I'm not her pastor. I don't even know her. I'm just trying to tell you that Tonto Dike is. You're taking this personal. No, why I'm taking it personal is because people always take people's opinion personal. If anybody focuses on their life, no, we are gonna go on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
In a world that never stands still, where stories.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word.
Welcome back to the best of best entertainment show live on Aneke TV. Our almighty Commissioner of Enjoyment has been hitting me up at that just because I just said what day. This one that I didn't attack.
No, don't feel attacked. No, we're too
okay. Now, it's not about being judgmental. Okay, let's bring emotions out of this. I think you are making emotion here.
There was no
at this
emotion.
point.
But how many people have, those people that are criticizing, how many people have opened primary school? Nursery school?
Oh my God, oh my God.
No.
So it's not a must that you open primary school, secondary school before you will be a minister of God or anything that symbolizes.
You understand?
Do you understand? You can actually do some philanthropic work by going give out pads, give out school books, give out pens, pencil, compound.
When God call you, go to give out pad. When God call you.
Yes, it's still the work of God. There are people who their children out there who their parents cannot afford them.
The day God call you, go to open borehole. The day God
if I get money, I go open up.
The day God call you, go leave the work of God, go open. No, we're not talking. Listen, let me tell you something.
You are not becoming so emotional.
I'm not emotional. You don't.
If it is not emotions, I don't see any reason why. I'm trying to tell you that someone within a short period of time, they just said she did this, she did that, she did that. I'm not condemning her. No, I'm not condemning her. Please, no. The process is there. No, the process is there. But you can't blame.
Okay.
All of a sudden you just because I think she opened her church because she has the money. Now it's so easy for her. You opened your church within just a small space of time. You already opening your church. You can actually be doing the work of God. Why actually? Okay, now small thing now. She will start telling us she healed the blind. She healed the lame.
But can I ask you?
You can actually do
what if it's Nicki Minaj? Or Cardi B?
No.
What if it's Nicki Minaj? Do you know Nicki Minaj is going on through a discipleship class that you don't know?
Nicki Minaj.
Okay. Let's not go there because what you are saying now is that what you are saying is biased.
I'm not being biased, but you're being
biased because your judgment is not factual.
Are you kidding me right now?
She built on public.
She built on it, but at every step of her Christianity journey, she actually seeks for public.
Did she not show you?
She seeks for public validity. Okay, now after she has been criticized about the way she prayed about these children, let's see now.
Come out and say it.
When we are becoming whole Christian, let's do it to the full part. Not just at the brim of it. We are just trying to everything she's doing. She's trying to seek public validation. If she wants to build the Bible, she set the camera. If she wants to build it, she set the camera. Everything is about public validation at this point. She's so busy that her celebrity entertainer. She thinks that Christianity is about entertainment. Christianity is not about entertainment. But I'm being at this point that she's bringing. Just let's be factual here.
Can I tell you something?
Oh, tell me. Let's break the here.
Let's move on. Let's move on because I know that this story today. Because if I open more chapters, I'm not content.
I'm here for you. I'm here for you.
It's very obvious that what you said last will now make sense.
Why?
Because why it makes sense is because we're talking about when something is happening, they should just take it. Don't bring it to the camera, right?
Yeah.
It's very wonderful. But then let's not forget the place that we are not in the place to judge. We can only give our opinion.
Opinion is my opinion. Everybody is entitled to it. So let's talk about our Miss Helen, who actually got the advice from. She said I got the advice from the madman. I don't know the madman, but she actually said she's Vivian is actually advising her to move on from which
Helen is it the Cubana chief priest?
Pascal Helen.
Okay, Pascal Helen.
Pascal Helen.
Okay, so
she was advised by very dark man to move on
the madman that advised.
So she said that you don't see herself. I don't know why I'm laughing, but she's very disappointed in very dark man for asking her to move on from Pascal.
First of all,
who happens to be Cubana chief priest.
Can I ask you first of all who bought data for her? Who bought data for her? Second of all,
we are the one giving her the data. We are giving her the online publicity.
Who is giving her the publicity? See, people should go and settle their matter. Let them stop disturbing us in the entertainment space because I've said this over time. Next time I'll start arresting people as the commissioner. Because all these things, look at her coming out to say that she's disappointed in very dark man. It's not a new thing. Many people have been disappointed in very dark man. But I mean, let them figure this thing out now. Me and my opinion here is their matter. Let them talk about it.
We talked about Very Dark Man's opinion on Peter and P Square family, but let's not go there because that argument it will take a very deep turn on us. Let's talk about actress Angela Okoye, who accuses her colleagues of copyright of her trademark movie title before it was released.
Which of them was sitting with her before it was released?
She didn't call them, but she just actually accused pointed finger.
Her business. What I'm judging them is because they know what they are doing. Oh, it's clout.
Clout.
A lot of clout.
And when I tell you that this woman is actually chasing clout with Christianity, you say no. But anyway, so I don't want to call him.
Well, let's leave that matter.
So you know, every talk without Dioni coming out to say something, it's not going to make sense.
Okay.
So Dioni has come out to say all your story. He's actually pointing fingers at Peter Square. He's saying all your story is one-sided. You never actually at a point pointed out that you did something wrong, or you actually did anything wrong in your own side of the story. So I feel like Dioni, and for the first time, Dioni, D1 and Very Dark Man has come a little bit closer in terms of their arguments, like a little bit closer.
See, let me tell you, if it was in his house, his hairline would have gone inside. See that his hairline that is almost at the saving grace would have gone inside. He would have had, his hairline would have been inside.
Jesus,
it's almost inside. Like, look. Let me not finish the.
Why are you taking this boy's matter?
Why would I take his boy? Has he finished his fake judgment at Just Too Funny show? Has he finished? Like, you're acting judge. Oh God, you're acting judgment. Tell me your career. You're acting judgment on a fake reality show. Please, let me.
And then my last news for today is about Frank Edoho, who revealed that he is choosing to remain single for life after refusing to advise Pella at his wedding.
Yes, I saw this too when it came in. It was one of the things that we're talking about, and Frank Edoho, one of the best in this world of entertainment, who started that industry drilling show called Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, has come out to say this. I tell you, and I'm telling you that is an experience of a man who has suffered in the hands of the wrong women. Imagine you try two no God. It's two you try though. They would have not tried one, so you try two. Two
no balance.
And you know one thing I always would ask. I thank God we are closing the show with this. Is it always the women? Nope. Is it always the men? Nope. It's character and individuals, because men has their parts, women also has their parts, so it's both of them. For Frank Edoho to come out to say this, Frank Edoho doesn't look like someone who doesn't like love. People in his caliber are loving people. I'm not saying that I've been with him neither, but you can sense someone from afar. He has tried once, it did not work. He has tried twice, it did not work. I don't know why maybe the second one or the first one did not work. If that first one was the one Chike
dissected,
or the one I don't really know the one, but it's now left for him to choose peace.
Yeah.
And it's good for you to choose peace. So if the one you are with gives you peace, fine. If they don't give you peace, then you are in pieces.
So thank you for your whole argument, your own narrative, your own basketball. You nearly come on one thing for my mouth today. But God save me, actually. So what do you have for the beautiful people of Enugu?
No, you've heard all we have said, and I really want you to know that we are just going to be bringing you premium gist, premium updates, different versions of it. Bass with Red Pepper and Bass with the social lawyer, and we're going to be doing it educationally and intelligently. Just stay right there as we come your way, same time, same station, by 12 noon to give you what it is. Just hang around 12. We're going to be there. So whatever you see, we take. But trust me and know that it's going to be an amazing time.
It's going to be an amazing time with Gift Obodo and the Commissioner of Enjoyment. We always do this. We always appear on your screen. We love you. Bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. midday updates while you work, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
So sad how the seasons change. Sad how the feelings go away. We were in love, but now it's over. So once in a while I dream.
Fake news on social media has become one of the most dangerous byproducts of the digital information age, reshaping public opinion, weakening trust in institutions, and in some cases, endangering lives. With billions of users active daily on platforms such as Facebook, X, WhatsApp, and TikTok, misinformation now spreads faster than traditional verification systems can respond. Communication scholars define fake news as false or misleading information presented as legitimate news content, often designed to influence perception or behavior. The Reuters Institute Digital News Report has repeatedly identified social media as the primary driver of global misinformation flows, noting that algorithmic amplification prioritizes engagement over accuracy. In this environment, emotionally charged content, whether true or false, travels fastest. The danger is not theoretical. In several African countries, including Nigeria, false reports shared online have triggered panic, communal tension, and security disruptions. In past incidents, fabricated alerts about attacks or kidnappings have led to mass movement of people, market shutdowns, and unnecessary fear, forcing authorities to issue emergency clarifications. Security analysts warn that during sensitive operations, misinformation can compromise response strategies and endanger both victims and rescuers. Political communication is another area heavily affected. During elections, manipulated images, edited videos, and fabricated quotes are frequently circulated to discredit candidates or influence voters. Communication theorist Marshall McLuhan's famous assertion that the medium is the message becomes relevant in this context, as social media platforms themselves shape how political realities are consumed, often without editorial gatekeeping. Similarly, the agenda-setting theory by McCombs and Shaw explains how repeated exposure to false narratives can shape what the public considers important, even if the information is inaccurate. The implications for democracy are significant. Fake news can erode confidence in electoral institutions, weaken trust in the media, and deepen political polarization. In extreme cases, it can delegitimize outcomes and fuel post-election tensions. Analysts know that once false narratives become entrenched, corrections rarely achieve the same reach or emotional impact as the original misinformation. Public health has also suffered severe consequences. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the World Health Organization described the global misinformation surge as an infodemic, warning that false claims about vaccines, cures, and transmission patterns undermine scientific guidance. In several countries, vaccine hesitancy was directly linked to viral falsehoods circulated on social media platforms, contributing to preventable infections and deaths. Economically, fake news can destabilize markets and damage reputations within minutes. False reports about companies, banks, or government policies have triggered panic withdrawals, stock fluctuations, and loss of investor confidence. Financial experts stress that in a digital economy driven by perception, information integrity is as critical as fiscal policy. At the societal level, individuals have faced harassment, job losses, and reputational damage due to false allegations circulated online. Victims often struggle struggle to recover even after misinformation is debunked, as digital content continues to circulate in archives, screenshots, and forwarded messages. Media ethicist Walter Lippmann once observed that we are told about the world before we see it, a reality amplified today by algorithm-driven feeds that prioritize virality over verification. Experts argue that addressing fake news requires a multi-layered response. Fact-checking organizations, regulatory frameworks, platform accountability, and media literacy education are all considered essential tools. UNESCO has repeatedly emphasized the importance of digital literacy, urging users to think critically before sharing content online. Journalists, meanwhile, are expected to adhere strictly to verification, balance, and accuracy, particularly in fast-moving breaking news environments. Ultimately, the fight against fake news is not solely technological, but behavioral. It requires a shift in user responsibility, platform design, and institutional trust. As digital communication continues to expand, the ability to distinguish facts from fabrication remains a critical skill for citizens navigating an increasingly complex information ecosystem. In an era where information travels at the speed of a click, the consequences of falsehood are no longer confined. They are immediate, global, and often irreversible.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health,
so sad how the seasons change. Sad how the feelings go away. We were in love, but now it's over. So once in a while I dream.
Fake news on social media has become one of the most dangerous byproducts of the digital information age, reshaping public opinion, weakening trust in institutions, and in some cases, endangering lives. With billions of users active daily on platforms such as Facebook, X, WhatsApp, and TikTok, misinformation now spreads faster than traditional verification systems can respond. Communication scholars define fake news as false or misleading information presented as legitimate news content, often designed to influence perception or behavior. The Reuters Institute Digital News Report has repeatedly identified social media as the primary driver of global misinformation flows, noting that algorithmic amplification prioritizes engagement over accuracy. In this environment, emotionally charged content, whether true or false, travels fastest. The danger is not theoretical. In several African countries, including Nigeria, false reports shared online have triggered panic, communal tension, and security disruptions. In past incidents, Fabricated alerts about attacks or kidnappings have led to mass movement of people, market shutdowns, and unnecessary fear, forcing authorities to issue emergency clarifications. Security analysts warn that during sensitive operations, misinformation can compromise response strategies and endanger both victims and rescuers. Political communication is another area heavily affected. During elections, manipulated images, edited videos, and fabricated quotes are frequently circulated to discredit candidates or influence voters. Communication theorist Marshall McLuhan's famous assertion that the medium is the message becomes relevant in this context, as social media platforms themselves shape how political realities are consumed, often without editorial gatekeeping. Similarly, the agenda-setting theory by McCombs and Shaw explains how repeated exposure to false narratives can shape what the public considers important, even if the information is inaccurate. The implications for democracy are significant. Fake news can erode confidence in electoral institutions, weaken trust in the media, and deepen political polarization. In extreme cases,
You're welcome to our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And today we are going to actually bring you an insight to happenings in Nigeria. And one of the newest and current happenings in Nigeria is the off-cycle election being conducted by the Independent National Electoral Commission of Nigeria, INEC, who will be the umpire to deliver the next governorship, governor of Osun State, Nigeria. Today we have a very popular face on our program because I know he has been here over and over. I'm talking about Professor Dozie Chukwokolo, and he is going to be discussing the topic Osun State election, matters arising. Prof, you're welcome to our studio.
Thank you for inviting me again. Viewers, let's interact the usual way.
On 15th, precisely a few days from now, about 4 or 5 days from now, Osun State will be having their off-cycle election. And the contenders in that election include the incumbent governor who cross-carpeted to the Accord Party, Ademola Adeleke. We have also Bolaji Oyebamaji and Bola Oyebamaji, sorry, of the APC, and Najim Salam, who is also running on the platform of ADC. These three are going to slug it out in the election, which will, of course, herald the coming in on a few months from that election, the governor of Osun State. But however, it all has not been too well with reference to that elections, because we have had a insecurity problem, that has to do with some youths or some thugs coming out to steal votes. We have also seen allegations of intimidation being pointed at the government at the center, being pointed, that's alleged to be coming into the problem. We've seen the situation like the arrest of the SNG, arrest of the commissioner for environment and all that. There's been a whole lot of infractions that is heralding the actual election. And so, our worry is whether the election will come free, fair, and credible. Because the moment a particular process has problem along its way, the outcome of such process may not be what it ought to be. So we are saying that corrections has to be made within the remaining few days to the election, so that people will feel free to come out and vote for candidates of their choice, and of course elect a leader of their own who will take the state to the much desired Eldorado, if there is any. Prof, we are going to go into it. This election, there's been insecurity. This election, there's been insecurity problem. Insecurity in Nigeria and insecurity problems associated with the election the police has deployed about 16,000 policemen. That is the Nigerian police force. Yet there is still this pre-election violence. You know, young youths were seen carrying machetes, stealing PVCs when INEC wanted to distribute PVCs for those who have not gotten theirs, and all of that. And of course, there are these infractions about intimidation, haranguing of members of their court party, because I have not seen such intimidation. Okay, there's also shooting at a rally that APC people had somewhere. That was when the Commissioner for Environment was passing through that same road. He was arrested and detained for 24 hours. So what's your take on the security problem that is heralding the elections of 15th August?
I'm deeply worried. This is because if we take recourse to Nigerian history, electioneering history, from 1960 to the genocide against Eastern region, Christian Nigerian Civil War, you will see that most times the problem of this country will start from the West. To start with, one of the things that had happened in the First Republic was when the then Chief Obafemi Awolowo had issues with Akintola, and Akintola was being supported by the party at the center. It led to what was known as the Wide West that time, and Operation Wetier. It was in order to resolve that issue that led to the coup that was organized by some Western military soldiers and with the intention of installing Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Unfortunately, the thing turned for malicious intents and purposes. The thing turned to be called Igbo coup. In 1983, again, when Pa Ajashi was contesting for governorship under UPN, the party, national level at the time, MPN, got again voter intimidation and all sorts of things. The result was that when they announced the person the people didn't want, Omoburewo, who was contesting under, or who contested under MPN, his family was, in fact, everywhere went berserk. Now again, this type of thing is coming again. An incumbent that the people believe is doing well. The party at the national is also doing some intimidations. There's a proverb in my place here that if you see a tree that whenever it sprouts fruits, people will start dying. You must cut it when it is dazzling. You won't even allow the thing to get into the stage of becoming getting into a fruit. So I am worried that if we don't handle the election in Osun very well, there will be very serious consequence. There are many body languages from the president showing voter intimidation. I don't know what I'm going to say, but I know that to start with.
Your body language, that is your alleging body language.
That's what I'm saying. But you see, so clear. Why will EFCC go and stop the it is in its own right to, as a body, to freeze the account? But where I said, well, let me say it's alleged, but it's not in that sense, is where the president would, with fiat, tell them to freeze that account. To me, what it means is that the president is using them to muzzle opposition. Otherwise, he would have allowed them. And the president has every constitutional escape. He has his Attorney General and Minister for Justice who has the right of nolle prosequi, who could have gone to EFCC to apply that power. But the president decided to use his fiat to do that. I think it shows...
But the buck stops on the president's table. More so when an election of that party and his party, Oyeba Maji, is running to become governor. And he said it is not an ideal time for any such freezing. Beyond that, that they should not freeze the count of a state in a way, because...
No, I understand you, but my challenge is that the way he handled it shows he is using them anyhow he likes. That's why I said he should have had a shortcut using the Attorney General and Minister for Justice in whose office it is to do such a thing. So with what he did, there are some suspicions from some quarters, including how I'm thinking too, that what he did was not, even though it was the right thing, but it was done through the wrong means and the wrong timing. That's my feeling about that. That's one. The second aspect of the intimidation, you see the arrests and all the things that have been going on. And unfortunately, the visit of the Catholic Bishop Conference of Nigeria and the way he spoke to them will show you that for him this is a do or die affair. To start with, he said clearly in the glare of everybody that all that is fair. I mean, all is good in politics. And they're saying
all is fair.
All is fair in politics. He didn't
politics.
That's what he said.
Yes,
so what it means is that it is subject to various interpretations. One could say, well, I can use anything I have to win this election. That it is a do or die affair, like Obasanjo would say those days. So I see that as a very big challenge. And like I said, I'm worried. If Nigerians do not step up, this will be a test run for 2027 election. And that may be dangerous, and it won't be good for all of us.
This will be a test run for 2027 election, and that'll be dangerous. It will not do anybody good. The freezing of accounts by EFCC was done even without a court order. It was the one they claimed to be their constitutional order. But there's a question that some legal experts continue to ask. If EFCC has been empowered to freeze accounts of government institutions or government itself, then it also means that EFCC has the power to freeze the federal government accounts. Why is this so? Because so many times there were allegations of misappropriation, fraud, and all of that in the government account, in the federal government account. But it has never been frozen at any time, given that constitutional right. Then, in this present circumstance, the implication of freezing government account is grounding of a government. And this is a state government, a federatory unit, set up by the Constitution with all levels of supremacy to all other sub-legislations or legislations. Then you want to ground the state government completely because the activities will be fully grounded if such account is frozen. So if EFCC has to freeze an account, upon what background? They claimed fraud. Which fraud? Has it been proved? It is in the spirit of even making the law. The makers may not have the spirit of freezing without recourse to the court. The makers may not have made the law to freeze a government account that may ground government automatically. It means you are setting the country back. You are setting the state back. You know, it is a serious setback. Who are the people who are supposed to hold the state accountable if there are, things that are not done well? Who? The houses of assemblies. These are the people that will impeach a governor that is not doing well.
Rex, you see, you are going back to what I said. That there is something is smelling intimidation from the center. To start with, I do not think that there is any part of our laws empowering EFCC to do what it did unilaterally without taking recourse to the law court. The essence of all these things is to put checks and balances together. There is no time that EFCC will ever summon the courage to go to the to the federation account to stop it, because the president hires and fires at his will. So it will be an overreach for any EFCC chairman to attempt going to freeze federal government account. Having said that, like I said, I am seriously worried because of the way the president is doing. If you tell your people that all is fair in politics, and the other time you have said, go, grab it, snatch it, and run with it, your body language, our people will always say here that the person whose father sent to go and rob will not even knock. He will use his feet and break the door and enter because he knows somebody is at the back there supporting him. Such things are precipitating very serious challenge in terms of whether this election can ever be free and fair. I read something 3 days ago written by Dele Momodu to Ademola Adeleke, and he told him, you go to this election but not expect any free and fair thing, and gave a laydown of his reasons for saying that. Now, if for any reason people were aware and people are making such insinuations and the president is showing the body language he has shown, who will tell you that? Who will, on what basis will somebody ever accept that this election will be free and fair? The point is that the president said the other time when the bishops visited him, the Catholic bishops, when they told him, look, you have this your inec is appearing not to be neutral. President says it's neutral. It's not you. It's not you that will be saying that. It is Nigerians who are watching that should be able to say INEC is behaving as if it is neutral. Take the issue of NDC. when somebody went to court and said, oh, there is no, that they have a logo that is similar. These people are not political parties. They are not political groups. And then INEC went and joined itself into that matter. Is it not showing that they are not neutral? Because there is no case in the thing, ab initio. If they were to be political parties, you say it will confuse voters that day. But what is the basis
upon which
you went and so you can't build something on nothing? That's what the law, a maxim in law will always say. And I can't imagine when people are doing such things. And most annoying is that a country where we have over 60% of Christians in Nigeria. Forget about the manipulations. By the way, Trump has said that 3 years ago or 2 years ago that Christians are more in Nigeria from his own. And we already know that there are more. And then...
That is subject to a few proofs.
No, there is statistics. It's not this. It's
but in Nigeria, we do not do statistics based on religion.
No,
in our census.
No, but no, not necessarily the census. There are other things people do. You feel your religion. If you are going to get your international passport, you put nationality. There are some other things people do and get their data. So if you want to actually know those things, you get them. Why do you think that they stopped doing nationalities and religious this thing? There are reasons, and because they are aware that Christians are more in number, and they are aware that the position the population has, National Population Commission has given to ndlea is not correct. That our numbers are more than what they have. So, because we are living everywhere, people will no longer put their nationality. But that's from that time. But the point I'm making is that we have seen these things, and the president, this time I thought that he would have corrected the Muslim ticket he made before. And immediately he finished it, this Claric Dahiru of Bauchi where went on the other period and started making a dangerous campaign about using religion for the people who are here. Now, don't you think that if we continue that way, Christians decide to vote for Christians, Muslims decide to vote for Muslims, can we ever have a better country? As far as I'm concerned, my interest is that elections one day will get free and fair in this country. And we have a lot of ways that could have been done. Supposing that the amendment of the Constitution that the National Assembly attempted doing, that they were able to put that clause that you upload this to the beavers in IREV,
section 60 subsection 30.
So if they have
real time,
the real time this thing, I think these things would have been better, and they know that would have saved us. But the party in power, the way the National Assembly is conducting itself, is showing that they don't want these things to happen, and they are calling the bluff of Nigerians. What can we do? So when do we stop these things that are capable of precipitating crisis in Nigeria? When will you do that? That you will decide to pretend as if there are no Christians in Nigeria, and you do a Muslim ticket, and if not for any other thing, you rub it in the faces of Nigerian Christians.
But in your submission, don't you think that this religious sentiment being brought into political activities will disintegrate Nigeria the more, instead of actually believing in one Nigeria, in one patriotic Nigeria, thinking about who has the credentials and does those things that are right to protect the interest of Nigerians? That is to say, in a government that will come in and do their primary responsibility of welfare, the security of lives and property and welfare of the people. Is it not a better thing we talk about, instead of talking about religion?
Ideally, it would have been so. But the truth in Nigeria is that two things influence our electioneering: ethnicity and religion. There is no need anybody trying to play the ostrich. It's not true. You see, I have some social media. I have some of my friends that I talk who are in the who are social activists, and I thought that our intentions here is to see who makes the best credentials. One day I saw in one of the guy's social media handles where he was saying, yes, I know that this man is not doing well so much, but look, he's a Yoruba brother of mine, and we must vote for him because he's my brother. I was so surprised because I know that ndị Igbo will not do that kind. The Igbo people will be the first who will criticize their own if he's not doing well. So what I'm saying is that we must be very sensitive. It is his sensitivity to do what he has done, in my thinking.
Yes, it is insensitivity if we play the ostrich, not understanding the fact that politics has two things that influences it, and that is ethnicity and religion. That's so submitted our guest, Professor Chukwu Dozie, who has come here to lend voice to our topic of the day, which is Osun State election matters arising. I am still your anchor, Rex Arum. Please stay tuned as we go in for a break. By the time we come back, we'll continue our discourse, and we'll formally continue to enrich you all the time at Arena. Stay tuned.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And our topic for today is topic of discourse is Osun State election matters arising. A lot of issues has come up for discourse as a matter of fact, so that we'll see how we can lend voice to some of the things that are seen to be anomalies happening pre to Osun State election on 15th, about 4 or 5 days from now. And my guest, Professor Dozie Chukwokolo, is here. He has lent voice to it, and he will continue to lend voice to it, and he has all it takes to do perfect analysis of the situation of electoral, practices, electoral process in Nigeria, and as it affects Osun State election. Professor Chukwokolo, let me go back to some of the things you said earlier. We were talking about the legality or illegality of freezing the account of Osun State government. Then we also talked about the order to unfreeze by Mr. President. earlier, Mr. President felt, I guess, that the issue of intimidation, the issue of trying to openly intimidate the government in power and possibly make some incursions that will make them lose the election is coming from his office. And consequently, he hurriedly, even when the Attorney General has right. Now remember that there was no court order to freeze. That is one thing. So he hurriedly made a presidential order to unfreeze, not even knowing that there is no court order, because he asked the FCC chairman to go to court and unfreeze, which means his own information was not even good. It was not until when the FCC chairman came out to say they have right to freeze any account 72 hours before they go to court. No, and now he was asked to unfreeze, and consequently he did. It did not take up to 24 hours. And, you know, within the Friday, because Saturday the banks may not be working, and so the account was unfrozen. And but I am trying to find out, what does that kind of action portend? I do not want to believe that what the president did was not fair. Well, his action, immediate action, was to exonerate himself directly from being accused of doing certain things. That is from my perspective. But I know that Nigerians are, you know, giving their own analysis from various perspectives. So, and you said it was a body language that he should have allowed the Attorney General couldn't have even done anything without a process of courts and rule of law. So the president acted in good faith to allow the state government to continue with their normal business, the business of government, which is, of course, enormous, which tends to affect the lives of some millions of people in that state. Do you still want to, you know, keep your position that...
Rex, you see, I understand it very well. And all of us, I think we have one interest, and that interest is to ensure that Nigeria works. You might be doing something right, that the timing and mannerism of doing the thing will be subject to multiple interpretations. And that's exactly what has happened. I don't know Tinubu beyond seeing him in the TV and what he does and the mysteries around him. But I think that whatever he's talking about, the impulsive way he acted at the spur of the moment, because he has seen that locally and internationally people have started looking at him as stifling funding of the state government in a way that the citizens might get angry and turn against the incumbent. He now decided to come out that way. To start with, if EFCC were to be a little bit independent, and of course you and I have been here to see what EFCC have been doing. Adam Shimelo, who goes to pontificate in the National Assembly as if he were a saint, when he was APC National Chairman, told people to join APC, that once you join them, those that were under EFCC gulag, and he said, if you join, your sins are forgiven. And that was what happened, including Akpabio. People allege that one of the reasons why Akpabio joined the APC was because they were his jugglers for a lot of mismanagement of funds when he was governor. And so he ran away and joined APC, and his sins were forgiven immediately. Remember Ojus Okara even. Ojus Okara has almost been sentenced, but immediately he joined the APC. Are you still hearing of that thing again? And so many of them. So what I'm trying to say is that it is what we all know. There's no need to play the ostrich. People like us have a vow to say the truth, speak it, and disperse it anytime you are called upon to do it. So we must look at the thing and ensure that we don't allow politicians to destroy this country. The way they are moving, they can destroy this country. And of course, you know, they have their private jets, they will run away. All of us who are here will now start suffering it. Because otherwise, tell me why somebody will. And I can also tell you that the EFCC chairman must have a backdoor way of relating with the presidents, because we know how these appointments work. If you are given the thing once in a while, you brief the person who appoints you or who has appointed you to a function. You brief them on how you are doing your work. And that's why sometimes, I recall under Jonathan, Farida Waziri had an issue with Adoke. And it took the intervention of Jonathan to beg Farida that, look, Madam EFCC Chair, you are going to mess me up before the international community. Because Adoke, who was the Attorney General at the time, was being investigated for CMS, the remaining money of CMS, the scandal. Adoke, the human alleged that Adoke took it. And so they were doing the thing. And Adoke was arguing that she should be reporting to him as AG. And the woman said, no, in this case, since we are investigating, we can report to you. I know my right as a senior police officer and all those, and I'm a lawyer too. So he took Jonathan they did it from a back door. And the woman left those. Adoke is moving around also now, pontificating good, patriotic Nigerians, all of them. So what I'm trying to say is that we know how it has been happening, and I don't think the president can convince anybody who has been seeing the way EFCC and right from Obasanjo's era to now, I don't think anybody, it's only Jonathan who didn't muzzle people with EFCC. I thought all the other people, they were doing it. If you fall out of favor with them, they will muzzle you. And if you try to attempt to investigate certain high caliber people, they will remove you and deal with you because you are overreaching yourself. But I think that it is left for Nigerians to ensure that their institutions work, because right away we have very powerful persons and not very powerful individuals in Nigeria.
Right away we do have very powerful individuals and not very powerful institutions, and that tends to affect most of the things that are done in this country. Well, sometime a few months back, there was another obstacle election in Anambra, and the Anambra election is seen from the perspective of something that went well. There's not much of, even when Anambra was boiling before the elections, but before the elections, the Chukwuma Soludo administration worked very hard to stem the tide of insecurity. And during that election, the election was, of course, free. When I said election was free, people came out to vote. They were not scared through the machination of thugs and those who shoot into the air, sometimes even shooting into the crowd, and so on. We hadn't any such story. There were a few skirmishes here and there, but it didn't quite mar that election. But you cited the case of Ondo State during the administration of the political era of Omoboriowo, and you cited so many other Western political crises. Are we going to have another political crisis in Osun State?
God forbid.
Or or will the 16,000 policemen sent to Osho State be able to contain the excesses of people who think they should act infamously to rig the elections?
Rex, you see, you and I, unless you don't vote, and in the last election, I had an observer status, and I moved around. Sometimes, police, if they like, let them be 2 million in a place. You will see that sometimes, when this type of crisis appear, they get swallowed because they are human beings too. Most of the people, the thugs who come, two things influence them. If they come from the party in power, nothing will happen. They will be behaving like the proverbial person whose father sent him to steal. So he will come. The second one is that they will have more sophisticated weapons than the police. And so when you hear it as police, you run away for your own safety, because if you are killed, in less than 6 months, if you are living in the barracks, they will throw away your family. Nobody, even before they pay you your gratuity or whatever to your family, they have suffered seriously. So you see that nobody will stake his neck. But there is a question I want to ask, or an issue I want to raise. When you are thinking of fairness, where you are saying the election is free and fair, there are certain things that I ask. How many, you have maybe 6 million voters registered and only 2 came out to vote. Did you ask yourself why the other 400 didn't come out? 4 million didn't come out to vote? Most times you see when people lose interests in what you are doing because of the body language, like as I've said, you will see they won't come out. Because I was saying the other day that if I have my way, I'll be coming to the TVs and radio stations to tell our people that our votes can still count. I've interacted with people offline, and they keep telling you, look, let us not waste our time. Last Sunday we were in the church, no, last 2 Sundays we were in the church, and the bishop was in the cathedral, the Anglican bishop of Aneke diocese. I was in the cathedral, I was telling people to make sure that they go and empower themselves with their PVC. And those people around me, majority of them, they said, does the votes count? Even in the church, I started preaching that these votes can count, because people will only rig when you don't come to vote. Because if, for instance, there are 500 people registered in a polling unit, and you came there, you saw only 50 people, you will give the people who are there, whether the opposition or the main people in power, they will give them the opportunity to rig, because they will want to start writing, and nobody will. But if all of you are around, nobody can rig your own voter's card if you have voted. How can they do that? So, but the point I'm making is that people see this, that it's a waste of time, but it will not. And once, I don't know what INEC will do between now and January, February, to let Nigerians get convinced, because even there are a lot of things showing that the INEC chairman may after all not be independent. So when you are, well, that's what people are alleging, let me put it that way. So, because why I'm saying this is that if you look at it, you will see that the challenge we are having is about trust. There's a lot of trust deficit that the citizens have with government and INEC. And that's why the Nigerian Catholic Bishop Conference will tell the president that, look, INEC doesn't seem to be neutral. And the president would say, they are neutral, in that way. So why I'm saying this is we must be very careful. I don't wish that we have crisis in the West. Like I said, all the electoral crises we have ever had in Nigeria started from the West. So when you compare with the Anambra, you know that Igbo, we believe that life is free to anybody and sacred. That's why if you see anybody killing a human being somehow in Igbo land, they'll say, is he an Igbo man? Because life is sacrosanct. But there are some other tribes that they don't care. Even we have a lot of evidence. When Tostan Shaw in 1958 did the excavation at Ibuku and Orere, there was no evidence that we ever buried our others with human heads and all those things. No. But there are some other parts of Africa that you will see such things happening, including some parts of Nigeria. You saw such things happen. Even today, they still do it and they pretend they don't. But once they are traditional rulers, people around will start running that way. So that's why I said you can't compare both of them. But our prayer is that people will come out to vote and resist rigging and imposition.
Okay. What is the political implication to our democracy and the elections in Nigeria? Situation where we don't get the process right.
To start with, when they talk about democracy in Nigeria, I used to ask questions. Maybe they may say academic questions, but I used to ask, do we practice democracy in Nigeria? Do we follow the constitutions? A lot of people in power behave in a way that they are above the law. And that's what happens. Small people in Enugu here, the roads, they say don't do one way, don't follow one way. You will see those following one way. The other day I had to mobilize people somewhere in Abakpa to say we will slug it out, because somebody saw somebody who was following one way, followed a bus person, they called the person, and I said, no, you will arrest the other people. If it's not there, you allow this person to go. And a lot of people came out. We overpowered the people who were...
Because they should have arrested the other first offender.
I said, and I told them, it's not as if I'm supporting this person. Okay, what you did is wrong. But you can't allow somebody to go and... so the law should apply to everybody. So this is what has been going on. So the implication for our democracy is, if we practice democracy anywhere, is onerous, very, very deep. And except when we get to that point, we'll have it doing this. But again, it is responsible citizenry that will make us practice democracy and rule of law. Because if you and I, if that suit you are wearing, if we have it in common, and I found out that you can take it, you found out you can take it and wear it and I will do nothing, it really requires somebody who has become divinized, that will wear some time and give me some time. Otherwise you will continue to take it and call your bluff. So there must be consequences for wrong actions.
There must be consequences for wrong actions, and the situation in Osun State, our guest here has advised that all should be played according to rules. He is advocating for rule of law in all aspects of our national life, and that is the contribution of our guest, Professor Dozie Chukwu Okolo, who is our guest on today's edition. And that's the much we can take from this program for one of time. Thank you, Professor Chukwu Okolo, for coming.
Thank you for always inviting me.
And want to actually ask you to join us next time on this program, Arena on Aneke TV. We will continue to give you the best. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you.
town hall meetings remain a central instrument of participatory governance, strengthening accountability and rebuilding trust between leaders and citizens. In democratic theory, particularly deliberative democracy, habemas, and participatory democracy, Pateman, governance legitimacy is sustained not only through elections, but through continuous public dialogue. Globally, town halls have improved policy legitimacy and reduced governance distance. In the United States, they are used to directly test legislative accountability. In Brazil, participatory budgeting in Porto Alegre reshaped public spending priorities through citizen input, while Rwanda's structured community dialogue systems strengthen performance monitoring at local levels. In Nigeria, the practice has gained visible but uneven traction, with notable examples at both state and federal levels. In Lagos State, under former Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, structured public engagements around infrastructure projects such as transport reform and urban renewal helped improve policy acceptance, particularly during major reforms like BRT expansion and environmental sanitation enforcement. Similarly, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has institutionalized town hall style engagements through community stakeholder meetings and sector-specific dialogues, especially around transportation, security, and urban development projects. These platforms have helped manage public expectations around large-scale infrastructure disruptions while improving feedback loops on service delivery. In Enugu State, under Governor petermbah, town hall engagement has been embedded into a broader governance communication strategy tied to ongoing structural reforms. Public interaction sessions linked to transport modernization, smart school implementation, and healthcare expansion have helped reinforce citizen awareness of policy direction and state priorities. However, analysts argue that these engagements must move beyond presentation formats into structured accountability forums where citizens can directly interrogate performance indicators and budget outcomes. From a theoretical standpoint, town halls align strongly with social contract theory, Locke and Rosal, which holds that government authority is valid only when continuously justified before the governed. They also reflect accountability theory in public administration, which emphasizes transparency, responsiveness, and feedback-driven governance. For Nigeria, the need is urgent. Rising public distrust, economic hardship, and insecurity demand deepen civic engagement beyond election cycles. Town halls provide a practical mechanism to reduce misinformation, address grievances early, and improve policy ownership. Experts stress that Nigerian leaders must institutionalize town halls as a governance requirement, not political events, ensuring they are regular, structured, documented, and tied to measurable policy outcomes. Ultimately, sustained town hall governance is no longer optional. It is a democratic necessity for rebuilding trust, improving service delivery, and strengthening the fragile bond between the Nigerian state and its citizens.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice, and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increase number of state councils. Having reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
In theory, elections are the strongest expression of democracy. But in Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation, the reality is more complex. Despite regular elections since the return to civilian rule in 1999, voter turnout has shown fluctuations and in some cases a steady decline. In the 2023 general elections, turnout dropped to around 27% of registered voters, one of the lowest since 1999, highlighting concerns about deepening voter apathy. Analysts link this trend to distrust in institutions, insecurity, and a widespread belief among citizens that elections do not translate into meaningful change in daily life. The consequences are far-reaching. When large sections of the electorate disengage, elections can be decided by smaller, more organized voting blocks. This raises concerns about representation and legitimacy. For example, in several state elections, including governorship contests in Lagos, Kano, and Rivers in recent cycles, outcomes have been determined by narrow margins relative to total registered voters, hence underscoring how limited participation can shape leadership outcomes. Experts say this weakens accountability and distances citizens from decision-making processes that directly affect their lives, including infrastructure, security, and economic policy. Several factors have been identified as driving low civic participation in Nigeria. One major issue is confidence in the electoral process. Despite reforms by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, including the introduction of beavers and electronic transmission of results, disputes over election credibility continue to surface, especially after closely contested races. Insecurity is another critical factor. In parts of the Northeast and Northwest, communities affected by insurgency and banditry have seen reduced voter turnout due to fear of attacks during election periods. Similar concerns have been recorded in some Southeast states, where sit-at-home orders have disrupted voting activities. Economic hardship also plays a role. In urban centers such as Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Abuja, many citizens say immediate survival concerns, rising food costs, transport fares, and unemployment reduce interest in political participation. There is also the influence of identity politics, where voting elections are shaped by ethnicity, religion, and political loyalty rather than policy performance. In past elections, including 2015, 2019, and 2023, analysts have pointed to voting patterns that closely followed regional and identity lines. In some cases, campaign rhetoric has further reinforced these divisions, making issue-based politics more difficult to sustain. Observers say this limits the ability of the electorate to make fully informed choices based on governance records, economic plans, or service delivery outcomes. A global comparison shows Nigeria is not alone in facing declining voter engagement. Many democracies have experienced
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I am Anthony Wike. The headlines. Operatives of the Nigeria Police Force kill wanted criminal leader Ojiogu Eluma Martin, known as Acid, during a tactical raid in Ohaji, Egbema, Imo State. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps deploys 10,000 personnel to guarantee security during the upcoming Osun State governorship election. Enugu State Governor Petermbah approves land allocation for the Industrial Training Fund to construct a state-of-the-art digital fabrication center in Enugu. On to the details. Operatives of the Police Special Tactical Squad Force Intelligence Department have neutralized wanted criminal leader Ojiogu Eluma Martin, popularly known as Acid, during an early morning raid in Ohaji Egbema local government area of Imo State. Force Public Relations Officer CSP Aneke TV confirmed in Abuja that the operation took place at 1:30 a.m. following directives from Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Rilwan Disu. The suspect opened fire on advancing officers, prompting a gun battle that resulted in his death, while several gang members escaped into the surrounding forest. Police recovered an AK-47 rifle, 3 magazines, and 56 rounds of live ammunition, linking Martin to the April 2026 murder of traditional ruler, His Royal Highness Eze Barrister Paulinus Ekweme, and 5 others. The Anambra State government has partnered with the Department of State Services, transport operators, and civil society groups in a public awareness rally to combat violent crime across the state. Participants marched through major commercial hubs in Awka carrying anti-terror placards, urging residents to report suspicious activities to law enforcement agencies. Anambra State Commissioner for Information and Value Reformation, Dr. Law Mifo, stated in Awka that public security remains vital for implementing state development projects. Government officials reaffirmed the 5 million naira reward for actionable whistleblower intelligence, while transport unions pledged full cooperation to eradicate local criminal networks. The Commissioner of Police, Anambra State Command, Mr. Nnana, has announced a comprehensive review of the state's operational strategies to transition towards intelligence-led, technology-driven crime prevention. Speaking during his inaugural press briefing at the command headquarters in Amaubia, Mr. Ama stated that the strategic realignment aims to boost operational efficiency and proactively counter security threats. He reaffirmed the command's commitment to reinforcing community policing frameworks, deepening operational synergy with sister security agencies and local vigilance groups, and restoring public trust to guarantee a safer environment for residents and visitors. Addressing a critical security incident, Mr. Ama expressed concern over the recent discovery of 4 unconscious children aged 6, 9, 12, and 15 in the Ideani community of Idemili South local government area. Mr. Ama announced that the Anambra State Police Command will fully underwrite the medical expenses for the surviving child, and confirmed that a higher-level professional investigation has determined the precise circumstances surrounding the tragic event. Mr. Ama reassured the public that under his leadership, the Anambra State Police Command will execute its constitutional mandate with strict integrity, transparency, and unyielding respect for the rule of law. He emphasized that police personnel will remain firm, fair, and accountable in protecting lives, securing property, and upholding peace across all 18 local government areas. Mr. Wilfred Afolabi has resumed office as the 35th Commissioner of Police for Abia State, pledging to advance intelligence-led policing and enforce strict personnel discipline. Mr. Afolabi succeeds AIG Danladi Issa, who was recently promoted and redeployed to the 4th Criminal Investigation Department Annex in Kaduna. Addressing newsbooks in Umuahia, Mr. Afolabi stated that his primary focus is re-engineering the state intelligence network to prevent violent crime. He emphasized aligning local operations with the strategic framework of Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, while deepening partnerships with community stakeholders and civil groups. Operators of the Ogun State Police Command have raided a residential property in Ota, arresting 23 foreign nationals suspected of operating a Ponzi scheme and visa fraud syndicate. Ogun State Police Command spokesperson Mr. Olusheyi Babasheyi confirmed in Abeokuta that the raid followed credible intelligence regarding illegal financial activities at the location. Following preliminary investigations, police handed over 21 suspects to the Nigerian Immigration Service for processing regarding immigration violations. 2 primary suspects remain in police custody, facing formal prosecution for obtaining money under false pretenses, with investigations ongoing to dismantle the broader network. The National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, has secured over 20 legal convictions for sexual and gender-based violence offenses and rescued more than 3,000 victims in 2026. Head of Press and Public Relations at NAPTIP, Mr. Vincent Adekoye, announced the figures during an interview with newsmen in Abuja. Mr. Adekoye revealed that 3 of the convictions resulted in life imprisonment sentences, with the majority of prosecuted cases involving severe sexual assault. NAPTIP reaffirmed its ongoing collaboration with the Nigeria Police Force and the Civil Defense Corps to enforce statutory penalties under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, nscdc, has assigned 10,000 personnel to maintain public order during the upcoming Osun State governorship election. Commandant General Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi will personally direct the security operation from Osogbo to guarantee a peaceful voting process. Addressing tactical commanders in Osogbo, Osun State Commandant Igbalawale Sotiyo instructed deployed officers to maintain strict political neutrality and professionalism. He warned personnel against civil rights abuses, directing them to protect voters, election officials, and critical infrastructure throughout the state. Civil servants and retirees in Osun State have staged a peaceful demonstration in Osogbo, rejecting claims by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, AFCC, that a recent wage award constituted vote buying. Union leaders gathered at the Osun State Secretariat, explaining that the 10,000 naira allowance was requested by organized labor to cushion economic hardship. Nigeria Labour Congress Osun State Chairman, Comrade Christopher Arapasupu, stated that Governor Ademola Adeleke acted solely to support worker welfare. Demonstrators carried placards advocating strict adherence to the rule of law, while condemning political violence ahead of the state governorship election. Traditional rulers, religious leaders, and healthcare personnel in Cross River State have launched a joint campaign to eliminate social stigma surrounding leprosy. Speaking at a public health summit organized by the Cross River State Ministry of Health in Calabar, community leaders highlighted that public misconceptions hinder early medical intervention. They emphasized that government-provided multi-drug therapy completely cures leprosy within 6 to 12 months when detected early. Stakeholders signed a 5-point communique committing to grassroots educational campaigns across all 18 local government areas to promote the social reintegration of survivors. Public health advocates under the Nigerian Tobacco Control Community have demanded the immediate withdrawal of the National Tobacco Control Act Amendment Bill of 2025. Executive Director of Corporate Accountability and Public Participation, Africa, Mr. Akimbode Oluwafemi, stated in Abuja that the bill creates regulatory loopholes for novel nicotine products. The coalition objected to provisions authorizing online sales, home deliveries, and point-of-sale advertising for electronic cigarettes, heated tobacco items, and nicotine pouches. Health experts urged the National Assembly to halt legislative proceedings and called on President Bola Tinubu to withhold executive assent to protect public health standards. Tragedy has struck the Umuokereke Ngwa community in Obingwa local government area of Abia State, following the death of resident Innocent Nwaji, who was allegedly murdered by his wife. Local sources reported that the suspect, identified as Innocent Sarah, fatally attacked her husband while he was asleep. The incident occurred 8 months after the couple's wedding in December 2025, leaving community members surprised over the sudden violence. Abia State Police operatives have taken the suspect into custody and deposited the victim's remains at a local mortuary pending formal investigation. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Operatives of the Nigerian police force kill wanted criminal leader Ojiogu Eluma Martin, known as Acid, during a raid in Ohaji, Egbema, Imo State. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps Alliance assigns 10,000 personnel to guarantee security during the upcoming Osun State governorship election. Coming up shortly, Enugu State Governor Petermbah approves land for the Industrial Training Fund to construct a digital fabrication center in the state capital.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. And on to our next story. The Industrial Training Fund, ITF, is establishing a high-capacity digital fabrication center in Enugu State to enhance technical skills acquisition across southeast Nigeria. Enugu State Governor Dr. Petermbah announced the approval of land for the facility during a working visit by an ITF delegation led by Director General Dr. Afeez Oluwatoyin Ogun. Governor Mbah stated that the project aligns with state initiatives to position the region as a hub for technology-driven manufacturing and investment. ITF Director General Dr. Ogun noted that the center will mirror existing facilities in Lagos, training young artisans in robotics, mechatronics, and computer-aided manufacturing. The Enugu State government has recovered a 1.4-hectare parcel of land in the Wuye district of the Federal Capital Territory following the resolution of a prolonged ownership dispute. Speaking during the site handover in Abuja, the Permanent Secretary and Liaison Officer of the Enugu State Liaison Office, Mr. Chukwuka Ugo, confirmed that the property located within Cadastral Zone BO3 was originally allocated to Enugu State before it suffered illegal encroachments. He urged the Federal Capital Development Authority to fully digitize its land tilting systems to prevent future double allocations and property conflicts within the nation's capital. Mboka FC has won the maiden edition of the Game Changer Unity Cup, defeating Tara Plaza FC in 1-0 in the tournament final at the Stadium of Light in Dutse Apo, Abuja. Organized by Water FC, President Nurani Makanjola, the two-month competition featured 16 teams drawn from local trade unions and spare parts dealers. Mboka FC captain Chukwujeku Nwanze praised his team's defensive discipline as the squad claimed the championship trophy and the 1 million naira cash prize. Runners-up Tara Plaza FC received 500,000 naira, while third place NATA FC received 300,000 naira, with organizers commending the event's role in youth empowerment. The Abia State government has intervened to resolve long-standing leadership disputes within the state chapter of the Actors Guild of Nigeria. Abia State Commissioner for Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, Dr. Matthew Ekwuribe, convened a reconciliation meeting in Umuahia, urging factional leaders to withdraw pending court cases. The mediation led to the inauguration of a 9-member interim leadership committee headed by Mr. David Onyibuchi Amalaha, following the lifting of executive suspensions. AGN National President Alhaji Abubakar Yakubu Sanusi commended the state government's peace initiative, emphasizing the need for unified efforts to revitalize local film production. Nollywood filmmaker Funke Akindele has announced the star cast for a forthcoming feature film, The Fall, No One Fights Alone. The ensemble features prominent screen and music personalities, including Richard Mofedamijo, Chioma Akpotha, Waje, Bisola Ayola, Lateef Adedimeji, Timini Ebuson, Uzo Arukwe, and Ali Nuhu. Written, directed, and produced by Akindele under the Funke Akindele Network, the drama explores themes of motherhood, resilience, and female solidarity. Set between rural Udu community and urban centers, the narrative follows 4 women united in protecting a loved one, highlighting Nigerian cultural identity through cinema. And now to the end of the news across the country. Here are the main points again. Operatives of the Nigeria Police Force kill wanted criminal leader Ojiogu Eluma Martin, known as Acid, during a raid in Ohaji Egbema, Imo State, recovering an AK-47 rifle and live ammunition. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, nscdc, has deployed 10,000 officers under Commandant General Ahmed Abubakar Audi to safeguard the Osun State governorship election. Enugu State Governor Dr. Petermbah has approved land allocation for the Industrial Training Fund to construct a regional digital fabrication center in Enugu. That's news across the country. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703 043 7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidimma Asogwa, and the entire news team, I am Anthony Umenabuike. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Came through flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, but the top, I can't ever take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. You know the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah. Came through flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, big something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gonna keep going. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, big something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer.
There is more to the cosmos, Heraclitus, than you covered in your erudition. That was the statement centuries ago by philosophers, because there is no end to the mysteries of life. Today, we come in the studio to look into one mystery, which is always before us, which we don't really recognize. We just play with it, use it to wrap, use it as a scope, and so on and so on. We have with me in the studio a man that is called Eze Nwoko. The other time I tried to get his name, but I just forgot it because I don't know why I forgot it. Eze Nwoko, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
We really miss you because we need you to be here to be able to help us with your own perspectives. Otherwise, I'm going to end up with the deities of Akugo. Yes. When I write, we have our brother who has Gabriel Anichukwu, Ndemeka Anichukwu. Gabriel, welcome to the program.
Prof, I'm grateful.
Yes, and we have our brother who is always correcting his name for me. Whenever I say Oka, he will say it is not Oka, it is Reverend
Uche Carlo.
Reverend Uche Carlo. Reverend Uche Carlo, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir.
Only because my mentor was Professor Obu Carlo.
Okay.
The one and the only, then at the University of Nigeria. May he rest in peace. So now we want to look at the thing called Ugrishi. This particular crop. I like there's a word that our pastor was using last time. The other was always using the word seed. We are using crop. And then he said it's not a crop, it is a seed. Seed is much more serious than crop, if you want to really understand the meaning. So, with me, to begin this particular issue of Ogirishi, I want to start with the native doctor man here, the man of African, orientation and perspectives. This Ogirishi, what is an Ogirishi tree?
For me, an Ogirishi tree is a deity.
A deity?
Chineke God. Yes. Because deities sometimes are found in they have a natural habitation in plants.
Okay.
And also the earth.
Okay.
There is also the
yes.
Like a termite.
Yes.
Termite.
They have the mbu.
That deities reside in these
places.
Yes, and make those things sacred.
Okay.
So Ogirishi is a sacred plant.
Okay.
That in the ancient times is used for demarcating boundaries.
Okay. One.
The shrine.
Good.
The family compound.
Good.
It will be.
Good.
Even in the marketplaces, you see that it's used for boundaries.
Okay, boundary demarcation.
And then the Ogirishi also has healing properties.
Beautiful.
Antibacterial properties. And it's also used for cleansing.
Okay.
Yes. For instance, Esochu.
So Oyochu marketer.
You can use Ogirishi to
cleanse
the person. Yeah.
Yes.
And the person's aura returns.
Because Ocho is called, the younger ones say I don't understand the meaning of Ocho. The younger ones say they don't know the meaning of Ocho. Because as you are saying it, they think it is somebody's name, Ocho. They don't know that it is Ocho. So explain to us the meaning of Ocho.
Ocho is negative energy.
Okay.
Negative energy that latches on the person's aura.
Okay.
To dim the aura.
Good.
Because the aura
is supposed to shine.
Yes.
It's supposed to radiate. It's supposed to shine. It's supposed to continue to expand. The Bible tells us that we have expanded my coast. Yeah. But the Ocho will do what? We dim the space for the person. The glory of the house will fall because of Ocho. Either fall or fail. So let me come to you, because I know you like this Ogirishi thing. Before I go to the pastor, to the reverend, to tell us, because he will take another perspective. This Ogirishi, what do you have to say? He has mentioned some of the qualities of Ogirishi and some of the uses of Ogirishi.
Sadly, Ogirishi is a leaf found in most parts of Africa, West Africa, Igbo land, and other environments. It's a leaf that inhabits the spirits or the gods. Is a conductor. Is a metaphysical conductor.
Wow.
Is an instrument of divine protection. Is also an instrument of spiritual purification.
Wow.
Is so a tool of ancestral or deity connection, whereby the deity and the humanities commune.
Okay.
Kind of, I can call it a vegetable, a traditional vegetable Eucharist.
Okay.
Whereby the deities, the ancestors, and humanity are interwoven in a holy communion.
Good.
Then, Ogirishi is also could be used to demarcate boundaries, whereby if you remove it, if that Ogirishi is put according to the words of ancestors, the demarcations, if you remove it, you remove your life, you remove your destiny, because it is a deity encapsulated in a vegetable.
Okay.
Have you seen? So it's not something you toy with. You can use it to invoke your chi, your your incarnate spirit. You can use it to call upon, if you are in a foreign land, that you cannot go to no more. You can stay at your place at US or London. You can get it, then you place it, you call Come.
Yes.
Okay, my grandfather, come. They will, you call them with English, it is a conductor, they will come and commune with you, and you place your supplication before.
So it's like a mobile phone.
That is even more smart. It's smarter than
what of that of our brother, the Tesla iPhone, the Tesla phone? No.
So forget about this one is moved with the mystical power. It's less than 11 degrees seconds to travel. So it's not so. It's where the gods, God Almighty, the gods, deities, ancestors commune, whereby you place your supplications. And they will answer you. Okay. And you can even use it to harm. And if you are going to a place that you feel that they will, like if you are having an election now, maybe if you come there, people will get rid of you or high malaria, maybe from the metaphysical, negative metaphysical powers, you can use it to just put it in your bathroom water, or you squeeze it. Then the solution, you put it, you can use your psalm or brain sacrament to consecrate it, or you call to consecrate it, don't bath with it, then go. There's no negative force that will penetrate you.
Okay, that's what you're saying.
Yes.
So we go to Reverend Carlo. Reverend, is it Uma? What again?
Uche Carlo.
Reverend Uche Carlo, because names are always important. Reverend Uche Carlo, what do you have to say? You have had Esen Woko, and you have had our friend, Gabriel. So what do you have to say about this plant called Ogrish?
Yeah, Ogrish as a plant is a very important tree in my place.
Okay.
Very important. We know it as such for demarcation of boundaries.
Beautiful.
We know it as
very,
such.
very important.
We know it as a tree that doesn't necessarily grow in branches. It grows straight from its root. And if you want to multiply it, cut it, then it will start from another place and start growing. Good. It is hard to be removed. Even the stem part of it is medicinal.
Beautiful.
You can use it, cook yam porridge, drink
water with it.
Yes. The root that is inside the ground is also medicinal.
Yes, this we don't know that
for treating of malaria, typhoid, all those things, yes. And antibiotics.
Okay.
Then the leaf on itself. I remember when my mom was sick, afflicted with stroke. So we were using it. You boil it, use the water, use it, and just like my brother said, is for cleansing. Yes. Actually, what it does is more than what we can say or perceive.
Yes.
It's a mysterious plant.
Yes.
But I don't want to attach it that it's a deity. He went into saying that the tree is a deity itself. Yes, there are trees God give certain potency and energy, as he always refer, but that does not make that tree to become a god.
There are so many gods.
That tree, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry to help me to understand
because
that.
We are the ones that ascribe
Exodus 14
so special reference.
No, I'm coming now.
And then turn it to a god where we now come and bow down.
No, we're not talking about down. We're talking of what happened. When God was angry with the people of Egypt, he told Moses, this day shall be the very first day in the year for you. On that day, I will deal with all the gods of Egypt. Didn't you read that one?
No, go ahead.
So he said he will deal with all the gods. So we have minor gods, we have major gods, then we have what? God Almighty. Yeah, the chairman. That is the president. That is the governor among the gods. Psalm 80:81 says, the governor among the gods has now made a statement.
Yes.
Then Isaiah 43 says, let one people come and make a statement. Let me see it come to happen.
You are right. So, as I was saying,
so because I want to address
it's a good seed. Yes. It's a good plant. Even the fruits, there's a fruit it produces also that is also medicinal.
Yes.
Yes. And the flowers.
And then
is so much,
that we used to enjoy.
It's so much rich.
Yes.
Yes, but I'll not attribute it to be a goddess.
Yeah.
Or
a god.
Yes, a
deity. A deity, okay, a deity. So
I think I made something very, very clear.
Okay.
Yes, spirits, energies,
abide.
could inhabit
them
because of the properties. Okay? And sometimes you could see like agu.
Yes, agu.
Ebara aru mmadụ agu. Asina agu na aga edebe na ogirisi. Agu onye nke aga edebe na akpụ. You understand what I'm saying? So different trees have their different properties. And then you can come into a village and you see an ogirisi tree that they have a white cloth tied around it, a red cloth tied around it, signifying that it's a sacred place of worship. It's a sacred place of communication. Okay? So, what I'm trying to say is this. The Most High One, was the word God is just an English word. You know.
We have no better term now.
I call it okike.
That's what we call it today.
I call it okike. So any other person can call it. You call him in the name, whatever language, your dialect, whatever that is comfortable and suitable for the person. So the Most High okike manifests in everything that we see. Okike can manifest in water. I always say, marine spirit, Holy Ghost fire. But I remember there was a song we used to sing in the Catholic Church those days. Ave Maria, O Virgin, O Mother. We were singing all this song.
Probably that you were not calling upon the last line. Then are the graces unclaimed by another sinless and beautiful star of what? Of the sea.
Mysteries of life.
That's what we're talking about. That's the Ototo.
Sinless and beautiful star.
That's Mama Nuku original. Original Mama Nuku can now.
Oh, that's it.
Allah is ready to bring in deity.
You see, that's why I said the Most High manifests in any way or form. And you don't tell the Most High where it will manifest itself. During the baptism, a dove was seen, according to the story.
Yes, now.
This is my beloved.
I don't know the scriptures.
Yes.
I don't know the story.
It's a story.
It's scriptures.
It's a story.
I will call it scriptures.
It's a story. Okay? We weren't there when it was written.
Yeah, the scriptures.
Good. This is my beloved son in whom I'm well pleased. But it was a dove that was seen. That was a sign. So God can manifest as anything. So you stone.
So you accept those native doctors that use pigeon to pressure mud.
Why not?
I know. Do you do it in your? I know we're at Greece, but do you do it in whatever? I don't want to call anyone. I don't want.
You know, I belong to a church that is that
is syncretic
amalgam of Trado and Christo, Judo. These religious practices.
Yes.
I want to them, and I'm not the supremo of our.
I know.
I came here as a scholar.
Yes,
to speak on this issue.
So
when we want to get,
I don't want
to. So when talking of talk of, if these things don't work, they will not be used.
Okay.
Exactly. No religion is, in fact, as my erudite herbalist says, an erudite is he's a scholar, but he's a doc in indigenous African cosmology.
He's a musician.
So a musician too. So what I'm saying is that when you talk of mysteries of, we are now, this program is called Mysteries of Life.
Yes,
so we are now dealing with the mysteries of Girish.
Yes, Girish.
In Igbo understanding of cosmology.
Good.
So, one man from my place called Mazo Koreanimba.
Yes. His father was a priest.
Exactly. No, first of all,
sorry, his brother was a priest.
His brother,
he died immediately after the war.
Yes, exactly.
He had this brain tumor.
He that told you his dream, and you said it's not true. Did you dream the dream with him? What am I saying in essence is that it's not something you debate, it's not something you argue. You cannot even validate your argument against it. It is a mysterious plant.
So it is like traditional holy water.
So excuse me, it is a mysterious traditional plant used by our ancestors, attested of its efficacy in tackling physical, spiritual, and medical problems.
Millions of years ago.
Highly potent in giving results. Assured, giving authority.
By the ancestors.
They have signed it, and it is forever and ever. Okay. So you cannot. Do you know what we talk about Ogirisi? Ogirisi is something. Do you know? Okay. This, if you are having some negative powers in your compound, okay, spread Ogirisi there. Okay, plant them. Just even one. Just one Ogirisi in your compound is even more potent than shadow eagle's fire for 100 years. Once there is a negative power coming, it will just hijack it. Detonate like thunder protector. It will. So don't like thunder protector. Exactly. So now we are suffering because we lack knowledge. Isaiah chapter 4:6. Yes. God, in the infinity of His mercy and grace, given to all humanity, irrespective of your tribe, ethnic, or religion, has given us various plans, facilities to safeguard our destiny. I like this last one you use. Plans and facilities. Yes. Because when they were hit by the snakes, he told Moses, make a bronze serpent. Make a bronze serpent. Yes. And whoever is beaten and looks at, what they would like to look at. He said, whoever looks at that bronze serpent is going to. For instance, yes, if a Eucharist is brought here, that chalice, it has great potency. Don't doubt it. But I'm always rattled when you prepare our own indigenous chalice or Eucharist, then you tell me that there's no power in that one. Well, so now we need to come to recognition of what we have. And let me tell you the truth, imitation is limitation. Whatever you imitate in life, just as we imitate some Euro-centric Christian cultures and values and mechanisms to resolve our conflicts, we have been failing woefully. So, but there are indigenous practices, indigenous mechanisms with which we can resolve our medical, spiritual conflicts and get the best results. Okay. Okay. Because I want our brother, Reverend, because two of you have said something, and I want him to come into this issue of because it's always easy to mix something like this, and then people will now get derailed. So, Reverend.
I still stand my point because the fact that I believed the potency or the working ability of Ogirisi does not make me to see it as a deity. Good. Neither to see it as a god, whether small god or whatever particles. It's only a panacea. Because even though you have it in your compound, does not exonerate you, the person occupant, not to be afflicted. If you have attraction with that people now, because I still have people that has it in their compound, yet things still go wrong. The truth of the matter still remains that for those that practice what they practice and believe system, yes, it has the potency of driving away witchcraft. Good. Yes, we know that. We grew from that environment. I'm happy that at least you have mentioned that. Because before we became born again and Christians, we saw those things working. You are a very good pastor. I like you always. So let me get into about to work on this whole thing. First and foremost, just like my great friend, Nemeka. This man is a friend. Yeah, he's my great friend. We've known a long time ago. Just like this, my great friend said. You see, I had some time ago a conversation with someone, and I said to him, why is it that our people, when they are told to go to the river in their village, town, wherever, that is connected to them by birth, probably Alpha is saying that this person has a predominant water element. Like is my water. Now, you are told to go there and do a cleansing, do your washing, and speak. Okay. Speak to the spirit, speak to the elements. Because you are connected to those elements. You are thank you. Good. Now, some people will say, no, I can't do that. Yeah, because this is what in the Bible, familiar spirits. Don't worry. Don't worry. I don't know that. I'm coming. Now, somebody goes and tells you he went for pilgrimage in Israel.
and brings Millie Jordan. Hold on a second, though. And then, when they see that Millie Jordan, Jesus. You understand? So you see.
Well, that's our bishop.
So you see, what we are trying to say is very, very simple. We have to look at Africa and understand that creation started here.
That's why there's no
creation started here
in Africa,
and God has embedded all sorts of things here in Africa. But because of the colonial masters and how when they came here, they twisted our understanding by giving us what they felt could control us, and we accepted those things, and that is the reason why we're so confused. Somebody will tell you he is a Christian, for instance, and then you ask him, why do you think you're a Christian? He said, because I go to church every Sunday. That doesn't make you a Christian. What makes you a Christian is that you have to be like the man Yeshua HaMashiach, who the account that was given to us was very straightforward. He wasn't living like this. He was straightforward. And then he was killed because he was speaking the truth, attacking the system. He was a reformer.
Yeah.
It's simple.
Certainly.
It's very simple. So, and then he worked with the elements in his environment.
Yeah.
Look at when a blind man was brought to him. He took it, ajale, and put it in his hand, put spittle on it. Walk on ya. Like as a look at the combination of elements.
And the one went first, washed, and came back. He went first and washed. I said, I'm seeing little. He said, go back and watch well. He said, he started seeing clearly.
So these elements, like I will say, like when I was deep in Hinduism, they say, Tatvamasi, thou art that. That is how they describe the Most High. Tatvamasi. Okay? And what that's I am that I am now. That's what I'm saying. That's I am that I am. Now that I am now the chairman. What I am as well. Good. And that's I am that I am. It has always been in the ancient scriptures before I was using the Bible.
Whichever one. I know that.
It tells you it's an eternal truth. Yes. It is called Sanatana Dharma. The eternal truth that is there. You can't change it. Now that eternal truth manifests in different forms. You can't stop it from manifesting. It can manifest as a stone. What was Ebenezer in the Bible?
Wait. You're not trying to bring problems. Because on the day, no. Let's handle it.
It was already seen. I'm talking about this. No, we're talking about the Most High.
No. It's not just about English. On the day of Joshua taking his decision, they came to the oak, the great oak at Mamre, and they brought 12 stones. You're not serious. If you know the 10 tribes of Israel, and then he said, if you go against this is what you have said today, these stones
are witnesses.
They are witnesses. That's exactly what we're talking about.
And sometimes we overemphasize issue and bring our exegesis into it, our opinions into it. You know, when you mention elements or no elements, until the power of God is effected in whatever you call it, it's not working.
So I think we'll take it from there and come back to you. Then we will take a little break and come back to you because I like the way you are finishing Waka and his elements. So when we come back, we'll continue with you because Waka and this man, they are trying to. You don't know that you're a trained reverend.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Get back to Reverend Uche. Am I right?
Yes.
Uche Carlo. Good. Uche Carlo. We get back to Reverend Uche Carlo. Then you are trying to help us with some of these erudition, some of these explanations,
yes.
you know, contrary to what he was trying to, you know, claim that it's that plant is a deity. But there are something that happened in Atemene recently. Atemene, you know, an old man came to the house of one of his relatives. I don't want to call them so that you don't announce it here.
That's all right.
So one of his relatives. So and the old man told the woman, because the woman had died for some time now. She was about 70 years. So, and he asked the woman, "Why don't you have a grish in this compound?" And then the next time he went and brought a grish and planted in the compound, and it was growing, it was healthy. Then one day they started the grish died. That's the grish died, and so when the man came, the man asked Cecilia, let me there. What happened? Were you not throwing water and all these things? He said I was doing, but I just woke up one day and saw it had died. The man left, came back, called her and said, "Is there anybody pregnant in your compound?" She said yes. He said these people came to take that baby, and the grish trapped it like you used to. The grish trapped it.
On the catch.
Yes, the grish trapped that this thing, that evil that was coming to that family. So when the woman went to the husband of the woman and said, "Look at what happened." He said, "I saw it even in my own dream, but I didn't interpret it the way you have put it, but I saw it." So back to you.
You know, in life, how God relates to us as human is relatively to the knowledge that is available for us.
Thank you.
God doesn't relate to you abstractly what you don't know. He starts with what you know.
Thank you.
And from every description, the Ogirisi we are talking about, and whatever element that we felt God manifested his power through, yes, he chose it because that is the available information that is there for whoever that is concerned. But I still maintain the point that Ogirisi has its potency.
Yes.
It has its effect. As other herbs, it has the purpose God created it and meant it for.
Thank you.
Which I have mentioned few of them. But the truth of the matter is that the God we serve, like I said and I maintain, if you have had an encounter with God and come to a point where you established a genuine relationship with him, the name of Jesus Christ is above every other name.
Amen.
We don't need to clash it. We don't need to have a potency clash, this and that. No. Because he is in charge of all.
The Super Supreme.
He is in charge. God is in charge of all.
Okay.
Now, if the Lord said, go to the river Jordan and wash your face, we need to understand the context. That river Jordan was not a clean, clear water. It was not a spring. It was not like this is filtered. God was telling and directing people what you overlook can be used to do what you get resource. Those things that God speak and do that was an avenue to tell you that as a human being, we all came from dust, and it was from his mouth. He started the creation, and he went back to do an update in the person's what? Health care. You cannot come to advise God what to do. He knows what to do.
It's not possible now.
So we cannot come and manipulate mathematics on what God has done.
We're not talking about manipulation.
He holds his directive, he holds his perspective.
No, I want my brother Gabriel to enter into what you have just said. It's not like manipulation. Gabriel, you know, he has put his own perspectives. You know, after there were two of them firing it.
What we are talking about, Ogilisi, is availability of God's grace through natural plants. to show his powers, to liberate us from every mediocrity, from every means radicals. I strongly believe that every suffering in life is a product of ignorance.
Yes.
Every suffering in life is a product of ignorance. Once you are under ignorance, you are under slavery, you suffer while you are in abundance. Because even the Holy Script said that the firstborn of a man is not different from the servant when the firstborn does not know the worth of his father. So the word, the mystical and the physical and the medicinal word inhabited, encapsulated in Ogilishi is what a typical Igbo man should get aware of to alleviate himself, to save himself from avoidable miseries of life. Now, nothing like manipulation in these God-given or God-ordained elements. Now, the sooner we Africans indulge in resolving our spiritual conflicts, medical conflicts, political conflicts, legal conflicts, social conflicts,
because we normally do
scientific conflicts, through our indigenous conflict and resolution methodologies, the state will become free and we reign as kings.
That we are supposed to
the whole world.
That we are supposed
but if we continue imitating, as I'm now, as in the there's no person that can do something that I'm doing as I can do it, because I'm unique according to my DNA. So, Ogilishi, in tandem with African DNA given to God Almighty to solve our problems, is what we should connect to. Just forget about, you can consecrate it with Holy Ghost fire, or with Jesus Christ, or with but just when you want to go, that olive oil you are not selling. See, then when we bring olive oil now, it's not the demonic spirit, and that one is not demonic.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
It's a beautiful Monday morning here in the Southeast. Good afternoon and welcome to Aneke Brief, the program where we bring to you conversations surrounding events across the 5 eastern states: Enugu, Abia, Ebonyi, Imo, and of course, get the story right, I'm your host, Princess Kenna Choma. Now today we're discussing, it's a continuation of a conversation that we've been having for a while, and my guests today in the studio are, quite renowned and knowledgeable in this very aspect. But before we get into all of that conversation, we usually bring to you events, highlights in the news bulletin as it's appeared on the news bulletin here in the studio of events that have occurred around the Southeast today. We'll take a short break, we'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back. Now, my guests today are two surveyors, two experts in the conversation surrounding land and land business. The first is estate surveyor Okechukwu. He's the head of land at the Enugu State Geographic Information Service, (ENGIS), and surveyor Uchechukwu Udinya, the head of surveyors. Good afternoon, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to the program. It's an honor to finally have, the big guns. You're welcome. You're welcome. Now, before we get right into the conversation for today, let's take a look at some stories that have occurred in the southeast today. Now, the first story, this is in Anambra State. Leaders of the northern and Hausa communities in Anambra State have refuted allegations that former Governor petermbah ordered the demolition of a mosque or implemented discriminatory policies against non-indigents during his tenure. Now, the community executive have addressed news describing the claims as political fabrications aimed at misinforming the public ahead of the 2027 elections. I mean, this is something that has occurred and they have come out to debunk it. So I don't know, what's your take on it?
Well, this story has always come up during election years, and usually people will find things to probably spoil the name or the political popularity of a candidate. We all knew what peterobi did during his tenure as the governor of Anambra State. The records are there. These things cannot just be fabricated and then people will now accept it as a... People lived within that period and there was no time such thing happened. Thank God the Hausa and Yoruba communities have come out to debunk such stories. So to me, it's just politics as usual.
Okay. Yeah, just like, people will try to use any means to win elections, demarketing people, telling what they never did. That's peterobi you're talking about in Anambra State. All through the period we've been reading news and stuff, afterwards, you still see a fraction of the Hausa community coming out to debunk those claims. That's to tell you that actually it never happened. Okay. And in all goodwill, we all know how benevolent peterobi is and how generous he is in donating to causes of education and healthcare. And such a person, I don't even think it would be in his mind to, drive people or demolish mosques, as is claimed.
All right. Now, moving to Abia State in the Obingwa local government area, there has been an alleged killing of a man by his, recently married wife. Apparently, they got married December last year, and she brutally murdered him in his sleep. This is in Abia State.
That's ridiculous.
Wow.
I mean, police have taken the suspect and deposited, but people are asking what could have transpired. It's barely a year that we got married, and somehow you murdered your husband in his sleep.
Wow. Things are really happening.
Yeah.
Wow. This is very shocking one.
Yeah.
The man goes to bed with his wife, newly married, not too long ago. No matter what the reason should be, I don't think he should end up like that. The woman went that far, but we'll allow the police to carry out their investigations and find out what really happened.
Yeah, death is death. I mean, there is no how you can justify murder. There is no way a spouse should kill the other partner for any reason whatsoever. I don't ascribe to that. It's brutal. And like my colleague just said, it's better when the investigations are through, then we'll know actually what happened.
All right, coming down to Enugu State, there are two stories. One is that the state government has recovered a 1.4 hectare parcel of land in the Wike district of the FCT following resolution of a prolonged ownership dispute. The permanent secretary, Mr. Chukwu Kaugu, confirmed the property located within the cadastral zone B03 that was originally allocated to Enugu State before it suffered illegal encroachments. I don't know if you're aware. This happened, I think, today. So the hectare was finally recovered.
It's a good development
Yeah.
for our state. Land, is a good resource. You can't just leave your thing off like that. I believe everybody knows how important it is to own land, and talk about one that is located in the Federal Capital Territory. It's of very important, big importance to the state.
Yes.
It's good they recovered it.
All right, and then the Industrial Training Fund is set to establish a high-capacity digital fabrication center in the state to enhance technical skills acquisition across Southeast state. Now, this is another development we've seen the governor is often called, that is called the digital governor, is establishing another high-capacity center for skill acquisition in Enugu. I mean, we are seeing so much of, tech improvement in the state.
Yes, that's why we call him the tech governor, the modern governor, the millennium governor, a man who has shown and brought his experience years outside the state, bringing it back to develop the state. So major agencies are trying to key into what is happening in Enugu. Everybody will want to develop its own area. The Industrial Training Fund has been partnering with Enugu state government for a very, very long time. We call it, they have a property here where the state gave them and they built up their industrial training institute. So it's a welcome development. That's a good one.
Okay. All right, that's all on the news bulletin. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be getting right into the conversation of today. And guess what? Our conversation today is centered on land. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. Now to the conversation of the day. Land is more than soil and boundaries over here. Its heritage, its security, is the single biggest asset most people will ever own. It is one of the most important assets in any society, and in the Southeast, its importance goes far beyond its monetary value. Yet, despite this enormous importance, land administration in many parts of the Southeast has for years been confronted by serious challenges, from inadequate documentation and poorly maintained records to boundary disputes, multiple allocations, fraudulent transactions, encroachment, land grabbing, delays in obtaining titles, and difficulties in establishing true ownership of properties. Across the 5 southeastern states, governments are now beginning to move away from dusty files and manual ledgers. The transition towards digital land administration seeks to change the narrative by using technology to capture, store, manage, and retrieve land information more effectively. Ideally, a properly digitized land system should make it easier to determine the location of a property, identify its boundaries, establish its ownership history, verify relevant documents, and track transactions. For buyers, it should mean faster processing, transparency, protection from onile issues, and double allocation. For the government, it means better planning, improved internally generated revenue, and data for urban development. And most importantly for investors, it means confidence that land you buy today will still be yours tomorrow. The challenge, therefore, is not simply to digitize the existing records, but to determine which records are accurate and which ownership claims are legitimate before they become part of a modern digital database. Now we ask, how can technology be used to reduce land disputes rather than simply transferring existing disputes from a paper file into a digital system? The bigger question is whether digitization and revalidation can finally bring greater transparency, efficiency, security and certainty to land administration in the Southeast. And now to help us understand the technical realities, the opportunities, the challenges, and what property owners need to know about land digitization and revalidation, we have two experts here with me in the studio, two estate management surveyor experts, like I introduced earlier. What is the head of land at the Enugu State Geographic Information Service, Estate Surveyor Okechukwu, and the head of surveyors NGs, Surveyor Uchechukwu Udinya. You're welcome once again, sir.
Thank you, Princess.
Looking at me as if I want to say something.
Thank you, Princess. Thank you. The introduction is heavy.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Now let's just start off the conversation with something. Why we've had issues of land over time in the Southeast. I mean, it's one conversation that cannot be overstretched, no matter how we discuss it. But why did the state government think, or the South, because it's not just in Enugu that this is happening, the Southeastern government decide that it's time to, start a system of digitization and revalidation?
Yeah, thank you very much. That was a very, very good, deep analysis, which you just gave. Well, by the coming of the current government of Barrister Petermbah, he decided in his wisdom to establish the Enugu Geographic Information Services. Enugu Geographic Information Services was established by a bill of the House of Assembly in March 2024 and then fully inaugurated in December 2024. The agency took off in 2025 and we are on it now. There are a lot of reasons. Before this administration, when you go to the Ministry of Lands and Urban Development, it was not as if we don't have records. There are records, but most of those records are outdated. Most of those records have not been properly, they were documented manually in ledgers and registers. But the government deemed it right to make these things easier, faster, safer by the establishment of this agency. Now, the agency had this core mandate of doing everything, digitalizing all the records, having everything in a geospatial system. Data are keyed in databases. Records are updated. That was what brought in recertification. The essence of that recertification is to update data of individuals, owners of properties, with additional security features, where you have a person's passport, his email, his tax clearance certificates, and all other information added to what he has manually before. Now, this is now online. Okay. At the comfort of your house, you can be able to key into the NG's website. You look at your property. When your rents are there, you get the informations. If we need any data, you have contacts to reach. You'll be able to reach easily, and then you supply all those informations. And then you now have a new certificate of occupancy comprising all these additional and security features, which people cannot, it will be difficult for people to go through. Over time, when you don't do this modernization, development on certain certificates, you create room for people to distort, destroy, and then have fake documents. And then this agency came in, and then we have some resolutions, and then people are quite happy with the new development. So you can now come to carry out your property search in NGs. In less than 20 minutes, you are done. Once you have your application, you pay a search fee of 30,000 naira. You have your records immediately. You have details of your property. You see the current property status, who owns it, the history, how it came from the first person, the next person, and then to the current owner. So all these things are what NGs came to establish and to make it faster, easier for everybody. Now, these security features equally help so that issues of double allocations, land grabbing has drastically reduced. Right. Drastically reduced.
Now, I will get back to you on that. You know, we are in Igbo land, and one of the greatest treasure or greatest asset of a typical Igbo man is his land. Yeah. And before we, you know, the conversation of digitization came up, like you've mentioned, we've had systems that the Igbo man or the Igbo community have had systems that worked for them. We talk about, you know, sharing of land, heritage, family. How has that, at what point did that change, or did that system start failing when it comes to traditional land issuing that led to the whole, you know, recent issues that have come up when it comes to land administration in the Southeast?
Thank you very much. You know, land ownership in the Southeast has a lot to do with tenure system. Okay. You know, it started with the land tenure system where individuals own lands, and as a result of that, you find out that there are greedy people who want to own more than what is theirs. Yeah. So in the traditional Igbo environment, we have what we use to mark boundaries ab initio, like certain kind of trees, you know, what we call ogrisi and abosh. Yeah, there are some native trees that are used to mark boundaries. Over time, maybe over certain generations, people will try to displace them, or remove them, and make it impossible for one to administer properly their boundaries. But, you know, with the advancement of surveying and land management, they put in place systems that could help identify lands wherever they are. And it has advanced to the world level. What we used to have as local origin, we now convert it to what we call now UTM values, Universal Traverse Mercator System. Those are projection systems that are accepted worldwide. So when we talk about land administration, it is very comprehensive. It has to do with who owns what size of land you own, where it is located. So all these things in the new system is such that you cannot manipulate them. You can't easily manipulate them, because where you are and where I am now have different values, what we call coordinates. Okay. The coordinate of your position is quite different from my own. So there are no two properties that are in the same place. So if you put in the technology, the right technology, nobody could just come up and claim someone else's property. That's a part of the reasons why we are going on revalidation and these rectifications, like my colleague just told you. Ab initio, when those times we were talking about, we never had computer systems. We didn't have phones, emails, addresses that are known. You may have an address, but things that are peculiar, like your phone number and your email, weren't there. So the introduction of those ones into our climb has made it that it is unique. You can identify uniquely who owns land. And the cost for revalidation, if it changes, it has to be, the records has to show that the ownership has changed. You know, if the use has changed, the documents backing it should equally show that it has changed.
So you're saying for every land, say a land is as old as 50 years.
Yes.
What if the person probably, you know, it's a communal land, yeah, or a kindred land, such that we just understand that this is our own. And then there is a need to document. How will such a person, you know, retrieve documents as to, because you said every land, every position has its coordinates. Yeah. And it might belong to one person, yeah, or a community. So does it mean that the digitization will be collective? Or
now, before you talk about the coordinates, you have to do the survey first. Okay. It has to be done for the particular property. You know, we are not in the system where you send general surveys for everywhere. We do individual surveys, more particularly for individual properties. But for large government properties, we do a generic survey of the area. And that is when you obtain the coordinates that are unique to a particular property. So from there, you build up what we call the cadastre. The cadastre is a combination of all records, land records, ownership, and of course the size of the property, with the attributes that will define what the property is.
All right, estate surveyor. I don't know. Estate surveyor is the title. Now, you know, when we've heard or people have heard land digitization and revalidation, it sounds, you know, very bogus. Can you help break down what it entails, what the nitty-gritty, what is required when we hear digitization, who is to digitize, who is to revalidate, and on what premise does this, you know, activities occur?
Thank you very much. Now, recertification is usually carried out for people who have titled documents, registered documents, either a certificate of occupancy or a deed of assignment. Now, you bring it to the office. Are you getting what I'm saying? You bring it to the office. We check the details. You give us your additional information. It's keyed in the system. Your certificate of occupancy is scanned. If it's a deed of assignment, the whole deed of assignment, the registered deed of assignment is scanned, and then you submit. Once it's ready, we'll give you the new CFO and retrieve the old one. Now, the new one now has your new additional features, your email address. We have your passport on it. Are you getting your NI? These are personal things that are in your file, in your system, but they are not usually exposed at the surface of the document, at the hard copy. You don't see them there. You just see just the passport. Other details are there. And these are for security reasons. So for revalidation is survey revalidation, just the way he explained to you, where you have the old survey plans they have are being converted into the new modern system of surveying. So you have your survey where it's supposed to be. The old one usually have some differentials, but sometimes they are not really what it is on ground. But with this survey revalidation, it brings you up to date with modern techniques and methods of carrying out survey plans. So that is the difference between survey revalidation and recertification. So recertification is usually done sometimes. Some states do it like 10, 15 years for updating of data's information, then for security reasons, strengthening the value of your document, making it stronger, better.
Okay.
In addition to what he said, recertification and revalidation, in doing the recertification is revalidation. Sorry, in the revalidation exercise, when you get your survey, if it is in the old system, we try to convert it to the new system, because we now have technologies and applications that will help us to overlay it on the globe. We use the globe image, the Google Earth and other mapping applications we have that gives you exact locations and positions of points world over. So when you overlay it on the system, on that platform, it is safer. It is more, what I say, the archiving system is better than what we have with the paper stuff. And interferences, or maybe government wanting to make acquisitions, if they check within the platform or the place where it is overlaid, they'll be able to know the extent of lands that are there, people that own lands within that area. They will be able to decide, okay, we'll continue with this acquisition or we'll leave it off to somewhere else. And equally, giving in amenities to areas. If you have a concentration of surveys, plans that are overlaid within an area, and you see that there are no roads, there are no facilities, to give you an idea of pushing for such facilities within that area.
Now, we've spoken on, easy on the surface what these exercises are, but we have situations where a particular land is owned or is alleged to be owned by multiple persons, and we go as far as seeing them having, certificates or documents to prove that this land was sold to them or this land is owned by them. How does this exercise help to, curtail that? And that's on one end. Cases where some lands are in dispute. We have, communal disputable lands. Are these lands on, certain communities also to be on, you get what I'm saying? These lands are in dispute, are causing issues in communities. How do they get to be revalidated under this new scheme? I don't know who wants two questions.
Okay.
SSFM, please.
Okay.
Sorry.
On the question you asked,
yes,
the establishment of NGs and this particular program of recertification was basically one of the major reasons was to stop these issues of double allocations.
Okay.
Because when these double allocations were made, the intent of those doing them were not really for the interest of the states. They were self-serving things, personal things, people who, though there are some mistakes once in a while, because if a person, for example, for government allocations, if an allocation is given to a particular person, even if you are withdrawing or revoking, you must give a reason why that thing is being revoked or is being cancelled. Now, when you don't give that person a notice of intention to revoke before the notice of revocation, now, by virtue of the Land Use Act of 1978, he has every reason to take you to court because he was not properly informed. So people will not follow that process and give it to another person. And that is why if the other person goes to court, you have two people fighting over a particular property. Now, the case of double allocation arises on such this thing. But with recertification now and the survey revalidation, the first survey revalidation will show the exact point that particular property is located. And it will not be easy for anyone to give to another person. Once you insert those things in the system online, you find that somebody already owns it.
Okay.
So it corrects that defect that was not there then. So these are some of the things that made the government, in its wisdom, decided to look into this and recertify and revalidate all surveys.
In addition, the revalidation for survey plans exposes some fake surveys. We will not tell you that people don't fake documents. They fake documents, lay claims to property. And when you do a revalidation of your survey plan, first of all, if it is not properly done, if the survey is not properly done, we will find out. Maybe if the surveyor that handled it is still living, we'll call his attention to do the proper thing. If it is in the old reference system that is not globally accepted, it's just local, what we call local origin, we now have the opportunity of converting it to the universal traverse mercator, like I said earlier, which is more widely accepted, generally accepted world over. And that gives you the precise location of the property in addition to the actual surveyor who did it. If it is someone that is of questionable character or whose jobs we can't trust, we know how to go about it to get the actual thing done. And in terms of litigations on land, you talked about litigations. The present thing the state government is embarking on will expose to a large extent a lot of fraudulent practices that led people to go to court on land-based issues. Is already happening, and some cases in court where maybe the two warring parties one of the parties may not know the exact location of his property. I've had such an issue. Someone was laying claim to a property that's not his. When we did what we had to do, we found out that the actual property he was interested in is about 200 and something meters away from where he was laying claims to. And when he was told, he was shouting. He didn't even know that he was actually doing something wrong and claiming someone else's property. So this particular exercise by the state government is going to be continuous, because we intend to have everybody that has a survey plan come up with your survey plan. We check it, revalidate it, then put it in our new platform so that, you know, more use of the land, because land is useless if it is not put to use.
True. Now, when we have, let's say there's an incident where the information contained in an old document does not correspond with the information that is gotten from the new survey, you know, or verification exercise, how do we handle such if it comes up?
Well, like we have some surveys in error,
yes,
which when we notice that, we use our customer care unit to invite the client. If he has applied for titles, if we find out that the survey is in error, we use our customer care unit to invite the client, because presently we don't have their records, we have their particulars, their phone numbers. Then we get the person to come around, take us to the site. We deploy some of us, of course, the survey and field team, to go and obtain fresh coordinates of the area, so that we'll know exactly, more especially when the property in question is developed or even being developed. We normally send our staff to go and obtain correct, precise positional information about the property, so that first of all, our people say they say in Igbo is azotanya azobute. So you first be sure of the location.
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly part of what we.
Okay, Esther Surveyor, my next question is on, you know, traditional lands. We have, you know, there are some communities where Kamso and Igbo, government they believe that we can handle our, you know, issues. We know who owns the land and how to allocate the land. But this is something that is a government policy, and as it's a government policy, it affects every aspect of the community. Now, how are you able to reconcile with traditionalism? But before you answer that question, let's take a short break. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. All right, Esther Surveyor, before we went on the break, I asked a question, you know, how the service intends to reconcile this land dispute or issues when it comes to traditional rulers.
Thank you very much. You see, by virtue of the Land Use Act, you have areas that are statutory lands, and you have customary rights, customary lands, customary rights of occupancy. That is, customary are those that you get from the local government, while statutory are those in the urban areas. Then this government came in its wisdom. They were able to create more urban areas. More urban areas, like places like Agbani, Oji River, Oboka, your village. If you inherit or you have a land given to you by your community or by your father or by inheritance, you have the opportunity, even though it's in the village, to come up here, have your survey, apply for a certificate of occupancy, and it will be given to you. I'm from Oboka. Okay. So I have people coming from Oboka now to do C of O. So you can imagine the joy, because if you have a property with no documents at all, it doesn't give it, it doesn't have that strong economic value. But with a certificate of occupancy now, you can access loans from the bank or carry out certain things. For agricultural purposes, you can go for agricultural loans. So your documents, your CFO gives you a power over such properties. But we know people in the village, it needs more education, enlightenment to tell people about this. And the world is changing. It's now a global village. People are living in other people's community. People are moving forward. The world, people are coming. Those rural areas are no longer what it is. When you have good roads, you have light, electricity, you have security, you can stay in your village. Some villages now, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, you are in Enugu, you can do whatever you want. So these reforms are geared towards allowing people to have access to documentation, because if the government have not approved or established these new urban centers, some of them, most banks now don't honor customary rights of occupants for facilities. Power of attorneys are no longer, banks don't honor it. If you want a loan, subleases, banks don't honor it. But if you have a certificate of occupancy, a deed of assignment, the bank will give you any facility you want. So what value do you have if you have a land that doesn't have a paper that you cannot use economically to empower your children or to train your children? They are there in the village, large expanse of lands. We all have them in their communities. And these things are changing. Our old men have children who are outside struggling, but they have vast lands there. So they can come up, get a survey, get a CFO, get a loan, establish themselves, and start up businesses.
Okay. Now, Surveyor, someone said this is, when this conversation came up, I had a few tete-a-tete with some friends, and they've said, that it's another opportunity for government, or the big government, to acquire more lands, right? I mean, these are hearsays. So I'm asking, what are the pushbacks that you think this exercise would get when it comes to land administration in the southeast?
Well, first of all, having heard from my colleague about urbanizing some areas, the essence of urbanization is to brighten the prospects in all those rural areas, lands in rural areas. The urban areas we had initially used to be Enugu municipality, some parts of Albany, Nsukka, But right now, the whole of Nkanu local government area, both Nkanu East and West, have been urbanized. Oji River entirely is urban. Nsukka entirely is urban. Even my little village in Mbo is now an urban area. Those are access to help people economically. It is not government trying to take land. Let's not forget that every land, by virtue of Land Use Act, belongs to the state. It depends on the one they have their eyes on, and they will do what they want. The state government had embarked on very, very extensive land acquisition for agri purposes. When that comes into play, people they will not be saying that the government is acquiring land for themselves. They will now see that, okay, we have enough agri representation, we have enough food in our place, in our state. Presently we have more than 260 smart schools built in so many areas. Those lands are in some rural areas. Government doesn't just acquire land to use for themselves or for selfish purposes. It's generally for the betterment of the public, always for overriding public interest. And there is no place government will acquire land that doesn't brighten the entire environment. Whatever, even lands that are not acquired that are within that area, they improve. Because be rest assured that facilities, call it infrastructure, that will be put in there. There is no government that doesn't use land as a resource. So the magnanimity of the government, our present governor's interest in changing the narrative in Enugu State, you know, has made it that the resource we have on land has to be exploited. Mind you, these lands have been lying out there for how long? I've been in this system for over 20 years, and I know so many areas that have been the way they are. What's happening with them if government doesn't do anything on them? It's not those individuals that will improve it. Those individuals that are kicking against the acquisition, they're not going to improve it on a large, wide scale. An individual cannot tell you that he's going to acquire maybe about 100 hectares and put it to use. No. Government can do that, except for companies or real-time real estate developers who are ready to go through the rudiments of development. They are the kind of people that will, you know, put their resources into that. And mind you that it doesn't go without an answer. They will definitely make gains out of it. Even the people that are agitating over land, they will want government to look away so that they will start selling to unsuspecting people. Yeah. That's the case most of the time. Instead of allowing government to improve it on a large scale, they want to do it on their own. That's the selfish end.
True. All right, SC Surveyor, when he mentioned, you know, one of the benefit that we, you know, get from this exercise is land development. Now, there is a silent question that is not, or maybe that is not being asked often enough, is the issue of rentals. You know, rent, housing, accommodation payment. Now, when these lands are purchased or acquired or digitized and this development comes, would we see a sort of reduction, seeing that there will be more development and more revenue coming in? Would we see a drastic reduction in the amount people pay when it comes to renting house? I don't, maybe across Southeast, but most particularly in Enugu State, because we've had issues of people paying out of pocket to rent apartments because they will tell you, oh, land is not enough, and the little one I've acquired, this is what I built on it, and this is how much I spent. So with this exercise, would we see a huge reduction when it comes to renting houses in Enugu?
Well, I think it is it's 50-50 thing, because I look at it as Enugu lately is becoming a kind of a place where we have multiple estate developers. People are coming into Enugu because of the strategical location of Enugu as the capital of the Southeast. A lot of estates are springing up all over the place. Developers are coming to, and the state in its wisdom, at a point, I think there is an ongoing debate in the House of Assembly now. A bill was presented and then on rent reduction. That is another way of it. Somebody sponsored that bill and the House is looking at those things. Developments of these estates, developments of these areas will lead to a lot of developments of land. It might take some time. It is not something that will be done automatic. You know the way our people hold lands dear to their hearts. And there was the time this increase in registration of title documents was high. The government slashed it down to 50%. And I think there were some other adjustments now. But I think it will, but it is something that will take some time. It is not an immediate thing. Developments of property take time. Now, when you have lots of estates springing up the states, I agree some of them now are high. The demands are equally high. The demands for housing are high. And then you have the Ministry of Housing, you have a Housing Corporation. Each have its different functions. Ministry of Land has its functions, NGs has its functions. So all these things are geared towards making sure that the states have a very good developmental system, that over time, all these things will fall in place. So I think it will take time, some time. Yeah.
You mentioned that the demand for land or property will become high, and I dare say that the demand for land itself will become high, and this in turn would affect the prices of how much land is sold anywhere in the Southeast. But speaking on land, let's say someone, after this exercise is done, maybe while because this is a continuous exercise as far as I'm concerned. What are the first 3 things that a first-time land buyer need to know when it comes to, making payment, or the things that they should verify on before making any payment on land in this current dispensation?
Thank you. Let me answer that. Yeah. First, if you want to buy a property or you want to buy a land, you should carry out an inspection of that property, carry out a due diligence search to determine ownership of that particular property. If, for example, you are buying a community land, you have to go to that community, ask questions. Who owns land? Now, if you are taking for an inspection, you see that land. You should know that there are people who are living there, or there are people who own land, or there are people who are farming. That's when you are talking of those communal lands. You ask questions. And then that brings you to who has that particular document. And then most communities have attorneys who represent them, or set up land committees who represent them to sign documents. You find out who they are. So when you carry those things, when you've carried out those detailed search, you can now pay. Now, but when you have a document that is already registered, for example, you are buying from a person who has registered, who has a C of O that is registered, or a deed of assignment, you can now come to NGs, apply for search to tell you who is the actual owner of that property. That search you pay 30,000. In less than 20 minutes, you are given a result of who owns that, but the history, who was the first person who owns it, the second person, and the third person. And then you see the originals. And then you go to the bank and you transact. He gives you the documents that he has registered, and you and him prepare a deed of assignment, and both parties will sign. And then you bring it down to NGs, write a formal application. Okay. And once we see it, we inspect the property, see where it is, and then we cost it for you.
All right.
And the costing depends on the location. Yeah. For example, when you are registering it, the person in Independence layout doesn't pay exactly what the person in Natural layout pays. Those areas are high value areas, so their prices are higher than other areas. So there is a way the state, so that people can be able to afford it based on their locations.
Okay, now we are right. I think we have like 2 minutes, so I just need a few, information on these documentation and revalidation. Is there a cash requirement for this revalidation that we're talking about? For people to come and revalidate, are they required to pay any certain amount?
Yes, of course. Yes.
And has it commenced? Is it ongoing? Is it something
it's ongoing? It has started over months ago.
Wow. Oh, months?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's still ongoing. Mm-hmm. It's still ongoing.
So what are the essential documents? What is one required to bring to the office to commence this process? And how long does such process take?
Well,
I'd say, first of all, you have to come with your survey plan, because it gives us the information about the size of your property, because it is the size of your property that they will bill you on. The survey plan, you start with that, then documents attached to the property like deed of assignment or C of O if it has any. Those are the documents you come with.
And that one is 100 naira per.
And I think it's
100
naira per square meter
for survey
validation.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, I hope that all those who have landed properties have listened to this and understand the importance of getting your land revalidated and recertificated. Recertified. Thank you very much. Thank you, Estate Surveyor Okechukwu. Thank you, Surveyor Uchichukwu, for coming. It's been a pleasure having you. And that's a wrap on the program today. I hope you've learned a thing or two. You've learned about revalidation and the importance of getting your documents checked at the NG's headquarters. Of course, if you live in Enugu, you know where the NG's headquarters is. Drop your comments, your questions on Aneke TV, Facebook, and YouTube. Till I come here again, same time. Keep living, keep dreaming, keep fulfilling. I am Princess Kiano Choma. Have a lovely day.
morning headlines before you step out, midday updates while you work, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Got the sauce, got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. It's just what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top for the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Came through flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Came through flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
Moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire. golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, and I look into the other side. Sinking in a boat, it feels right. Catching a breeze, love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you heartbeat of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today we'll take a look on an issue that is trending and causing serious crisis in the nation, speaking to, can a federal agency shut down a state without a court order? Today, on The Insight, we examine a question that goes to the very heart of Nigeria's constitutional democracy. Can a federal agency shut down a state without court order? The controversy surrounding the freezing of Osun State government accounts by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has moved beyond a dispute over money. It has become a major test of the rule of law, the limits of executive, the independence of the states, and indeed the true character of Nigeria's federal system. Governor ndlea has approached the Federal High Court in Abuja, arguing that the EFCC acted without judicial authorization and in doing so violated key provisions of the Constitution, including Section 1 on constitutional supremacy, Section 6 on judicial powers, Section 36 on fair hearing, Section 44 on property rights, and Section 162 on the management and distribution of public revenue. The suit also raises questions over the scope of the EFCC's powers under Section 34 of its Enabling Act. The issue is not whether corruption should be investigated. It must be investigated, and public funds must never become private privilege. But can the fight against corruption be pursued in a manner that cripples governance, disrupts salaries and public services, and places an entire state at the mercy of a federal agency? Can an investigative body acting without prior judicial scrutiny freeze funds belonging not to one individual but to a millions of citizens? And beyond Osun, what does this mean for the future of federalism in Nigeria? If a federal institution can restrict a state's finances, can we still speak confidently of state autonomy, fiscal federalism, and a constitutional balance of powers? To interrogate these critical legal and constitutional questions, we are joined by a constitutional lawyer and a human rights activist, a former member of Enugu State House Assembly, Honorable Wabeze Ugu. Honorable, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, our viewers.
All right. Before we get to these issues, let's just take a moment and go on a break. When we return, we'll start to dig deep on these issues.
Okay.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome back. You're still watching The Insight, and now we'll dig deep on this the very heart of this issue, where we'll listen to Honorable Wabeze Ugu explain the constitutional issues surrounding this matter. Honorable, Let's start with the EFCC. And we are asking, does EFCC have clear constitutional or statutory authority to freeze a state government account?
First and foremost, it's important to remind Nigerians that we have a constitution. The preamble to that constitution, 1999 constitution, says that we, the people of Nigeria, gave to ourselves this constitution. That is the preamble to the 1999 constitution. So the constitution was is a legal document that was given to Nigeria by all Nigerians. Section 1 deals on supremacy of the constitution. Subsection 2 of section 1 says that the country as a whole, and indeed every other part of the country, shall not be governed except in accordance with the constitution, with the provisions of the constitution. It says it from the negative point of view. It says Nigeria as a whole, this country, neither the country nor any part of it shall be governed except in accordance with the provisions of the constitution. It's also important to let us know that whatever anybody does, when you cough, you are coughing because the constitution has given you the freedom to cough. When you talk, you are talking because the constitution gave you the right to talk. That's why it is often said that your right to speak ends where the right of your neighbors, of every other person to a protection of their integrity, their reputation, their public image, and their prestige. You don't have to speak and use your mouth to cause other persons pain or to defend them or to commit any form of libel or defamation or slander with your mouth. So inasmuch as the Constitution under Chapter 4 gives you the right to freedom of speech, you must realize that your freedom of speech is not absolute. There is no absolute power anywhere, either in the Constitution,
no absolute power.
None. Every law, every power, every right that you have is guided by law. So it's not absolute. Okay. You can't go outside the law to do anything. If you look at the Constitution again, Chapter 4 is the most important part of the Constitution. It's the most important chapter of the Constitution.
On the freedom of speech.
It runs from sections 33 to section 46. Okay. So freedom of speech is dealt with by, I think, section 39 or 40. Under the 1979 Constitution, it was section 38. But now I think it's 39 or 40. I'm not very sure now. So now so all those sections of Chapter 4 are the Nigerian Supreme Court has said severally, especially in LPDC against Chief Gani Faroni, that the Supreme Court actually was referring to section 36, 33 under the 79 Constitution, but 36 now on right to fair hearing. And the Supreme Court said that section is the most important section of the Constitution, which has the privilege of nullifying any other section of the Constitution, or indeed any other law that is inconsistent with it. It also does not stop that imprimatur given by the Supreme Court does not stop with section 36. It runs through the gamut of Chapter 4. That's 33, which is right to life, to 46, which is the way you question any breach of your fundamental rights. You go to court. Now, on anything that is there, you don't have the right to breach it. Now, it now brings us to the very question that you asked. Does the EFCC have the right to freeze the account of a state government? When I quoted section 1, I was trying to say that the EFCC itself must do whatever they are doing in accordance with the law. Otherwise, that thing that they've done will be a nullity. Remember also that the EFCC was set up by a law, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission Act. That was what set up, I think it's 2007, yes. That was what set, or 2003 or 4. That was what set up the EFCC. Now, the EFCC must ensure that everything it does is in accordance with that law setting it up. Otherwise, it will become a nullity. Otherwise, it will run foul of Section 1, Subsection 2. Now, what law has EFCC implemented? Yes, I agree that the EFCC Act empowers the EFCC to go to any court, a high court. Well, by high court, it actually is talking about the Federal High Court, which deals on the finances of the federal government. That the EFCC can go to a Federal High Court and they tell the Federal High Court, please give us the authority to freeze somebody's account provisionally, not absolutely. Because if it's absolute, it will run foul of Section 36 on fair hearing. Because you know that if you look at Section 36, there are two pillars of natural justice: audioterem patem and nemo judex in propria causa sua. Now, audioterem patem means hear the other side. Chico Fodile, before he was appointed the Federal Attorney General, Minister for Justice in 1984, he was addressing an abom by the High Court, and he said that consultation before decision on any issue affecting anybody is taken is a fundamental and indispensable foundation of justice. Now, the implication is that you can't take decision on the right of anybody, anything affecting anybody, without hearing from him. Remember what Pontius Pilate told the people who brought Jesus Christ to crucify, he should crucify Jesus Christ. He said, no, I must hear the man. And it's like that everywhere. The Constitution and the courts of this country are so, they look at it as being sacrosanct, that before you take decision affecting anybody, the person must be heard. That's why the Nigerian Supreme Court has continuously warned on ex parte applications. Ex parte means without hearing the other side. You just hear one party, you give order. That is just to maintain things in their status quo, to make sure that things don't spoil before we hear him. Because if we now say, let's hear him, things may spoil. So keep this thing, let's hear him, before we take decision on what will happen. So now, that's why the EFCC Act gave that provision. But that does not mean that the EFCC will have to bandy it about anyhow and everyhow and anyhow. That's why it's often said, there is no law in any part of the world that will be absolutely complete, that will deal on everything. In fact, Nigerian laws, the Constitution is one of the biggest in the world. Nigerian Constitution is one of the biggest in the world. And yet, there seem to be lacunae everywhere. Because laws always expect that it is human beings that will implement it. So the human beings must use their brain in implementing the law. Well, the EFCC Act says, Mr. EFCC can go to a court and say, freeze this man's account provisionally. Person, of course, a government is also a person. A company is a person under the law. The company is an artificial person. Human being is a natural person. The government is an artificial person as well. But then, you must ensure that you do this. What is the reason that you gave the court before the court could give you that order? It's very important. That's why it's often said also that when for any reason, you go to court in an ex parte application for the court to do something for you without hearing the man who is affected by that thing that is going to be done. Whatever thing you brought before the court, with which the court gave you that order, you must also serve it on the man against whom the order was made, to enable the man know whether the order was obtained by fraud. So that if that order was obtained by fraud, the person will come to court and say, Mr. Court, see, this thing that this man said that made you give him order, provisional order against me, is not true. Look at the correct position. You bring documents to back it up. Court will say, oh, what you're saying is correct. Mr. Man, why did you do this now? for doing this thing, you pay this man 10 million, 10 billion, any amount of money, because you obtained this order by fraud. So if EFCC had obtained the order from the court by fraud, Osun State government has the locus to go to court and say, oh, Oga Court, see, this was obtained by fraud. And the court would say, EFCC, pay him so amount of money. So, but the long and short of it is that it will not be right for us to make ourselves a laughing stock. It appeared to be it appeared to be something that the entire country has come to believe and to accept, that this thing is being done because of politics. It doesn't paint Nigeria in a good light at all. That this is because some persons do not want the government to be in funds in order to pay civil servants, so that the civil servants will get angry with the government, and the entire state will be so angry with the government, and they will say, oh, because you have eaten our money, you have refused to pay us, you can't come back, we vote against you. You see, it's important that, because every government is assumed to be a responsible government right around the world, because it's also assumed to be operated and managed by highly responsible and articulate individuals.
All right. The bottom line here is that had they been the EFCC, or we assume the EFCC had gone before a court of competent jurisdiction and obtained order of court before freezing the Osun State account.
That's right.
That before the law they are right.
Yes.
In this instance, if it is proved that EFCC never did that, then they have contravened the law setting up EFCC.
Of course.
Okay.
And if EFCC is found not to have obtained an order of court to do that, to be frank with you, it will not only mean, some people may even say, let EFCC be disbanded. Some people may say, for doing this, every person that had a hand in it, any person that had a hand in it, assuming no court order was obtained, such person should not only be sacked from work, that person should indeed be sent to prison. Because we must begin to say, we must begin to situate Nigeria the way we want it to be. You see, there's a problem here. If Mr. A is the president, he will probably do what he likes, even against other persons. Now, when he stops being the president, that other, he may be one of those other persons he didn't handle well. He handled illegally somehow. As one of them becomes president, he will not expect that that person that has become president will do such. The Jesuit said, if however you want a man to treat you, treat the man that same way. Whatever you know a man will, if a man does you won't like, you don't have the moral justification to do it to anybody. If it's politics, that is wrong.
All right, Honorable, there's a fundamental issue here. Being that Nigeria is practicing federalism, where we have there is a federal government and there is a state government, equal jurisdiction set up by law, protected by Nigerian law. And the question is that EFCC was established under an act. There is an act drawn from the Constitution establishing EFCC.
That's
and
correct.
we are questioning the right of this very agency of the federal government to not only investigate, but to freeze the account of a state government. Doesn't that speak to a checkered federalism?
Well, like I did say, we are not, yes, Nigeria is a federation, but we're not talking of federalism now.
Okay.
Because what we are looking at is the spirit and the intent of the spirit and the intendment of the Constitution, spirit and letters of the Constitution. The Constitution says the National Assembly has the right and the freedom to make laws.
Okay.
Everything contained in the exclusive legislative list. When 99 Constitution came into being, there were 68 items on that list. is no longer 68 because some have been removed. The electricity has been removed, and the fuel, even railway has been removed, and few others have been removed. So they're no longer up to 68 now. But then it still remains so large. Now, outside that exclusive legislative list contained in part 1 of the first schedule to the Constitution, which is provided by Section 4, subsection 2 of the Constitution. Outside that, we still have the concurrent list. And that concurrent list, I think, is about 26 items, 26 paragraphs or so. But that, the Constitution still says, Section 4, subsection 3, that the State House of Assembly has a right to make laws in respect of the concurrent. Remember, it's concurrent. That means it's not exclusive to the state. It's concurrent between the state and the federal and the federation. That section also says that if any law made by the state from this concurrent list is found to be inconsistent with the one made by the National Assembly, that the law made by the state shall be a nullity to the extent of the inconsistency with that one made by the federal government. So the implication now is that the federal government has unfettered latitude to make laws for this country in any area that they choose. Now, it cannot be said, assuming we had a true federation. That's why a lot of people have been clamoring for true federation. They've been clamoring for devolution of powers to the constituent states, what somebody could call restructuring. That's why people have been clamoring. Because the way it is, we just operate a unitary system. It is federation in name, but unitary in form. Okay. Now, the EFCC, there is nothing the EFCC will do that will be declared a nullity unless it is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution or provisions of the Act setting up EFCC. Because the Act setting up EFCC is in accordance with the Constitution. It was made by the powers conferred upon the National Assembly by the Constitution. They didn't go beyond their powers by making that law, that EFCC Act. So anything, if EFCC conducts its affairs on the basis of the content of the 1999 Constitution or the content of the Act of the EFCC, then what they've done is right. But like I did say, if Osun State, after looking at their affidavit that accompany their motion ex parte, they now discover that there is a lie told by EFCC, that there is anyhow they didn't put the correct picture before the court. They brought some lies in order to make the court to do it, in order to obtain that order from the court. Then it will be said that the order was obtained by fraud. They will inform the court, and then the court will roll the big stick. So that insofar as they got an order of court, then you cannot say that what they did is illegal. That's the long and short of it. If we must be very elementary and practical.
We know why I asked this question. Some legally exposed individuals, learned individuals like yourself, have argued that, and they continue to argue that the actions of EFCC is an attack on the fiscal autonomy of Osun State.
That's why I said you can't attack what the EFCC did on the basis of the fact that the federal government agency cannot do anything against a state government. You can't attack EFCC what they act on that basis. You also cannot attack what the EFCC have done if they obtained an order of court. But look at the order that they obtained. Look at the reasons that they gave the court. That is what will tell you whether what they did was right or what they did was wrong. But insofar as they did what they did, they presented what they presented before the court in accordance with the EFCC Act, in accordance with the Money Laundering Act, because as they said, money, there was a laundering. You know, you can't, it's difficult for us here to say there was money laundering, or that I've not seen the order that EFCC said they got. So I do not know anything about it. I've not seen the application they brought before the court that made the court to give them the order. So these things have to be looked at. The law is not a thing that you don't interpret it in a bar or in a marketplace. You need to look at the spirit and letters of the law, the clear letters. What does the law say? And it must be interpreted in accordance with what the written words. You don't do it by guessing.
All right, Honorable, conceding to the fact that if there is, let's say, diversion, misappropriation, or let me use the word looting of the funds of Osun State government, if we should concede to the actions of EFCC, doesn't the law have a human face, knowing that the account of Osun State, for example, it was meant for the people of Osun State?
Let me say this very clearly. If the EFCC just said, assuming the application that the EFCC made to the court is obtained, and they say they made that application because there's looting, then whoever says that must probably may need the services of a psychiatrist.
Okay.
Because if there's looting of the funds of EFCC, you cannot
Osun State.
Oh, sorry, of Osun State. You cannot, EFCC cannot, because of that, go to ask a court to freeze the account of the state. You can't. If somebody has looted the account of a state, you proceed against that person. You pick up that person, you investigate him, you take him to court. The Constitution, Section 308, protects the governor and the deputy governor from prosecution while they are there. You can't prosecute any of them while he's there. You can prosecute him after. But there is no governor or deputy governor in Nigeria that handles the state funds, the state accounts. They're handled by human beings. The EFCC can pick up any of those persons. If you think that the account of the state has been looted, you go to the man that looted it, you pick him up, you interrogate him. Even the Constitution does not say a governor cannot be investigated. Remember that Chief Gani had gone to court against one governor. I can't remember the governor now. And the court said, yes, the governor can be investigated, but you can't prosecute. You can't prosecute him. You can't bring a civil suit against him personally while he's in office. You can't bring a criminal matter against him personally while he's in office, unless you are bringing a matter in a court of law, a civil case where he is a nominal party only. If he's a nominal party, yes, you can join the governor, not in his personal name. Because the moment you put his personal name, it's no longer, you are now attacking him directly. So, but then, now I am trying to say that if the reason of EFCC is that there's looting, or there is a possibility of looting, that they are suspecting that the state government will use the funds of the state to probably give to politicians, or buy votes, or do this, or do that, that is not sufficient at all to freeze the account. There must be a clear reason why you are freezing the account. And what I'm trying to say is that I can't see that reason. I can't see it. I have said that if EFCC got an order of court, you won't blame the EFCC until you interrogate that order, until you see the reasons that they gave the order, they gave it to the court. Even when you see the reasons, you say cannot say that EFCC has done any wrong thing. You now go back to court and say, court, this order you gave was obtained by fraud. The man didn't tell you the truth. He told you lies. And of course, you can't blame the court, because the court is not God. He doesn't know that EFCC told lies. So it is for Osun State government to come and tell the court, look, EFCC told lies. Look at the correct position. If they bring documents to show and the court believes that EFCC told lies, court will deal with the EFCC. So but then, all I'm trying to say really is that what EFCC has done, they did it in accordance with the law. But I cannot see any reason why the EFCC will want to freeze the account of a state government. I can't see that reason. If they think that there's a looting or possibility of looting, then they should proceed against the man who is looting, not possibility. Because you can't say possibility, somebody intends to. No, the law does not, I mean, that one doesn't, there must be instances of looting. If somebody has looted the account of the state, you proceed against that person personally. You can't freeze the account of the state because somebody has looted the account of the state. So it is very, very wrong. It is wrong. And if we do not say that a wrong thing is wrong, then it means that something is even wrong with all of us. Right. So when such a thing is done, we won't begin to clap for it. Right. It's our duty to censure such an act, not to commend it.
All right. Honorable, I was going to ask if, by virtue of your exposure to law and practice, have you seen any precedents of this nature? Because I know before the law, you cite precedents, to empower actions that are taken. I don't know if you've seen or able to cite any precedents of this nature.
You see, remember I did say that a person in law means a natural person. It also means an artificial person. You are a natural person. Aneke TV is an artificial person. Osun State government is an artificial person. So EFCC can freeze the account of any person if EFCC obtains the order of court. In fact, it is the court that will freeze the account, not EFCC. Court is merely sending EFCC to go and do it. EFCC, go and freeze Mr. Okeke's account. So it's the court that has done it. Because in law, we say that if anybody does a thing through another, he has done it himself. If I tell you to go and do something, it is me that did it. Not considering the fact that it was you that actually performed the act, but because I sent you to go and do it, it means that I did it. So it is the court actually that froze the account of Osun State. That the court merely sent EFCC to go and do it, because somebody must perform an act. So, but the person that matters is the person that issued the order. So now that the order has been issued and EFCC has done it, it is for the law to take its full course, and it will be wrong if Osun State begins to dilly-dally because the president has intervened and asked EFCC to defreeze the account. They need to get to the bottom of it, because if you do not, then it will also happen to other governments. And you see, the problem is that it could happen to a government at the very time that it will become very, very irreparable. Right now, Osun State has about 7 or 8 days or so to
Osun election?
Yes, to face an election. That's the governor and whoever, members of the assembly, House of Reps and all that. They are soon facing an election. So if in such a situation, they now say, okay, because our account has been defrozen, let's let the sleeping dog lie. Nobody knows who it will happen to tomorrow. So it's important to get to the end of it, so that if it's at the end of the day declared to be an illegality, that illegality will not take place tomorrow.
All right. On that note, we'll go to a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe this issue. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose fault is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching The Insight, and with us is Honorable Wabeze Ugu, a constitutional lawyer and human rights activist, former member Enugu State House of Assembly, helping us to analyze the issues surrounding the freezing of Osun State account. We are taking a look at the federal agency, their power, their constitutional power to freeze a state account. And Honorable, so far so good. It's been a pleasure. But let's look at another dimension in this issue. The independence of the EFCC in this matter has called to question, especially given the presidential intervention in this matter. Yes, I bet the fact that Mr. President said the timing is wrong or could be wrong, irrespective of the fact that EFCC may be right in doing their job or have gone to obtain a court order. But he did instruct EFCC to get a court order and see that they release the account of Osun State. And many people are shouting to the lack of independence of EFCC and interference by Mr. President. Let me get your opinion.
You see, when Chief Gani Femi was alive, there was an order that the court made, and the man said it was an Alawada comedy.
Come again, please. There
was an order, I can't remember the order now, that the court made sometime in the lifetime of Chief Gani Femi, in a matter that he took to court. So Gani described that order as an Alawada comedy.
Can we get interpretation to what that is?
Yes. He was referring to it as a comedy in a talk shop. Oh. There's a money market called Alawada. Okay. So he now he referred to it as a comedy that's been acted in that market.
Okay.
You see, the order made by Mr. President cannot make anything legal or illegal. It does not lie in the mouth of Mr. President to legalize an illegality committed by EFCC or to invalidate any good thing done by EFCC or indeed by any agency, be it federal, state, or whatever it is. It's not the president that governs Nigeria. It is the constitution that governs Nigeria. That's why it's often said that Nigeria is a constitutional democracy. That's why the constitution said, section 1, subsection 2, that neither the entire country as a whole nor any part of it will be governed except in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. It didn't say except in accordance with the dictates, the whims and fancies of Mr. President. No. In accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. So it's the Constitution that governs Nigeria, not the President, not anybody else. So I'm saying that the EFCC cannot do anything just to probably give Mr. President the leeway or the option to now say, okay, EFCC, refrain from doing this. Nullify what you have done. Do it in a different way. Revoke whatever you have done. Return to status quo ante bellum. No. So I'm saying that whatever the EFCC has failed to do, they shouldn't wait for Mr. President to tell them to do it. Whatever they have done wrongly, they shouldn't wait for Mr. President to tell them to revoke it or to nullify it. And they should not be pardoned, assuming they did it wrongly. They shouldn't be pardoned because Mr. President has intervened. The law is a thing that is very consistent. The law is a thing that ought to be always insisted upon. It should always be implemented. It should always be enforced, no matter whose ought is God. In law, we say that fair justice shall right Kwelu. That let justice be done, though the heavens fall. Chukwudifo Akunle Oputa was the Socrates of the Nigerian Supreme Court. He said that when justice is done, the heavens will not fall, the heavens will rejoice. So let the law be always insisted upon. If it's insisted upon, Nigerians will be the better for it. If we insist upon the provisions of the EFCC Act and upon the provisions of the Constitution in respect of this freezing of Osun State account, assuming that freezing was wrong, if Osun State insists on it and the people of this country insist that the proper things be done, it will not be good only for Osun State. It will also touch other states. It will also even touch the personnel of EFCC. Because assuming EFCC does something wrongly and you insist that it be properly done, and the EFCC is wiped into line by the courts, either by telling them to pay damages or by sending some of them to prison, they will stop doing such thing. So that when the EFCC chairman, the current EFCC chairman, ceases from being EFCC chairman, and just like what's happening to Magu, and the man is probably unduly, invalidly, illegally arrested or maliciously charged to court, he can go to court and say, see, what EFCC did is wrong. And assuming that the court had set EFCC up and stopped them from doing illegal things, probably after Magu had retired, EFCC will not go and arrest him, assuming he did nothing. I'm not saying he didn't do anything, but I'm saying in the event that he didn't do and he didn't run foul of the law. Assuming there had been a precedent before he retired, before he was removed as chairman, which makes EFCC to sit up, then EFCC will not go to arrest him. So the implication of what I'm trying to say is that when things are done properly, it's good, it becomes good for everybody. When you are in a position of authority today, and you are doing the thing and rejoicing and you are happy, that same act which you performed while you are in office can come back tomorrow to haunt you. You may fall to the same sword tomorrow when you cease being the chairman of EFCC. So that's why I'm saying that if the court were to insist on the proper things being done, and assuming the EFCC did it wrongly, and the court says, why did you do what you did? Okay, Mr. A, go to prison. Mr. B, go to prison. Mr. C, you are sacked from work. Mr. D, you are interdicted. This person, you are forfeiting all the money that have been paid to you in EFCC. Refund all of them. Or so person, you have been dismissed. You won't be paid your entitlements. These things will made them to sit up. So that even when the current chairman of EFCC is removed, because he can't be there forever, it's not his father's property. He must sometime leave the office. So assuming he leaves the office tomorrow, and EFCC, assuming the court now forces him to do the proper thing, if he leaves the office tomorrow, the subsequent chairman of EFCC will not come and perform any wrong act against him. That's why it's always important to ensure that the law is properly followed, because it will not only be good for the person that is the villain, it will also be good for the man who is today in office, because he must certainly leave the office tomorrow. He cannot be there ad infinitum ad nauseam, because like I did say, it doesn't belong to his father. It's a public office.
All right. Honorable, let's talk a little bit of the political side of this whole issue. And I'm asking, do you think that the actions of EFCC in a way has caused political irreparable damage to the Osun government, being that they are headed into election in few days?
There is no doubt that it has. And you know, that was the clear intendment from the one. That was the reason. You don't need to be told that was why EFCC did what it did. Just to ensure that the government currently there now loses the trust of the people, loses election, put the government into confusion, so that they will no longer face election. They will want to, they will be preoccupied with trying to extricate the government from the pit into which EFCC has thrown them. So that may be the intention. And I think that by all interpretation, it does seem that that is the intendment. And if that's the intendment, then of course, common sense would tell us that the people who did it sat down and looked at the pros and the cons, and they also knew that it was going to be effective. That's why they did it.
Okay. But, Honorable, asking hypothetically, should the outcome of this election not favor the Adeleke himself, who is the sitting governor, and he happens to have, gotten a positive response from their suit against EFCC, I'm speaking as a constitutional lawyer, is there any way in our law that permits him to challenge the very outcome of that election on the premise of what has happened before the court?
He cannot.
He cannot.
He just cannot. Because the election is, you can't be heard to say that because of what happened, what EFCC did or anybody did, you didn't have the freedom to go and campaign to the people. No, you can't. You can't say that. You also cannot say that because of what EFCC did, you didn't have the opportunity of giving money to your agents, to your party agents, to go and work. So they didn't work for you. And so because they didn't work for you, your votes were stolen by other political parties. You can't say that. So that is, so like I did say, remember I said that I, as a human being, cannot see that what the EFCC did can be justified. It can be justified. And they knew, even before doing it, that it's unjustifiable. All that was sought to be achieved was to put the government into this position of higgledy-piggledy, so that they will be struggling to restore that account instead of facing election. During the last campaign, and then sitting down to plan how to protect their votes. That may most likely be the intendment. And remember that if that is intendment, it means that even the people that did it knew it was wrong. And they also know that the court is going to turn it. It's going to revoke the order, and they probably reprimand EFCC. But what is important to them is that the aim that they set out to achieve, they have achieved.
The aim they set out to achieve, they have achieved.
That's correct.
All right, Honorable, before I let you go, asking this scenario now, which is before the courts, because we know that the Osun State government have gone to the courts, to ask questions. And I'm asking, is this an opportunity for the judiciary to draw a clear line, between the independence of the Nigerian states and the investigative powers of EFCC vis-a-vis, protecting fiscal federalism in Nigeria?
You see, I want to be very frank with you that, yes, I agree that the courts should, because the Lord Denning of the British House of Lords, he has remained the most quoted member of the British House of Lords. He was a master of the rolls. He was very highly intelligent. He appeared to have been, it appears that God gave him law when God was creating him, and also gave him literature. The man did say that the judge is not an automaton. That you don't expect the judge to be a robot, to be an iron. The judge is a human being and has brain. Remember that the human brain is the most complicated thing in the universe. It has billions of nerve cells. There is nothing as complicated in the world as the brain. We have brains. We have our brains. It is expected that every court that gets such an application, the judge ought to warn himself that Osun State, in as much as you were not told in that application that Osun State is you will be facing an election in less than 2 weeks, you are expected to know. You will not take judicial notice of it. Or you can even, yes, you should take judicial notice of it. Because it's a thing that is of public knowledge. It's a thing, it's the acts of INEC has also stated that this state will face election on so date. You know that this thing must have a nexus with that election. And so I expect that the judge will say, no, please. The law didn't say that whatever application EFCC brings, you are duty bound to approve of it, to make the order. The law didn't say so. Otherwise, the law wouldn't have had any need to say, apply to the judge, apply to the court. The law would have given EFCC sweeping powers to do it on her own without going to any court. So by the fact that the law said go to court means that the thing is not automatic. The law didn't give you sweeping powers. The law wants somebody else that has judicial eyes to look at it. The fact that I have judicial eyes means that you very well remember that twin pillar of natural justice. The most important section of the Constitution, section 36. Let the other side be heard. Or the authorem pater. Let the other side be heard. If you must take a decision on any issue affecting a human being, affecting an artificial person, hear that artificial person, hear that human being. Again, the law also does not insist that if the law says that an ex parte, you can make an order ex parte, that you should make that order ex parte. You can say, oh, yes, the law gives you the right to bring this application to me as the judge ex parte, but please put the other side on notice. Serve the other side. Serve Osun State government. Let them come. I want to hear them before I make any order. The court has the authority to do that. Many courts have been doing it. Even that court, even that judge that issued that order, I'm certain, has also done it in several cases. So if you think that there is some undercurrent, that some water has passed under the bridge, you tell them to go and put Osun State government on notice, so that let the two sides come before you, so that you take a decision one way or another. That is, without that decision which the court says, which the law says should be provisional. That to even decide whether you make this order provisionally, I want to hear Osun State government. That's what I expected the judge to do.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable. But finally, just in 1 minute, assuming you had the brief of the Nigerian state, both Osun, the EFCC, the federal government, and the people of Nigeria, what will you be advising from the position of law at this point?
What I'll be advising is that's why I told you that Lord Denning said that the judge is not an automata. The judge is not a plastic child. The judge is a human being with brain. The judge should always use his brain to know the proper thing to do and to know when to do it. My advice to this country, to the people of this country, is that the law should always be followed, but the law has a human face. The law is not an iron. It always has a human face. That's why I said from the beginning that there is no right that is absolute. The law will tell you that this must be done like this, but every rule under the law has exceptions. That's why a lot of people always say that the law is an ass, because it's like a sea that is vast and vacillating. It is overlapping and bewildering. It's like the Atlantic Ocean. If you go to the Atlantic Ocean now, and you are you want to catch fishes from the Atlantic or from any river or any ocean or any sea, if you put your bet into the Atlantic, there's a possibility that you can get any fish. It's not only one fish that is in the Atlantic. There are over 1 million species of fishes, and you do not know the one you collect. But what is important is that we have a lot of options. That's why I said that there is no law that does not have that doesn't have options. There's no law that is automatic. There's no law that has no exceptions. There is exception to every rule under the law and under anything whatsoever. And the judge has his brain, and they must always use his brain. That's why Nigerians did not put a robot to be the judge. They put a human being.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable. That's our time today on The Insight. Honorable Nwabeze Ugu is a constitutional lawyer and human rights activist, a former member of Enugu State House of Assembly. Thank you very much, Honorable.
I'm grateful, my brother. I'm also grateful to our viewers.
All right. And to you, our wonderful viewers, let's know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all on our social media handles at Aneke TV. To come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
It is my joy to bring up our keynote speaker at the Delta State Economic Investment Summit 2026, the 7th Director General of the World Trade Organization, the first African and the first woman to hold this office in the entire history of the WTO, previously served 2 terms as the Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for the Economy, served as managing director of the World Bank. She led negotiations that wiped out $18 billion of Nigeria's debt and an overall external debt reduction of over $30 billion. She is recognized as one of the most influential humans alive today. She was nicknamed Okonjo Wahala because she brought wahala to inefficiency in the economy. She brought wahala to corruption. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this global institution in human form, role model to men and women across the globe. She was born right here in Ogwashuku, and she has not forgotten her roots. She's not here as a visiting dignitary. She is home as a daughter of the soil. Please join me as I welcome and I receive my role model, your role model, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, our keynote speaker today, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, GCON.
Nigeria's governance challenge is best understood as a deep and persistent crisis of institutional trust, supported by consistent empirical evidence, global governance indices, and everyday lived experience. Despite its significant human capital, natural resources, and economic scale, there remains a widening gap between state authority and citizens' confidence in its fairness, predictability, and effectiveness. International governance metrics consistently place Nigeria in the lower tier of global corruption perception indices. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index typically scores Nigeria in the range of about 24 to 26 out of 100, indicating a sustained perception of high corruption and weak institutional integrity. This is not merely symbolic but reflects a broader pattern of diminished public confidence in governance structures. Survey-based evidence reinforces this picture. Afrobarometer findings over multiple rounds show that a large majority of Nigerians believe corruption has increased over time, with some surveys indicating that up to 80% of respondents perceive rising corruption. Trust in key institutions remains low, particularly in the police, where as many as 70% of respondents in some waves consider officials to be corrupt. In addition, only a small minority, around 10% in certain data sets, believe that reporting corruption can be done without fear of retaliation. These figures point to a systemic trust deficit that extends beyond perception into behavioral reality, where citizens often expect inefficiency or bias before engaging with public institutions. From an economic perspective, trust functions as social capital, an invisible infrastructure that determines how efficiently a society operates. In low-trust environments such as Nigeria, transaction costs rise, informal payments become widespread, compliance with public systems weakens, and investment confidence declines. The World Bank and IMF have repeatedly emphasized that weak governance structures reduce the effectiveness of public expenditure, especially in critical sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure delivery, even when physical allocations are significant. The absence of institutional trust limits their developmental impact. At the level of everyday experience, this distrust translates into behavioral adaptation. Citizens increasingly bypass formal systems in favor of informal alternatives. Public services are often supplemented or replaced by private solutions, while access to bureaucratic processes is frequently accelerated through personal networks or unofficial payments. This reflects a gradual informal substitution of the state, where formal governance structures remain present but are no longer fully trusted as the primary mechanism for solving public needs. The drivers of these trust erosion are structural rather than incidental. A major factor is the widespread perception of inequality before the law, where accountability is seen as selective and dependent on status or influence. Another is persistent service delivery failure, particularly in electricity, healthcare, transportation, and education, where repeated reforms have not consistently translated into reliable outcomes. A third is weak enforcement credibility, where misconduct is not always met with consistent or visible consequences, reinforcing public cynicism and normalizing institutional avoidance. Philosophically, this situation represents a weakening of the social contract between citizens and the state. In theory, citizens surrender compliance and taxation in exchange for fairness, protection, and predictable governance. However, when institutional performance becomes inconsistent, this contract shifts from a shared moral agreement to a transactional relationship. Law is no longer perceived as universally binding, but as selectively applied, and governance becomes something negotiated rather than accepted as legitimate authority. The cost of this trust deficit is multidimensional. Economically, it reduces efficiency in public investment and weakens long-term growth potential by increasing friction in both public and private transactions. Institutionally, it undermines meritocracy and contributes to perceptions of patronage in recruitment and promotion within public service systems. In terms of security, low trust reduces cooperation between citizens and security agencies, limiting intelligence flow and weakening preventive capacity. Socially, it fosters generational disagreement from formal institutions, encouraging reliance on informal systems as a default mode of survival. Ultimately, Nigeria's governance challenge is not defined solely by the absence of reform policies, but by the absence of credible and sustained institutional trust. Without this trust, even well-designed reforms struggle to achieve their intended impact because citizens do not fully believe in their implementation or continuity. Trust, therefore, operates as the underlying condition upon which all governance outcomes depend. The central conclusion is that Nigeria's development trajectory hinges not only on economic planning or institutional reform, but on the gradual reconstruction of public confidence in the state's ability to act fairly, consistently, and predictably. In practical terms, governance becomes effective only when it is believed to be legitimate, and development becomes sustainable only when citizens are willing to engage the state, not out of necessity, but out of trust.
Right. Good evening, my viewers. Good evening, everyone. I hope you guys had a lovely weekend. It was a beautiful weekend, though not too, lovely for we Nigerians because the female team has been eliminated. I was preparing, to just, ban some people, to laugh at some people, but at the end of the day, my joy was cut short. I can tell it was a very short-lived joy because South Africa went home earlier. Then, we were playing against Cameroon. Then, of course, Ghana was also playing against Malawi. But at the end of the day, the joy was short-lived. At the end of the day, at least South Africa went, Nigeria went, Ghana went. So everybody has gone. So there's nobody to bant. You cannot bant me. I cannot bant you. So that is what it is in the world of the female football. I'm still your humble host worldwide, saying welcome to the program. This show, of course, is called The Free Kick, where you are free to kick your neighbors, you are free to bant your neighbors, you are free to do anything you want to your neighbors, to your enemies, to your friends. Sometimes you are free because, of course, we bant our friends, we don't bant our enemies. So it's a healthy bant that we'll do here. And I still want to remind you that the only thing that you are not free to kick is the bucket, please. In anything you do, don't kick the bucket. Yes, of course, I'm not doing this alone. I'm here with the man who is arranging his suit, who is preparing. He has told me earlier that he wants to deal with some people on this segment, and I can't wait to, unleash him to you guys, because he has a lot of, claim that he wants to flog. He said he wants to flog Liverpool fans, he wants to flog Arsenal fans, he wants to flog Chelsea fans, he wants to flog, of course, if possible, he can even flog Manchester United fans, because he's a Manchester United fan. But I told him he should calm down. I've been busy. That's why you see I'm kind of pacifying. I don't want to bring him yet. I've been busy calming him down. Say, Mr. Gudo, calm down, calm down, calm down. He said, no, I should unleash him. Calm down. He said, no, I should unleash him. Well, I have no other option than to unleash the man himself, the sports oracle. Or are you still angry, Mr. Gudo? Welcome to the show. You just calm down. I don't know what you have against these people, but let's make it healthy, please. I know so many friendly matches came during the weekend where you saw some people going 2 goals up, then going 3 goals down, or whatever. But let's take it calm. It's a Monday morning. Don't forget. It's a Monday morning. Okay. Sorry, it's a Monday evening where we are supposed to.
You're in Europe actually. So
yeah,
you're in Europe. You are in Europe of enugu. So when you say it's a Monday morning, you're actually right. But when you say it's a Monday evening, we're in the same country. You see, the table is separating both of us.
Yeah. It's good as this table is here.
That's why Arsenal and Liverpool are now next of kin. Nothing is separating them. And it's very good to be on this show. Thank you very much for bringing me. I am Good Hope Chukuma, the Sports Oracle, and today in this edition of Free Kick on Aneke TV, this evening promises to be interesting. Just stay there, stay anticipating the banters, because
if it's
it's firing.
Anyway, just before we start, how was your weekend? How did you spend?
Well, my weekend was good because Manchester United
you guys had a draw.
I mean, I think as a fan, we're seeing what to hold on to.
Yeah.
But right now we're still seeing more, shakes here or there. And remember, this is a banting era.
It's supposed to be
so
a banting era.
If I'm tilting towards a team, I don't think I should be taken into.
It's allowed. It's allowed.
Yeah.
But just before you get into the, I just want to calm you down. Calm down.
Okay.
Let me give them some updates. There are some transfers. There are some updates that I should give the world, that are watching us before we now go into banting. 1 week from now, we have the Community Shield coming up. Manchester City against Arsenal. What's your prediction for this one?
Well, Manchester City versus Arsenal, they are both ready for the season.
Yeah.
Except some other teams that are not ready. Both of them are ready, and Manchester City has signed some players. They've signed Anderson.
Yeah.
Elliot Anderson. They have signed some other names. Talking about the Mamouche.
Even last season they did a lot of signings.
A lot of
Mid-season
signings. They
signed,
the Moroccan midfielder.
Mamouche is there. Semenyo is there.
So
Cheki is there.
They are ready.
No, of course they are ready.
But Arsenal has been pricing, because they were ready.
They finally got
and tomato is ready. So they keep pricing. You know how they price tomato? How much is this tomato? 1.5. You won't you sell it 100 naira? That was what they were doing
from 100 naira.
Bruno Guimaraes.
Yeah, they know that eventually you get to this price, but they started anyway. According to you, say they are Arsenal and they wear red and they are pricing.
They wear red and because it's tomato, so they are pricing. They are pricing.
There was a time Vinicius gave them hope, that he was coming to that.
Arsenal now you want me to go there? No. Let me run there quickly because these things we don't like. Vinicius Junior was not even trying to sign 6 years contract or renew his contract
with Real Madrid.
But guess what happened? He renewed it
because
he don't want that rubbish. Because of that, he does not want that rubbish. That nonsense to repeat itself again.
That's small joke that they joke.
Small joke, and Arsenal is coming to sign Vinicius Junior.
I think he was very angry with that when he heard about it.
He was like,
Arsenal was already doing all those pictures where you saw him wearing Arsenal.
I don't understand. Like
they're fixing him in the lineup. They say they just wanted Chelsea to get Morgan Rogers, why they wanted to go for Vinicius Junior. It was like they were diverting attention from the
ask you, where do you used to see the Arsenal players that used to tell you this thing? You need to pack out.
I have a lot of. You see Arsenal. I have Arsenal friends. You see Chelsea. I have them very plenty. Then you see Barca. You know, the last one told me that Barcelona are trying to oppress Madrid for Rodri. And I was like, can Barcelona oppress Madrid? In terms of what? Is it in terms of money or the players that are featured in the team or in terms of trophy? What are you using exactly that you want to oppress Madrid? And he was like, Shebi Real Madrid, we are going for Rodri. And Rodri, Real Madrid could not sign him. Now Barcelona entered the race and Real Madrid withdrew. That's not the way it is. Real Madrid, we are really not interested in Rodri. Before the World Cup, Perez has even come out to say that he was not interested in signing Rodri. It was even just Mourinho that was still pushing a bit for them to get Rodri. For me, Real Madrid that I know, if they are interested in you, I don't think Barcelona will be able to follow them financially to come and start dragging players. So I was like, all right, you guys are oppressing somebody. Sign the Rodri.
Sign the Rodri now.
Why? He's not taking...
Sign Rodri.
How many ways to not sign you? You are oppressing somebody.
Sign Rodri. That's the thing. The thing is that many times, Arsenal and Barcelona, there seems to be couples. Because
I think Arsenal was. Barcelona even, at least when they went for Gordon, I don't think it even took more than 1 week before they got him. Alvarez is because Atletico Madrid are not willing to sell. I think if Barcelona want to buy, they might just take maybe 1 or 2 weeks, then they will eventually buy. But you see Arsenal.
You see my mouth.
Guimares.
I'm not saying rage because Arsenal, looking at the way they play and what they are doing,
yeah,
I will tell you for a fact that they don't have a lot of time to waste. They are already Premier League champions.
Yeah.
Which after 22 years of barrenness, they had finally gave birth.
Yeah.
They have been pregnant for 22 years. Wonderful. We give God the praise.
They carried pregnancy for 22
years.
Wow.
You know, that's not ordinary. Now, what I'm saying is that Arsenal need to make any move they're making just for them to, sign or for them to sign someone. Now they have signed Bruno Guimares. They just announced him yesterday morning.
Yeah.
So we're seeing Bruno Guimares, who's going to play for in the Arsenal Community Shield.
Yeah,
so
he will likely
but then, if you ask me to predict, Manchester City will still win that combination. Yeah, they will still trash. Not really trashing, but they will still score some good goals.
All right, let's move forward where we're having one of our own greatest of all time, Lionel Messi, who lost his dad, last weekend, and it's a sorrowful one for we, sport lovers. Despite either being a Madrid fan, a Manchester United fan, a Chelsea fan, when someone like this loses, his father, you have only one father in this earth, you have only one mother. So when you lose one of these people, it's not something that we smile about, it's not something we banter. And you can see the young man, it has been a painful one for him. He has been down. Of course, so many people have come outside, to commiserate with him, to tell him that we are with you. Even the football world, Barcelona, with their friendlies match, they also paid the respect to him. Even in time, what's it called, Miami. The guy that scored, Depor, also had Messi's jersey on him when he scored, and he also had to show respect. This one is not a good one for the world of football, but we still have to move on. Despite that, then moving forward in the Spanish squad, so many of them made promises, before the World Cup that this is what they will do when they win the World Cup, and we are seeing today that they are almost, or they have fulfilled all their promises. You have seen Cucurella, who promised to get a tattoo of the coach, and he has done that. Then you have seen Gavi and Pedri. One has dyed his hair pink and the other one white. When I saw both of them, you know what I remember? Small, those small chicken. When you put down chicken, one has the pink hair, one has the white hair. They are just looking so funny to me, and is their promises where they have fulfilled the promises that they have made. Now I just want us to go into transfers quickly before we go into the banting session where you are waiting for. Look at Pedro and Gavi. One looking so pinkish and the other one looking so they're just looking like let's say slave queens in men's body. Anyway, that's for them. Achalogo. Then moving to transfers, we are having Vinicius Jr., of course, who have renewed his contract and is till 2032. So Arsenal, you guys can now have a rest and look for somebody else. He's not coming to Arsenal anytime soon. That's 2032 that you are seeing on that jersey. So you just have to take your eyes away. Then we are having Pep Chevera, who is rumored to be going to Chelsea. Chelsea has been on these guys from Rayo Vallecano. They want to get the deal done. He's a defender, and I just wish Chelsea well if they can get this done. Then moving forward, also we're having Diomande, you know, yeah, when I saw this guy in Real Madrid jersey, he's looking so handsome, so cute. The guy from Leipzig, Diomande, is now officially a Real Madrid player, and I can tell you that was a very expensive signing, one of the most expensive signing for Real Madrid. Diomande cost about 140 million euros. You know, they got that, they paid that to have him, and of course, still moving for having Samu Costa, who is going to Al Nassr. Samu Costa is going to Al Nassr. That's where Ronaldo plays. You are going to see him feature alongside Ronaldo. He's coming from Mallorca and he's going to Al Nassr. Then still talking about transfers, we have Guimaraes, of course, is a confirmed deal. Guimaraes is officially an Arsenal player, so we are going to see him play for Arsenal this coming season. And of course, still talking about transfers, we have Lucas Digne. Digne is, you know, officially a Paris Saint-Germain player who will be featuring for PSG 2029. You are seeing the jersey there, Lucas Digne, from 2026 to 2029. That's a 3-year contract. Then the picture you saw earlier, that was Endrick. You know, Endrick is being rumored to go or wanting to go to Aston Villa or Manchester United. So this one is not a done deal yet. We are going to see what's going to happen. Of course, that is for a loan. Real Madrid are not willing to sell him. They're only offering for a loan. So we are going to see who is going to get the upper hand. Is it going to be Aston Villa? Is it going to be Manchester United? But what do you think? Will you like Endrick to come to Manchester United or Aston Villa? Where will fit him more?
I would really love Endrick to come to Manchester United, but it is going to be, first of all, let him go to Aston Villa. I want, you know, someone that has experience. Endrick still plays like a kid.
Well, for me, if he comes to Manchester United, the same problem is having in Real Madrid, that's playing time. He's probably not going to get it in Manchester United because you're not going to use him as the where you have Sesko. You not use Endrick
unless you use Endrick to play FA Cup.
And so he will not be having the playing time.
No, you can play FA Cup.
How many times do you play FA Cup? When you
Cup, Champions League. No, just
Champions League. You have not played the Premier League. You want to play the Champions League.
There's a lot of matches to play. I mean, you know that combination of all the matches that will be played in Europe for a single team who is in the top five flight European leagues, European clubs, is going to reach up to 100 approximately.
But what I'm saying is that he's not going to have that playing time that he's looking for, because he is complaining for playing time in Real Madrid. Now he moved to, you know, where he played for loan. Then he's back. They are now wanting to come to Manchester United.
The loan, they didn't give him time to play.
Yes, he was having playing time in Lyon. He played. At least he was.
Who called him back?
Him himself, he wants to play for Real Madrid. So of course he went for a loan. You have to come back. You cannot stay there. Your loan is just for one season. So you still come back at the end of the day. But for me, I think Endrick will fit better in Aston Villa right now. He will have more playing time in Aston Villa because Aston Villa has a way of playing even two strikers. You can see they're using Watkins, they will pay him with some Rogers. Rogers is out already. In fact, Aston Villa has done something.
Aston Villa would need to sign a...
They will need to sign replacement. So I believe he will fit more in Aston Villa than Manchester, where he will probably be starting off from the bench and, you know, still fighting for that playing time. Then still moving forward before I go into the, you know, the world of bands proper, but we are still having Rashford, of course. I know you're a Manchester United.
Give it up for Marcus Rashford, number 14.
Marcus Rashford has taken the number 14.
This guy is just amazing, I'm telling you. Marcus Rashford, I know what it means to have him back to Manchester United. Looking at him the way he is right now, he looks ready. With the hairstyle and with the number, he looks very ready to destroy. This guy, I like Rashford pace. And you know, let me just give you a breakdown. Now you are coming to Manchester United. Welcome to our home.
Okay.
Now let me give you a breakdown. Manchester United has Cunha, has Mbeumo, has Ahmad, has Shesko. Shesko.
Zegzi, you're not mentioning
Zegzi, good. She has Mount, Bruno Fernandes, and Zegzi too. Has Kobe Mino. Okay, even Lassie is coming to the first team. Andre Santos. You see Kobe Mino, Andre Santos. You see Tillemans, and you see, you know.
Are you going to the defense?
Ugarte, Tillemans, Ugarte. You know, I'm talking about DM.
Okay.
Now you go down, you see Shaw, you see Dogu,
Martinez.
you see Martinez, you see Martinez, you see what's his name?
Mazraoui is still there.
No, Mazraoui is number 2. You see Martinez, you see Delete, you see Heaven. Then you come on Earth, you see Maguire, you see
Maguire.
Euro. Then you go, you see Dalot and Mazraoui. Then you see Lamens, you see Dallo, and you see Tom Heaton.
Okay.
Now, this team now is already looking balanced. If 2 more signing comes in, professionals, guys who are well known for their games, if they come in, it will be a good team. But what I want to point out is Marcus Rashford has everybody in Manchester United now. It's not lazy.
You can't afford to be.
Everybody now, everybody now in Manchester United, nobody's lazy. Everybody on the bench, and then only Maguire is like slow.
That's just his own natural. It's not that he's lazy, but he's not that fast.
Yes, he's not a fast player. But when you put this everybody in the team, they are fast. Brennan Brumo is fast. Rashford is super fast. Very fast. Both Thunderbolt fast. You talk about Kunha, super fast. All of them, they are fast. Ahmad is like a wind.
Ahmad, you think he's not fast until he puts the
and then Sheshko is also fast. Then I remember
I'm not sure Ugarte is fast.
No, Ugarte is not fast. Ugarte is
quite slow. Mino does not play those kind of fast.
Mino is still fast, but he's technically fast. Now I remember the days of Valencia in Manchester United.
Yeah,
Valencia, you know, remember that Valencia? He is just like Rodri. His shirt does not fly out. No matter what he does. He likes to talk it, and he's the fastest. That season he was the fastest player in the Premier League. Very fast.
A defender for that.
Yeah, a defender. So when I mean Rashford coming back, a lot of people have seen it as a problem. I don't see it as a problem. The young man. The only thing we want him to do is to guide the other players. As someone who has been in Manchester before, guide Kunha. Guide them, introduce them. Let him not be like Sancho. Sancho is nowhere to be found.
Of course, he has gone back to his original career. He was a content creator before football, so he has gone back. We're still talking about transfers. We are still in the transfer rumors where we are having to see that the Barcelona striker, talking about Ferran Torres, is wanted by Paris Saint-Germain. I don't know if this deal is going to go through, because from what we are having, if Ferran Torres should leave Barcelona will be without a striker. And of course, they have not gotten Alvarez. So Ferran Torres is wanted by Paris Saint-Germain. Then Manchester City, of course, rejected Barcelona's opening €45 million bid for Rodri. This is the people that wanted to oppress Real Madrid. And you are coming with €45 million. Meanwhile, Manchester City is telling you they want 80 million. And you are just going a bit above half. Somebody tells you bring 80 million euros, you say, okay, let me start with 45 to just see what's going to happen. Are you expecting them to come and reduce their own to 75?
Barcelona is only God in heaven. That's why when players play, they look at God in heaven. It's only God in heaven
that God that will judge them.
That will look into their matter. Because how are you pricing Rodri 45 million? A World Cup winner,
Ballon d'Or
winner, winner.
I don't. That's why, when my friend told me that they are trying to oppress Madrid, I was like, okay, I was waiting for what they are going to start with.
One thing.
This is you oppressing
one thing. I have made up my mind. I don't want to be a problem in this world. What I mean is that there are friends I can't have. I will block them physically and spiritually.
They make, funny enough, they make you have a good moment, because they are saying. What they are saying is not even part of it. They just want to have that good feeling. I'm oppressing Madrid. That Barcelona is oppressing Madrid. Say Rodri now, you have been oppressing Madrid, but you can't say
Barcelona. You see Liverpool. We're not going to leave.
No, we'll get to Liverpool. Funny enough, the next person I wanted to talk about is going to be
Liverpool. You see Liverpool. You see Arsenal. They are pricing players like tomato.
Liverpool has been on the verge of signing Bakola.
That's what now Bakola don't go take cola. Ain't don't go relax.
Yeah, it's like PSG are increasing that fee from 140. They have gone to 150. It's like the longer you stay, the more the money is going up. Well, moving forward, we are having to see Van Dijk and Araujo. We are going to see that pairing this time around, because of course Araujo has come to Liverpool on a loan move. So you are going to be seeing Van Dijk and Araujo. These two pairing, how are you looking at this defense?
I see two people who are just looking up and not looking down. Listen, I see two people. They are just looking up. They are not looking down. their job is to look up. And I don't know why they are looking up. They are not looking up. It's a wonderful parent, of course. Van Dijk, who has been a ballet dancer since last 2 seasons.
If you get to see the second picture, these two parents, moderator, please help me with the second picture where these two people can be seen that they might be twerking for the next season. Because you know that official Van Dijk post, coming to post like that. They might be doing something that we are going to see.
Both of them look alike. This was that goal that
they are familiar. Where was it Caicedo that scored this goal? Where Van Dijk, instead of you to go and block somebody, you are busy bending. You know, well, let's just leave Van Dijk alone because I'm coming to Iraola. What is happening to Liverpool's coach?
Oh, you are going to where I don't want us to go to.
No, we will still get it. In fact, we are there now, Iraola. If you see the picture I saw, now I'm seeing slots inside Iraola.
Okay.
And then is it building like slots?
Slot that has beards.
Yes, no, slots does not have. Okay, both of them does not even have beard. Just as Iraola has hair, slot does not have hair. What is happening to this young?
I'm seeing the eyes of slots.
How can you come from the last 2 matches now that you have played, friendly matches, you have gone 2 goals up. It's not even 1 goal up, 2 goals
up. But later they will say
it's just friendly. It's just friendly. It's just friendly. And you are losing 3-2. You are losing 4-2. It's just
friendly.
The other people that are winning you, what are they playing? Is it Champions League that they are playing? Or is it the World Cup? What's happening to Liverpool? You know, they won 1-0 to West Ham, and okay, we said okay, that was a win. They won Sunderland, but now you featured against Leeds, and you played against AS Monaco. In fact, in your home, and you just go within the first 20-something minutes, Liverpool are 2 goals up, and I was like, okay, maybe we are not working alone. You know, according to the Liverpool fans, they don't work alone. And of course,
one of them will come and be telling me what I don't know. When I say that they have issue, you know, sometimes when Oracle talks, they feel like I'm just talking. Liverpool has serious issues.
No, of course.
Let's not talk about
this season. They will have a lot. You know, just before I continue what we are going to discuss about, let's just take a quick short break. When we come back, we'll dive into. You know, I know you still have a lot that you want to pant on this Liverpool matter, but we are going to let Liverpool rest for a bit. Let's just go for a short break, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Alright, welcome back from that brief short break. It's still your show, The Free Kick, where you are free to kick anything. You are free to kick your neighbors, you are free to kick your enemies and even your friends. But don't kick the bucket. We have been talking about Iraola, but let's leave Liverpool and Andoni to rest a bit. Let's go to Amorim. Ruben Amorim.
This guy just whine me now.
No, Ruben let's just allow the Andoni side.
Let's leave Lizard and go to
let them rest
and go to Alligator.
Let's go to the, you know, Amorim is getting slim. You know, he's getting slim by day. And I don't know if you know what's making me laugh. If the season has not started, you are getting slim. What about when the season will start? What's going to happen?
Amorim actually has a bad team.
He has a bad team, but it's not that bad. I can't say AC will have finished well last season. These people are supposed to be in the Champions League. Look at his track record so far. He has played Celtic, he got a 2-2 draw there. He played Inter Milan, he got a 1-1 draw there. He played Chelsea, that was weekend. He was trashed, 3 goals to 1.
Is it Man United he will win?
Now, loading, upcoming, Manchester United.
Is it Man United he will win?
Is he supposed? And you know, and when I saw him against Chelsea, when they were losing 3 goals, he was animated. If you see Amorim, you would think he's making some tactical decisions, some tactical changes now. Something is going to happen. Eventually, he made the changes. But what now happened? No effects. Young man, change your tactics. Do some important changes. Leave that 3-5-2 that you are playing. If it's not favoring you, leave it. You and Alonso played the same kind of formation. Alonso also changed his formation when he saw that it was not favoring. He used another formation for you. For you, you're adamant. You have stone cold head, stone cold Steve Austin. You don't change tactics. You must use that your tactics. 3 defenders, back midfielders, then put attackers. It's not favoring you, but you will not leave it. I just hope that he will last in AC Milan, because if he eventually leaves or if he's sacked from AC Milan, there is no club that you will see that you get so easy again. You might probably end up in division, what I don't know, maybe probably division 4, division 5 in the French league or in the Scottish league. But this is another opportunity that you have now to make amends of your mistake that you made in Manchester United, where you were not changing your tactics. You kept on repeating one thing all over and over again that was not working. You have come to AC Milan. You are still doing the same thing. Well, I just hope that the story will change. If you look at the players, they are according to some live score, you see their ratings in that match. They were orange boys. None of them were. They were all maybe within 5 point something to 6 point something. Everybody in the team.
But why?
I don't know what happened to
listen. I don't know whether it's going to be a cause. AC Milan should have come for the New Year crossover service that was organized by that was held in Abuleba, because they need some deliverance just near the river.
But this problem just
Ruben Amorim is a wonderful coach. We saw what he did in Sporting. Now,
but we saw what he did in Manchester United.
Yeah, we saw what he did in Manchester.
He still did something in Manchester United.
Something, but you can't take away the discipline he brings to a team. Of course, maybe the players are not so familiar with his tactics. Now, I want to talk about somebody that if I see, I will rush him and fight him. Rafael Leão. Because I know they are planning the same thing for him. So both of us are planning the same thing.
Leão is just another human being.
He's just a nonchalant person.
Very nonchalant.
I don't like that kind of player. If you don't want to play for this team, just go.
But that's why for me, I blame the coach. Despite it's a friendly match, let him sit on the bench. Over time, he has shown that he does not want to play for AC Milan. But you still want to just feature him. Are you trying to convince him? Are you begging him to?
And such a player is not a good player. He's not someone to deal with, even in a general aspect. Because is it because you don't want to play for AC Milan, you are now making them come on a goal they should score, they were not able to score a goal, do something that makes sense. Imagine that kind of a thing. You don't want to play for AC Milan, okay, so what do we do about it? I mean, it is obvious that you don't want to play, so when they call you to play, tell them you want to leave. And which club is even coming for him?
That's the problem. Which club is coming for Real right now? Because we are not having any offer. I've not seen anywhere where, let's say, rumor. Let's even have the rumor before we now say it's true. Rumor that, okay, maybe Fulham is coming for Leão, maybe West Ham, maybe Tottenham. You are not even seeing that. So everybody is aware of his character already. It's just something that he plays. In fact, he's a good footballer. Funny enough, he has the pace, he has the control, he has the speed, he can score. But that's character, that attitude of being selfish. Sometimes when you are supposed to render an assist, you are not in a good position to score. You just want to be the person that gets the goal. That's just something that he needs to work on. But for being good in playing football, he knows how to play football. Still moving forward, let's just give you some of the scores, talking about the friendly match that we had during the weekend. Of course, Arsenal played Borussia Dortmund and, they lost that match 2-3. And Chelsea also, that's the match that you are seeing the goal scorers. Then Waniri had to score, Guy Corres have to score, then Inacio, Carretzas, and Gadu were the goal scorers for Borussia Dortmund. I don't want Mr. Gudo to bat Arsenal this time, but it's okay, just leave them. Chelsea also played their friendly match against AC Milan, and of course that was what we are talking about. Goals from João Pedro, 2 goals, and of course Moise Caicedo had to score. Then Manchester City also played Atletico Madrid. Then the guy from the Moroccan guy Umar Mamouche had to score 2 goals there. Then Ait also got a goal. Then Dominguez got a goal for Atletico Madrid. Of course, Liverpool played AS Monaco, which they also lost 3-2. But goals from Isak and Waits, gave Liverpool the early lead before they had to surrender that lead as if they were under duress or a gun was pointing to their head, where they had to surrender 2 goals lead. In the first half, it was 2 goals up before AS Monaco had to get a 44 minutes 2-1 goal. Then in the second half, we saw something. In fact, it was dramatic. They equalized. They also went forward to win that match. Just to let you know that we have a traveler in football. I call him Kweku the Traveler. I don't know if you know who I'm talking about. This man, this boy, this young man he's just traveling around football, playing for different teams. And, today I've given him the award of being Kweku the Traveler. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Romelu Lukaku. This is the Kweku the Traveler of our
just take a look at
where this guy has featured. In fact, he's just going around. He has played for Chelsea, played for Everton. From Chelsea, he went to Everton for a loan, then was signed to Everton, 35.4 million euros. He came from Manchester United. He came from Anderlecht. Anderlecht is not even here. He came from Anderlecht. Then now Manchester United had to sign him with 4.7 million euros. He then moved to Inter Milan. He was signed for 74 million euros. Came back to Chelsea, moved to Inter Milan. He has played for AS Roma. He has played, in fact, he's currently playing for Napoli, and of course, to be continued, the badge that you are seeing there is Fenerbahce, who are currently negotiating for him. So I call him Kweku the Traveler.
Well, Romelu Lukaku, he hasn't been bad. Of course, it's just the disposition he found himself. I think this guy is one of the best strikers in the world right now. In fact, earlier. I said right now.
It's just good that you corrected yourself. Because I wanted to ask you right now from you.
He's one of the best strikers in the world earlier, and we're seeing someone who is committed to a cause. At least he is not going to ever sign for Arsenal.
No.
At least he's
if you give Kweku the Traveler that opportunity, he might sign for Arsenal.
Then Kweku the Traveler doesn't go and be bullying.
He's a good. What I liked about him when he was playing, when he was in the Premier League, is that his physique.
Yeah.
You can't bully Lukaku.
You can't bully Lukaku. Do you know what you're talking about?
Lukaku.
You can't bully Lukaku.
People like Lukaku, Ibrahimovic. How do you want to push them up?
Bully Lukaku. Till today, you can't bully Lukaku. It has not been easy for Van Dijk.
No, Van Dijk.
And Konate.
He saw what he saw with Lukaku. I'm still moving forward. I want to present 3 midfielders to you, or 3 players to you, and ask you who got a better deal between these 3 people that I want to present to you. We are having Guimaraes, who was signed from Newcastle to Arsenal, 75 million euros. Of course, he's 28 years old. Then we have Lisandro Tonali, who was signed for 100 million euros. And of course, Manchester City also got their own bargain. Who do you think is a better signing, or who got a better deal from these 3?
Well, I think Anderson.
Okay.
Got a better deal, but we are seeing some changes in the midfield. But I would prefer Tonali every time, every day.
But Tonali, I used to call him a very physical person.
Yeah.
He has the tendency of getting the red card, and
But that's part of football. How many times has he gotten the red card? That's the question.
He has gotten the red card, if not more than 5 times.
But how many times in a season does he get a red card?
It's too much to be getting. Very soon now, before he ends his career, he might be getting to Sergio Ramos stage. Where you are playing your career.
That means he's playing football.
He's playing football, but
he's having playing time.
That getting a red card is off for me, because when you get a red card, you have reduced your team to 10. Now you have put them in a difficult situation where they don't want to be. So that's chances of always getting that red card is not something that is good. But you see, Guimaraes now is not that player that you see often gets a red card. Yeah, you can play football without getting the red card.
You can play football without getting a red card, but red card is still part of the football.
It's part of football. Why is part of football?
It's a disciplinary measure.
Get the yellow, leave the red.
People to play
that's
well.
to show you that you are making some rough tackles.
But to me, it's not Sandro Tonali till tomorrow.
All right, for you,
Guimaraes cannot defend as much as Sandro, and he can only play pass.
He has good passes.
Yeah, he has good passes. Yeah.
So in terms of passing, Bruno Guimaraes is ahead. In terms of defense, Tonali. So what of the last person? Where are you now putting
Anderson?
Yeah.
He should go and be assisting the mom to sell Zobo.
So you are not putting Anderson.
Put Anderson. Anderson cannot even play.
And he's the most expensive.
And Anderson cannot even play in a team like England. He cannot even do something to show. England played defensive in their World Cup. That was what ruined them. When they started attacking France, that was when they started seeing results. They played defensive. How do you score 2 goals and go defense?
scored against Argentina, went back to
and it's just what people suffer. It's just what it is. We're going to see what happens at the end of the day.
All right, let me present to you some of the new coaches. Some were in the Premier League earlier, and they only switched side, but some are new coaches. So you are going to tell me what you think about these new managers that we are going to see in this 2026-2027 season, starting from Crystal Palace, who are currently under Pierre Sage. Then, of course, moving to Chelsea, who are going to be coached by Xabi Alonso. Then you are seeing Bournemouth coach there, Marco Rose. That's where Iraola came from. Then, of course, Ipswich Town is going to be coached by Gary O'Neill. Then Manchester City, Enzo Maresca. Then, of course, Newcastle, who newly signed their coach, Jazu. Then Nottingham Forest, Oliver Glasner. Then you're having Fulham, of course, the man Abera from Real Madrid. Last but not the least, we're having Liverpool, Andoni Iraola.
They say in 2026, like new coaches, and these people, none of them is above 50.
Yeah, they are quite young coaches.
They're very young, so you could see that there's going to be a competition in the Premier League.
From this, just a random question now. From these coaches, who do you think is going to be sacked first?
Iraola.
You are choosing Iraola?
Yes, I'm choosing him because he is already on that side of after Iraola, you have Xabi Alonso.
Well, Liverpool are good with giving coaches time. They give a lot of time.
They will give him time now. When they are done giving him time, we know what the corridor is.
So for me, I think despite his poor performance now, he's primarily proven. He played well with Bournemouth, so I believe maybe when the Premier League starts, we might see something different from this man. I know he has something, in that his head that is covering. But for me, if I want to even pick someone that might get sacked first, Chelsea are not good in having patience with you. If you just misbehave within the first 3 to 4 matches, Chelsea might decide to sack you. So Alonso should be worried. If you don't produce results, he might just be leaving. And of course, Manchester City are going to. I know they will give Maresca a lot of time. They will not. Yeah, of course, he's doing well. Look at him playing against Atletico Madrid.
What matters is the victory. What matters is how you play, and also how you integrate the teams to carry on the ball and the rest of them.
All right, let me present to you again 5 strikers that you are going to pick from. Anyone that you feel is the best. I just need you to pick one from these 5 people that I'm about to show you. I'm having Sesko, I'm having Gyökeres, I'm having, of course, Isak, then Ekitike, and there's one person that I'm seeing here that I don't know how managed he made this list, but I'm seeing him. He's not looking like a footballer. He's just there, he's standing, he's wearing blue, looking as if he wants to do something different. He's about to dive or something, but of course he's there.
He's the one that supplies them, JC.
No, okay.
Delay.
At least everybody is wearing red and he's wearing blue.
Yeah, he's wearing. He supplies JC. He's the ball boy. So
who would you pick from this list as the best?
Sesko.
All right, let me remove Sesko and
I pick.
I know you're Manchester United.
I pick Ekitike.
Ekiti boy.
Yeah.
Okay. For me, I think I'll pick Isak. But anyway, that is all we have for you on this segment of the Free Kick. I hope you guys have been entertained. You guys have been entertained by the sports oracle himself, Mr. Goodop. Thank you for being here with me.
Well, thank you. I was calm, so I just had to.
Yeah, I had to calm you. I'll still go out there. We'll go out. I'll give you one bottle to still calm yourself. Thank you for being part of this show. I still remember your humble host, Worldwide, saying have a beautiful evening and a lovely week. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud, and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine, for in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
We have evolved, but it seems to me that our ideas of gender have not.
I actually detest this behavior more than I detest politics.
I think including women in leadership is essential.
Particularly how we educate girls. That is
5 daughters is what he had, and that's not such a big deal in northern Nigeria. Where's the son?
The only thing I can do is to watch them on the field of politics. And my husband said, finally.
If there's any way I can improve myself, I'm on that journey.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
You are highly welcome to Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is a program that is designed to place a check on the lifestyle and activities of the young people, even as they navigate through their lives and living the lives in order to achieve everything they need to achieve and enjoy as it lasts as young people. To achieve this, to make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and lots more. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our X, our TikTok, our Instagram, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Our focus for today is courtship before marriage. Permit me to introduce to you a high-profile personality we have on the show today. We have a lecturer at Caribbean Federal Polytechnics, Wana, who also measures as a personal development consultant, Dr. Nancy Obina. Nancy, you're welcome on the show.
Thank you so much. It's
How are you
good to
today?
be here. I'm very, very fine.
Okay.
Good to see you.
All right. How much do you believe in courtship before marriage?
Wow. Courtship is a very, very critical period before marriage. I so much believe in courtship before marriage because it's an intentional period whereby two persons that have the intention of getting married, they come together and they discuss the way forward into a lifelong commitment, which is marriage. So it's a very critical stage, an intentional one that should be very, very, that is very, very important to be taken cognizance to. So that's why it's important to.
When you say it is an intentional one, what do you mean by that?
It's not something that you can just, it's not a casual thing, because talking about courtship, when I say intentional, I mean it's intentional as it is, because it's not just something that you want to be into. You have to plan it. It's not something that is done casually, because what you're about to enter is a commitment. It's not something that is not a child's play. So when I mean intentional as it is, very, very, is key.
Invariably,
So
you are condemning marriage without courtship.
I'm not condemning marriage without courtship per se, but I see it as a preparatory ground. So if there is no preparation before that marriage, I think there's going to be a crash somewhere. So that's why I say it's intentional. So I'm not, if I say I'm condemning it, I think I should be right to say I condemn it.
Okay.
It may not be the right word. I don't encourage it. Let me just say I don't encourage it.
Okay. What's the exact period or time frame for courtship?
Okay, it's not really time bound. Courtship is not really time bound.
You mean it can last as long as possible?
It can. The bottom line is not how long, but how well.
Okay.
Because you can be in courtship for a very long period, not doing anything.
Okay. If you see partners in courtship for like 4 or 5 years, you'll be comfortable with that?
No. What are you talking about? 4 or 5 years. What are you doing?
It's a duration.
Okay. Depends on what you're doing.
Because you said it doesn't really matter about timing.
Yes, it's not really time bound. Depending on what is being discussed. What are you talking about? For 4, 3, 2, depending on the number of years you just mentioned.
Yes.
What are you talking about? Okay, if you can decide to keep it to that extent, there's no problem. That is best known to you. There's nobody that said this must be the exact duration.
But do you have an idea? Do you have an idea of, like, from the first month, maybe 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, the case may be? That yes.
As the case may be, depending on the individuals involved, they can decide to make it, we want to be in courtship because we have the intention of getting married. So look at what we are going to do. We have 3 months to talk about anything we want to talk about. Yes, depending on the individuals involved. Some persons, they don't even remember time. They are just there. They just want to be there talking about something. Is it
all about talking?
Discussing.
What?
Trying to discuss about, okay, now what do you have in common? You talk about values, as in what is the content, what do you talk about, what do you do in that period? Remember I said it's a preparatory ground or preparatory section, intentional one. So what do you talk about? Since marriage is involved, of course, before you get into that stage, there must be things that you need to talk about. You can talk about, okay, we want to get married. Are we going to give birth immediately after the marriage? Are we going to wait for so time? What do we have in common? Do we have the same value system in common? How do we treat family members? Do we have their intention? Do we have their welfare at heart? Do you believe in in-laws? You know, you talk about finances. These are some of the things you talk about during courtship. Then how do we spend? How do you get money? How do you spend your money? What's your financial intelligence? Kind of. Am I comfortable with extravagant spending? Or am I comfortable with being prudent in spending and all that? These are some of the things. When you talk about that with the person involved, you listen to the person and know what the perspective of that person towards anything you bring on the table. You talk about if there are differences. Okay, we have differences. I'm a kind of person that spends extravagantly. I'm a type of person that is prudent. Okay, so how do we now balance it? Because we have something that we are looking at. If we want to maintain that aspect of, okay, you are extravagant in spending, because it's not that you like being extravagant. Okay, see how we are going to curtail it so that we don't just waste money anyhow, because there are so many
you really
things.
mentioned a whole lot of things, but let me remind you that you gave me your own definition when you came in, saying that courtship is a preparatory ground for two persons with their intention to get married, is it not? Okay, do you know that some other person can get a different definition to that of yours?
Of course. No.
With that person, there could be an array of different programs they are having into the courtship, different from what you have said. Does it change the definition of your own courtship?
Anybody can bring any definition to what courtship is all about, depending on the knowledge they have about courtship. Yes. Okay. Anybody can bring any definition they like or they want, how they see it. But it does not remove the fact that there is what is courtship before marriage. So my point is, what do you do during that period? That is the thing. What do you do during that period?
Okay, what's the difference between courtship and friendship, if I may ask?
Friendship.
Or relationship.
Okay, yeah. If you talk about relationship, you're looking at it is a broad term when you look at relationship. So courtship is a type of relationship. You have friendship, which is a relationship. You have maybe family relationship, which is a type of relationship and all that. It can be business relationship. So we have courtship per se, which is also a type of relationship. So when you look at a relationship, it's a broad term, but courtship on its own is a type of relationship that is intentional in discussing, where two people that are intended to get married come together, talk, discuss on how to enter.
Are you telling me that two persons in a relationship, they don't have that intention to get married, or they can't have?
Yes, there are some relationships that are not.
But there are some. Do you believe in that?
There are
that have the intention to get married.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Nancy, and thank you so much, Avia. I want to observe a short break now. When we are back, then we'll continue from where we stopped. Thank you so much. Please don't go away.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Back from the short break, we're still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. And our topic for today is courtship before marriage. Thank you so much. I'm still here with Dr. Nancy, who is a lecturer with Aneke Federal Polytechnic, Uwana, and a personal development consultant. Nancy, thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, good enough. We have another strong voice that just joined us. Permit me to welcome a civil engineer, Samuel Uchendo. Samuel, welcome.
Thank you so much.
How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm good.
How much do you believe in courtship before marriage?
You know, we had conversation before now, and I told you that I don't believe in anything courtship before marriage. That idea is totally wrong.
Because, you don't believe in that?
Yes, I don't believe. You can't be married before you get married.
Let me give you a shocker. Dr. Nancy here believes strongly in courtship before marriage, and according to her, that is a preparatory ground
for the marriage.
That is when you look at yourself, you define some terms, and know if really you are compatible to go into that bigger business, which is called marriage. What do you have to say?
Am I permitted to ask her a question?
You can ask her any question.
Sister Nancy, are you married?
Yes, I'm married.
How long are you married now?
I'm married for 11 years.
Do you used to have little problems with your spouse once in a while, no matter how little?
Yeah.
Did you do courtship before you get married?
Yeah.
So what did it solve? What problem did it solve?
What it solved? Now, when doing courtship, that does not mean, just like doing courtship, we are all human beings. And because we are all human beings with different personalities and different personalities per se,
yes,
we have differences, and that's what makes us human. I understand. So when there are differences, then there is also need for compromise. There is also need for what is it called? Resolving the conflict or differences. Okay, so when there is that you embark on a courtship, I cannot totally know the person involved, because when you are there, you're getting to know one or two things about each other. Okay, so in the process, that doesn't mean that everything about the person that you know.
So what?
Excuse me, permit me to come in here. You had a wonderful question, and she has given you another wonderful answer to that. Let's continue. I want you to tell us why you don't believe in courtship before marriage.
I want to get information from her first. I will tell you everything.
I want you to continue from here.
I want to wait. Don't be offended. What is your definition of courtship?
Sam, don't be offended. Yes, I want you to tell us why
I will
you
not
don't believe.
Why I will not be able to tell you now is that
before marriage.
Why I'm not able to tell you now is that my definition of courtship may not be her definition.
Let's have your definition.
Yes, there are different definitions depending on the type of person you are. So you can have different definitions.
When we talk about courtship, we assume there is a place where two persons, male and female, have liberty to each other, to study each other, to be friends, to explore each other.
How?
And when we come to that exploring, that's where the clause is.
Yeah.
And you now see people who tell their parents, we're after all, me and him or me and her were in courtship. I'm going to his house or our house. And may spend 2 days or 3 days before coming home. I don't know if you understand. And may even live together in the name of courtship.
Are you talking from experience?
No, I'm talking of from observation.
That is why you don't.
That's why I asked her, what is your definition of courtship? You know, whatever we are doing here, we are pushing into the society.
Of course.
And people may have a wrong conception of it. So the question is, how do you define your own courtship?
And that is why, before now, I told him, he asked me a question, that there are people that will have different views of what I have concerning courtship. So I think I'm saying that view now.
Exactly.
Okay, so that you don't believe that there's courtship before marriage does not make it so.
Well, that's why I asked you, what is your definition of courtship?
I've given you a highlight of what her definition is all about. Yeah. And I told you before now that she believes that courtship is a preparatory ground for a male and a female who have the intention to do what? To go into marriage. That's the summary of her definition.
You know, when we say preparatory ground, we begin to have a period of time, and we begin to have that liberty I mentioned before.
Do you mean that courtship doesn't have duration?
What I mean is that naturally, when people want to get married, there is still duration to get married.
Duration of courtship?
Yes. No. You see, all these things, courtship implies another thing. When I see you and I like you and I want to marry you, for instance, if I'm coming from a Christian background, I want to marry, what do I do first? I follow the church system, or even telling the church leader, and we go and meet you, especially where we have a system that has sanity. We do all those discussions, we agree.
So that
period, from my point of view, is not courtship.
What is that?
It's just you want to get married. You don't used to go out with the girl. On your own, you've seen the girl. So the first step you took was to tell people that are involved, and they inquire from the girl, do you like this guy? That's the first step. Wait, I'm coming. Once that is agreed, that we have agreed we will marry, we begin to plan to marry. It's different from courtship where people meet in school and begin to court. Don't forget that this courtship we are talking about, that's why I say define it properly, define it at length. This courtship we are talking about is people become friends without consent of those of the family they are coming from.
And I'm telling you that is
I'm coming. In that period of relationship, it is when they now feel the relationship has been established, they now make it a formal thing, and they court. And they are at liberty to meet. The one I'm trying to tell you about is that when you say you like somebody, you're not at liberty to meet.
What do you call that?
Wait, I'm coming. That is why I want to get your definition of courtship.
Just in a simple term, what is
the dictionary meaning of courtship? Because according to dictionary meaning of courtship, is a time where there is preparatory before marriage.
The same thing I said.
Which I say is not proper, because after the whole preparatory, you still go into marriage and the marriage get messed up.
You are entitled to you have the right.
No, apart from my opinion, we can come up with, you can see it happening every now and then. Don't forget, I asked you a question.
I want to ask you a question.
You had courtship, and I asked you, do you have a good relationship with your spouse?
So I'm not saying that if there was no absence of courtship, that there wouldn't have been.
Some of us never had courtship. Our marriage is still intact.
So what are you trying to say?
What I'm trying to say is that the human nature can never be fully understood.
That is the
people should just go into marriage once the people who are around them has agreed.
So
remember, but the issue of courtship, two persons begin to do one kind of thing, begin to pretend that they are married when they are not married.
That is the error that we need to correct.
Ask questions.
Your own belief is two persons can come together if you see somebody and you like the person.
And you must consult everybody involved before you marry. And there's no such thing like having a duration during period of consultation, you are not cutting.
Can you allow me to ask you that question?
The problem is that if you say
so you that did not cut
are you trying to tell me that our forebears practice courtship? What they used to do is that if you find a girl you want to marry, first of all consult your own parents.
That period of consultation, what is it called?
Not the girl, your parents. No, wait. Courtship is when two people start friending without consent.
Our forefathers
I don't believe you.
Didn't use smartphone and
they don't even use the word courtship. Is it not during those olden days that if somebody wanted to get married, they even marry, they'll come and say, okay, I'll marry this person, this girl, let this girl be. Maybe you see the man will just be doing his own business, and the girl will be maybe in her father's house during that period.
But they don't meet.
They don't meet. Okay, now that is why before now he asked. Good. Now before now he asked. He told me that, do you know that some people have different views from what I have about courtship? And I said yes, and I'm seeing it right before me.
So what's your view? Okay, your view is
just my general view about it. And I said it's an intentional period during which two persons that intend to get married, they come together, they discuss some things. If you now want to do things that are negative, depending on from the angle you're coming from, it depends on you. It depends. That is why I say depends on what you do during that period.
Yeah, I want to collect.
So when those things that you do is as personal to you.
Okay.
So at the end of the day,
Dr. Nancy,
can we do analysis?
Listen. I've collected like terms from your definition and her own definition. Intentional moment. You're intentional about yourselves because you have something ahead, which is marriage.
Yes.
At that time, at that period of time, There's nothing like marriage.
Yes.
What necessitates you are coming together is your intention to get married. If it works,
my problem
if
is,
it works.
Yeah,
but I had a question for you, which you never allowed me to ask you.
Ask me.
Okay, that question is this. According to you, you meet with someone. If you like the person, you do consultations. During the period of consultation, it is not courtship, but consultations.
Consultations.
Very good.
And it
now,
must
how
not
could
be you.
Excuse
It
me.
must not be you that will like the person.
Take my question. How could you see somebody, all of a sudden you like the person, and you make advances to consulting for marriage?
That is why you should have allowed me to say more. Because you limited my statement to make you to have a wrong...
I am the moderator, if you don't know.
Okay, sorry, sir.
Let me remind you.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. So am I at liberty to continue?
You can speak now.
Good. When we mean consultation, it simply means that you, who is getting married, may not be the person who is taking all the decisions. Because marriage, one person don't marry. It's an Igbo adage. I don't know if you understand it. One person don't marry. So when you feel you're a man, you want to get married, the first thing you do is that you discuss with your parents. And they will ask you, do you have anybody you have in mind?
Then or now?
Wait. Even now, I'm saying that this thing should be applicable